Welcome to the Big East League of Legends.
Tonight marks the halfway point of our regular season, and we're starting to see some separation in the standings. Reigning champs Villanova are still looking up at DePaul from second place. Seton Hall stands in their way tonight.
And we'll debut a brand new segment. It's called Deegan's Lab. Players and students, you better have your notepads out for this one. The champions are locked, the players are set, so let's get into it. It's week number 3. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another amazing week of collegiate Big East League of Legends action. My name is Paul Inverum Toddkill, joined by our resident analyst, Daniel Deegan Gonzalez, for week number 3.
Yeah,
how could you
not be ready after a shot call like that? Let's get right into it. We've got some fantastic games for you, competitive games, and I'm really excited to see what week 3 brings.
Oh yeah, but we haven't just started here, of course. We've had a couple weeks leading up to this now, so let's go through and break down exactly how the format works.
So here's how it works. 7 teams representing the Big East schools will compete in a single round-robin best-of-2 regular season. Each match day will consist of 2 games against the same school. The standings are reflective of their game score. From there, the top 4 teams from the regular season will seed into a single elimination best-of-3 bracket. Whoever makes it into the finals of that slugfest will advance to the College League of Legends Championships play-in, where they will have the chance to advance to the CLOL National Championship. There, they will have the chance to cement their place among the greats of collegiate League of Legends.
Well, speaking of greats, I mean, if you take a look at our standings so far, you gotta look up at the top there. DePaul 6-0, currently undefeated in the spring season.
Yeah, DePaul, again, the team that went undefeated last season until the finals. They're right back into the rampage of the regular season. What I like about this season, though, is the parity in the middle. Last season, it was very much a pyramid-type shape. Here, you have St. John's, Seton Hall, Butler, all in that race for that final playoff spot.
Well, speaking of Butler and St. John's, they actually played last week off stream where they went 1-1 in an absolute slugfest of a match.
Yeah, you can see lots of team fighting here. And the surprising thing about this match is that the red side is the side that won both times. As we've seen in pro play consistently, blue side has had the advantage in terms of picks and putting people in tough positions. However, if you get to points in games like this where you're at 35 minutes or 32 minutes, and it's just insane team fights. You could see the Evelyn doing huge work there for Woshi. It was nice fighting here for St. John's, and they were able to take the victory in game 1 off the back of a big play of the jungler.
Yeah, that was only game number 1. When we switched things around, as you mentioned before, the red side actually coming in with a bit of an advantage this time around. When I was cutting the highlights for this, I had a pretty tough time doing it because these matches were so wild. Look at this team fight here.
Oh yeah, under the Baron, it looked like things were about to go poorly for Butler. However, Basham popping off in the vein, but with that Baron turn, they got caught off, but they were able to stabilize, get all of the dragons. You can see how many they have, 5 in this final fight, and take home the victory.
Yeah, over 60 kills in this game alone. Absolute madness. And
look at Gang Suwu with 20 kills in that
wild. Absolutely insane. Just showing the carry potential of some of these players. When you enable them, when you put them in a position to direct the pace of a game, they can absolutely do that. And that's the kind of in-game leadership that I'm looking for in these matches here, because, you know, you talk about, you know, the idea of these squads every single week they're getting better, especially because we had 2 weeks off now for them to continue to practice. It's that kind of heads-up, forward-thinking, planning, playing, synergizing, getting better as a squad that's going to carry them in the second half of the season.
Yeah, especially with St. John's, right?
Oh,
They're a brand new team. This is their first season in the Big East League, and we've seen their growing pains, and we're hoping to see better from them.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, we've had some games before, and we've also got some games now. They're going up against Providence here in our very first matchup of the day. Of course, St. John's, they're joining us here, as you said, going through some growing pains, but they've got some individually excellent mechanical players that I'm really looking forward to see how they progress as the season goes on.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the roster, there's a lot of firepower there on this team. Right there in the bot lane, Basham is one of their highest rated players, and now we have a substitute in the mid lane. This is going to be a mouthful. We have Woshi Fei Zhu Lu in the jungle, who was there beforehand. Now we've got Woshi Jianzi Hao. I think I made it there.
Did that, yeah.
Yeah, in the mid lane. So this is his first showing, and Thunk used to be Mountain, also a consistent player on this roster. St. John's needs to know where they're going to play through.
I agree. I mean, they need to either look towards Basham down there to play through, really focusing on carrying or building him up as a carry towards the mid-late game. And they've also got a new mid player, so we'll see how that plays in. If this is someone like, this is an all-star, we need to bring this person in, change things up. Good luck to both of us trying to pronounce these names. We'll figure something out, don't worry, as this progresses.
Yeah.
But they're going up against a squad who was top 4 last season, but who's coming to this season not off to the best start, to be fair, in Providence.
Yeah, Providence had to unfortunately deal their first games against DePaul, who's been an absolute buzzsaw for anyone that has played against them. So Providence doing a little bit of their swapping, as we talked about last week. Dupty and Treslinky from the bottom lane now going to top and jungle respectively. And they've got to get their new players, I Am Brizzle and Floyd Disaster, on the same page, because the superstar on this team is Honorlord. And Honorlord, in their game against DePaul, really didn't have an opportunity to play. The game was, I think, 10-0 by the time they got out of laning phase, around 12 to 15 minutes. And Honorlord's like, hey guys, I've got my first item. What's going on here? And everyone else on the opposite side of DePaul had multiple items. So they just need to relax a little bit and allow the team to get to play.
Yeah, and I think identifying those win conditions is going to be super important here for both of these squads. And luckily, we have a new way to help you all do that here. We're unveiling a new segment. I teased it at the top of the show. It's going to be Deegan's Lab, a great reference for those of you who grew up in the 80s, so none of you. And we're going to break down some of these amazing keys to victory for both of these squads.
Oh, hey, I didn't catch you there. Sorry, just busy in the laboratory. Let's move out of chemistry and into lit and go into the literature lab. And I believe we have a setting here, something that you learn early on. We'll go through ethos, pathos, and logos. And let's start with the ethos. And for ethos, that means identity, character. And in this case, that is St. John. St. John, you've done multiple roster swaps. You also have multiple ways to play the game. You need to decide who is going to be your carry. Is it going to be in the top lane? Is it one of the Woshis in jungle or mid? Or is it Basham at the bottom side of the map? Because everyone can't be the carry. There is only one carry. Figure out who your ethos is. Now, on the opposite side, pathos. That is emotion. That needs to go through Providence. Providence, you had a very tough game 1. And it would be very easy to be down upon yourself after that game 1 against DePaul. But I think if you show a little bit of heart, remember who you are. You're a playoff team. This St. John's team, you don't know anything about them. They didn't go through the grinder like you did last week. Show some heart. You'll be fine. And for both teams, use some logos. Make sure you don't overstay. Make sure you don't try to push your luck. Get your win, maybe get a dragon, get a couple of kills. Don't overstay. Use your brains. Otherwise, you'll end up like this guy. So there it is. Deegan's Lab, the first lab of the year. Both these teams, their keys to victory. Hopefully, we'll be able to see how they perform in this first match.
Class is in session. I love it. I'm so glad we got those props. Let's get into our very first draft of the day. Because I wholeheartedly agree, especially towards your last point, because we're seeing a little bit of lack of discipline from some of these teams.
Yeah.
I feel like overstaying is kind of the hallmark of that lack of discipline.
For sure, and both these teams are smart players. They're highly rated on the ladder, and we've seen them play smart, but then you've also seen them just make some boneheaded mistakes. No pun intended.
Nice.
But they should be playing towards, hey, let's know what our win condition is, and let's just stick to that, and just use your head towards that. So both teams need to figure that out. And again, St. John's, I really mean it. Are you playing through Basham? Are you playing through Thonk in the top lane? Or is Woshi Zulu your carry jungler? Or, this is our first time seeing Woshi Zihao now in the mid lane, Jian Zihao. So we've got to decide what are we playing through, because there's only a limited amount of resources to put your time into if you're St. John's.
Of course, and you've got to identify, especially if you look towards rotations, coming from the jungle, coming from the mid, what lane are we going to prioritize here? Who do we need to shut down? As much as it's saying, this is the player on our team that we need to identify, we also need to identify who is the threat on the other side. Who do we need to shut down? So we'll see how that plays out here, targeting in these bans.
Sure. And so right off the bat, Zoe and Xin Zhao. Again, Xin Zhao consistently either being picked or banned. Just a overall solid jungler, gets the early aggression and wins early level 3, pre-level 6 fights just because of his base damage and his skills. He has the knock up as well from the Trident. So you want to just get him out of there. So he's out. We see on the opposite side, Urgot and Evelyn getting taken away, because we got to see in our little highlight package there, Woshi Fei Zilu getting that one going. And when you have an Evelyn rolling. It's very scary as an assassin, and it's always difficult to play against a champion that forces you to change the way that you play against. If you're playing against an invisible unit, like a Shaco, like an Evelyn, it forces the whole team to be on the same page, and it's just easier to just get rid of it, especially if the other team has shown it, so that gets taken away. Braum, overall, solid support with the shield, with the stun, with the slow, just an overall very, very strong support. That gets taken off the map for St. John's, and the final ban is the Kazakhs, so no carrying from the jungle position, from an easy way, at least for St. John's jungler, and the first pick is Lissandra. We've seen a lot of Lissandra being played in pro play, has CC, has escape, has engage, got nerfed a little bit in 9.2, in 9.3, the damages went down just a bit. However, still lots of CC, buys time for your team, works well with Zonias. You can buy so much time in team fights.
I mean, yeah, you pop your ult and then straight into Zonias, and everybody's just grouped around you like, wait, what are we going to do here? Buy so much time for your teammates to come in, bail you out of rough situations, or stall your opponents so that your team can do damage elsewhere on the map. We look across the other side, though, for Providence, the Oreo coming through, as well as the Ornn. Ornn, somebody we've been seeing a lot more play recently, and it's interesting, now the Braum's off the board, that becomes so much more viable.
Oh, for sure. The other thing that I like, though, is that we've identified as Honor Lord as the key to victory here for Providence, and they get him the champion that he was known for throughout the season. And Orianna is a champion that just doesn't get changed often. You know, as mid lane bans go down and down and down, Orianna has been a champion that consistently stays in the meta, and Honor Lord made his name on it last season, now gets his hands on his best champion yet again. However, you pointed to it right there, Yasuo being locked in here for Jian Zihao.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting counter. They're talking about those counters, the Ornn, but also such a dominant mid laner in his own right. Super high skill plays. We've seen a lot of really fun interactions with him going in as well. Obviously having to utilize off your ult, and we've seen some whiffs. We've seen some fun moments coming through with that. And it looks like it'll be the Sejuani locked in on the other side. So a solid engage from the jungle from Providence.
So what I like about this from St. John's is they have 3 solo laners here, 3 main laners. So this could be multitude of things here. The Yasuo could be going bottom, which that's probably what it seems like. Lissandra could also go bottom theoretically. The Kled is a little different. Oh. Just kidding.
Graphics
surprise.
There. It's a Sivir. That makes a lot more sense.
It's a Sivir. Okay, so Sivir now locked in the mid lane. So you're doing graphics on the back end. It was a Sivir that's going to be locked in here. Okay, I was about to say.
I had that moment because, like, wait, they already have a mid. Hang on. I was just so hyped. Like, oh, look, we were talking about this counter earlier. That's so fun.
Gotcha. So that makes a little bit more sense. Now, Sivir is buffed a lot. 9.3. The other thing that has changed in this is the AD carry changes. And as an AD carry player, I love it. So crit is now back in the meta. You can use Zeal, Infinity Edge changed back to dealing crit damage, as well as being buffed a little bit in terms of the upfront damage. The crit damage multiplier is down a little bit, but you're still able to get your power spike at 2 items compared to waiting to get the 3rd item. And now you're starting to see crit 80 carries like a Sivir, like a Caitlyn, like a Jinx. Jinx's win percentage is shot straight up through the roof into solo queue because you're able to hit your 2 item power spike. So once you get that 2nd Zeal item, you're just critting everything, and that's what Sivir wants to do with her bouncing blade.
Yeah, of course, you know, buff in 9.2 as well, going out to her, 5 bounces, which is really nice, of course. Helping to clear out that wave, get the additional poke and pressure in that lane, so we'll keep an eye on that matchup as well as we look towards the ban. Ezreal, of course, getting denied, actually taking 2 out of the ADC lane here from St. John's. I like this, and then looking to deny a jungler and a support over on the side of Providence. Both of these teams have a pretty good sense of what their opponents are doing here. One of the things we saw a lot in recent weeks has been a lot of early champion picks that can be flexed in multiple directions to kind of keep your opponents guessing on what the lane matchups are going to look like. Not seeing a whole lot of that here. It's pretty obvious what we're going to be seeing. However, champion we don't see very often for the side of Providence.
Yeah, Karma locked in here for Providence, more of a poke support. So it'll be interesting to see how they go with their AD carry here. Jinx, something ranged. Maybe you try to go for a poke lane. So you go Caitlyn, Jinx. If you want to scale a little bit later, you can go with the Tristana. But it seems like they are trying to play safe in that bot lane because last time the game broke, right? The game really ended outside of laning phase. If you give yourself a Karma, that's shield, that's repositioning with the boost of that shield as well. So Karma if played correctly with I Am Brizzle, Floyd Disaster can keep his AD carry safe and prevent them from getting ran over. Like, this is a strong bot lane in Basham and Emberwarg, especially with a Sivir who can wave clear early and put down some damage, so Karma will prevent a lot of that early on.
I like this pickup here, and we are actually going to be seeing what is actually going to be a misclick here from Providence. That is supposed to be a Tristana coming out, so we'll get that fixed up there on our graphics and everything as well. That was a misclip coming in there from Providence. So you actually predicted the Tristana perfectly there in that lane matchup as well, going into what St. John's is putting together. So this will be a lot more standard, well, still somewhat standard draft here for Providence, because, yeah, I don't think, that's...
Yeah, I was like, Alawi, that support. No, okay, so thank you for the update.
Yes.
That makes a little bit more sense, and I guess it's kind of interesting here because now Sivir deals a lot of damage late and has a lot of lane push early. So there's like this mid-game, like, you know, Sivir's there to press R, go on the hunt, speed everyone up, and try to get repositioned into team fights. You counter that with a Karma who can use her ult as well at level 1 and move people around with her ulted E, her empowered E. So it'll move everybody. But with the Tristana, on the side of Providence, I'm a little worried about their early game, right? Orianna gets strong late. Tristana gets strong late. Sejuani deals damage and got changed so that her damage gets buffed a little bit, but she's more of a tank. So is Ornn. Ornn is your engager. So your two damage dealers there in Orianna and Tristana take a little while to turn on. So if they fall behind as a team of their caliber, might fall behind a little bit compared to the comparative rank of St. John's, they might have a hard time getting themselves back in the game. So Providence needs to play it slow and steady. They'll probably lose a little bit early on and then make sure that when they find that team fight around 15, 20 minutes, they have to take it, they have to win it, and then they can start getting their late game scalers online.
Well, it's interesting that you talk about rank, because when we spoke to the manager actually over at Providence, he actually had something to say about the concept of rank and his team. He said, overall, at the end of the day, it isn't about your rank. It's about how you play as a team. These guys are ready to give a good showing. It looks like they've already identified that as well. So we'll see if they kept that in mind. I imagine that they would have. Again, Paradox Muse, the whole team over at Providence are putting in a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that they are prepped and ready going into these matches. So that's something we're going to have to be keeping an eye on here because, as you said, you know, they're more towards the ramp. They're more towards the late game, especially in a meta in recent times, which has been more geared towards that early game. So we'll see if they can stabilize there. I'm looking a lot towards the support play, working with unconventional supports. As you mentioned, the utility that's going to be offered there, we'll see how they play around that. And also support who you can't just be doing things all by yourself. Your team has to know how to play around that.
Right.
But if they're drafting and if they're pulling it out here in such a pivotal matchup for them, because they're 0-2 right now.
Right.
I imagine this is something they're comfortable with.
But what I like about their team composition right now is with their engagers, it's a press R type team composition. Ornn using Call of the Forge God. It's instant engage. It's very consistent. It's very it's going to be reliable. Once you knock someone up, then the Sejuani can come along and use her Glacial Prison, and it locks things down relatively easy, so it makes your damage dealers safe and get like an early one. Right, if you can hit it. But if you do Call of the Forge God, knock someone up, and then they're just standing right there, I'm pretty sure it'll be a nice lockdown, get at least one kill, and then try to 5v4 pressure after that. Do that 2 or 3 times, now your Orianna has 3 kills. Maybe your Tristana now has that 2-item power spike, as I was talking about earlier, and therefore you can start transitioning in. So when I was speaking with a couple of LCS managers and a couple of coaches, they were saying, hey, one of the things in this meta right now isn't just scaling, late scaling AP or champion based, but it's engage based. If you can engage first, there's a lot of burst damage in the game right now. So if you're able to engage on your own terms, you can burst one down and then 5v4 it from there. That's the type of team composition that Providence has locked in.
And it's a little bit of the semblance of the Wombo combo, but it's not hinging on it completely. It just is a clearly executed series of events that they need to pull off. As you said, press R, win game kind of vibe, but not overly here. Just to let all of you at home know, we did have to, of course, redraft that last game for the misclick there. Yep. So that's what's taken just a minute to get back into that. But as we take a short pause, we want to remind the But of course, this is not the only matchup we are going to have today. We have Villanova, the returning champions, going up against Seton Hall. It's another amazing match to be sure to keep an eye on. I guess sort of to take us off track a little bit here, but to kind of get your overall thoughts on that matchup, what are you thinking, Deegan, going to this one later today?
Yeah, I think it's a great test for both teams. Seton Hall has been wanting to be one of those teams that gets over the hump, right? They've been the little brother, third place for quite some time. They have a solid roster here, and Villanova has shown some vulnerability, specifically in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you can
feast or famine.
Yeah, you can work through that mid lane and try to find a little bit of a lead. And you have one of the best junglers in the league with Seton Hall's jungler, Seton Hall. Brady Hayes.
Brady Hayes.
And one of the best names in the league as well.
I dig it.
So I think that's going to be a fantastic matchup. I think all today you have relatively equal matchups of teams that are trying to find out about themselves. Are we second? Are we third? Are we fourth? Are we fifth? Are we fifth? Are we sixth? And a lot of these questions will be answered later on.
That's why this is such a pivotal week for everybody, because this is week number 3, and this is where things are going to start to be written yes or no, looking towards playoffs already. Enough talk. Let's get into our very first match of the day. The draft has been corrected, and we are on board, ready to get into it. It is St. John's up against Providence. Deegan, I'm ready to watch some League of Legends.
Me as well. And, you know, one of the few things that we don't get to watch all that often are early game shenanigans, and it seems like we're going to have some here, and it's, unfortunately spotted out by the Providence boys. So St. John's, all that early prep, all that coaching that Coach Lawrence put in, gone to waste.
Coach Lawrence is the best.
Coach Lawrence is the best.
I can't wait to get him back interviewing at some point here. But it's interesting. We saw a little invade coming in here on the blue side, and a little bit of return vision collecting also coming in from Providence, but left pretty much unscouted, so they're not really going to know where that ward is actually placed down. So we'll see if that sets up potentially any early jungle sass as things get into it now. But overall, nothing too bizarre.
Yeah, nothing too bizarre right now. They'll know that, hey, we don't see any vision on the top side of the map, so we assume that Providence jungler will be on the bottom side, and on the opposite side for Providence, they know that St. John's is starting on the bottom side. They're starting on a ward. So junglers will be starting on the bottom, working their way to the top side, probably. Oh, look at this. Kane is going to head to Krugs first, so he'll be a little bit delayed. Will Traslinky figure that one out and head to the early Scuttle Crab? Scuttle Crab spawning on both sides of the map, the only time they do that. And a little bit of action on the top side of the map now.
Yeah, already things are getting heated up here in the top. Dupke's actually going to be our first blood. Thonk, the player formerly known as Mountain, off to a quick start here already, forcing the TP back to lane. The immediate response right here. That's not how you want to start things if you're Dupke.
No, it's not at all. And let's take a look at this replay. Dupke, again, the key to victory here is don't die, let Honor Lord get online. This is not what you want. That's just overplaying and not respecting what the Kled would do. And Kled is, again, a champion in the top lane, made very famous in the NA scene by Zig in 2017 for Phoenix 1. And it's just an awkward champ to play against because you don't see him often. And so if you don't see champions that you play against, you don't know this matchup off the top of your head, things like that happen in level 1. So unfortunately for Dupke and the rest of Providence, he falls down. St. John's early lead in this early game.
That's actually one of the things I love to see, is the idea that you have these players who have these pocket picks that you can bring out that you don't see very often, but they're super comfortable with, and it forces you into this lane match. But like, wait, like, how strong are they right now? How weak am I right now? As we're seeing a rotation coming in. This is what I was talking about. Having the jungler here. I mean, Thonk, he had a great start to this. Good dodge there. Oh, no. Just like he's just walking away empty-handed.
Yeah, nice juke there by Thonk, and you can see just how comfortable he is on that champion. Just walking away, no problem right there. And it shows a little bit too much information there for Traslinky. I think Dupke needed to play that one a little better. He had a lot of health and walk up a little more, and unfortunately they end up empty-handed, along with the fact that they show Traslinky on the top side of the map. Feiji Lu will be able to use that knowledge and path around it safely. Kane wants to get to level 6 and decide whether he's going Rast or Shadow Kane because of, so that he can move around the map more, and so a slow early game is fine with him.
Yeah, I mean, at level 6 is super important for both of these squads. So we'll be seeing how they're kind of planning their aggression around that here. So far, fairly even in this bot lane matchup. You talked about the idea of having these poke lanes. Tristana as well is something that's really apt to do that. So we're going to keep an eye on B-Rizzle. He needs to go off in this game because he's one of those late game carries that his team is crutching on.
Oh, hook gonna land here.
Hook is going to land as Emberwarg is going in, finding a lot of damage onto Floyd Disaster. The pokes, people who are supposed to be doing the poking are just getting chunked already, and that's the threat of the Thresh in lane. They are getting some good return damage in there, but one hook lands, one little engage, and it can go a long way.
It can. He held on to the Ignite, so Floyd Disaster and IMB Rizzle need to be aware of that. Another hook might be an all-in, force a flash out early, and that's a tough thing against Thresh. You have to decide, hey, will I just tank this hook and then flash away later and force a flash? Or do I have to just flash this hook immediately knowing that any hook I get hit by might be lethal? So IMB Rizzle and Floyd Disaster losing early as expected, and it's not by too much right now. It's only down, if they pick up all of these, it'll be 5 CS. And that's quite all right for them for now, right? Tristana wants to scale, get into a mid-late game, hit the 2-item spike. It'll be interesting to see with the new items. Will be Rizzle going with the Shiv, as most of the time they used to do that before the 80 carry changes of Season 8, or will he be going with a rapid-fire cannon to get the extra range and play safe?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Some changes made to that item as well. Slight difference to that crit there, but we'll see if they're still willing to play towards that. That first blood, though, going over to St. John's, you're talking about coming into the first match of the week. They haven't played for a few weeks now. How important from a mentality standpoint, from a morale standpoint, is getting a strict outplay to start things off and just getting that first blood?
I think it's good for the top lane, but one thing I've liked about this is that Doopty is stabilized. If you look at the CS, he died, he had to use TP, but now his CS is relatively equal. Missing that skill right there, maybe not the greatest. It might be in a little bit of trouble yet again, has to walk away. Thonk, very close shotgun, lands, and Thonk taking it to Doopty, and that was just a misplay of the top lane.
Yeah, just getting a little bit overzealous once again, not respecting Thonk's ability up here. He's like, oh, it's a new name. Maybe they don't even realize it's Stump Mountain. Mountain, who has been the beacon of consistency for his squad, now getting 2 solo kills. This side of Providence say, hey, look, Doopty, you're a great man. I love you, but you need to chill out up there. Just don't. At this point, it's a fight to not lose. As we're looking now down once again towards this bottom lane, we can actually do something nice, which is look at compare some stats here, because we're talking about how important the ADC is going to be in this matchup. We can actually look to compare the stats of those ADCs as we are seeing an engage. Emberwarg is going in, trying to find IMB Rizzle.
Hey, this might be an all-in here. Oh, B Rizzle picking up the kill. Emberwarg getting too aggressive. Had some Lee syndrome there, where you land the Q, you want to take it, you land the death sentence, take the ride along, and that's one of the reasons why it's okay to take a hook as Tristana. If you use your rocket jump after you get hooked by a death sentence, it brings you along, and he took a tower shot in that. So if it was calculated, and we'll give it to him, B Rizzle calculated, the new bot laner of Providence, calculated his rocket jump all the way back to the tower and picked up the kill.
Yeah, and we saw there on the screen only a 1.3 KD coming in from him, but showing that he is more than just a stat line. Not the most impressive stat line, to be honest, but again, showing that he can make the big plays when it counts. Tristana, one of those champs that people have been playing forever. It's a tried and true comfort pick, and now, as you said, the ADCs are kind of coming back into the mix a little bit more. She's definitely maybe a bit more of a comfort pick that we'll be seeing more of coming in here. The TP is being committed.
Here comes
potentially
the charge.
Slinky, but he is able to escape, and looks like a snipe there on the buff.
Yeah, a little over-aggressive by the side of Kled. Oh, big ult there, but Honorlord doesn't have the damage under the tower. Trislinky goes down as well. Call of the Forge got a little too late. Thonk does go down, so Ornn getting shut down gold. Very low is Woshi. See how Doopty wants it. Will be able to get it. No, Bellows Breath out of range. So overall, a 2-for-1.
Yeah, nice little trade there. Going in the mid. I mean, you did find a general overall bench, a pretty strong committal there from St. John's. They ended up walking away, still trading positive on that, despite the fact that they were diving under turrets. I was going to say with impunity, but they did end up paying for it there. The Call of the Forge God came in. Could have been a sick follow-up, but not quite able to find the Lysandra. That would have been a massive pickup off the back of it there.
And I think it was a good force from St. John, a good recovery from a force from St. John's, right? Thonk uses TP, again, big changes from Season 9. Can't cancel TP anymore, so I thought, hey, TP for red buff, not the worst trade there if you're Providence, and you'll have TP advantage with Doopty on the top side. However, they were able to get onto Honor Lord and Trislinky, pick up those couple of kills, and salvage something out of it. Yes, Doopty gets a little bit of shutdown gold as Doopty now under duress again on the top side of the map. You see him getting chunked half health, and Thonk now turning it on with his Phage and with the Tiamat, and right now Doopty's going to have a tough time holding on under tower.
Yeah, he's going to do his best just to try and lose as little turret plating as possible here at this stage of the game. He's going to look to go in as Tristlinky is joining in the fight. Not quite finding the slow onto Thonk, who isn't now running. He's going to try and get himself out of there. Not a lot of HP to work with, committing everything to get this final kill. One more auto will secure it, but Tristlinky had to use everything in the arsenal to make it happen.
But that's worth Tristlinky knowing, hey, look, right now Thonk has gotten a couple kills. He's feeling himself as a player emotionally, and now he's being forced into the top side of the map as we take a look at average KDAs here. Thonk is going to be your guy on the top side of the map for St. John's, and now Woshi Fei-Zi Lu hasn't evolved his Kane form yet and thinks better of taking on a 1v2. But overall, smart play by Tristlinky and Doopty to dupe Thonk into thinking a tower dive was the right move.
Yeah, in that moment, he's like, I think I can do this. I have it here, but having the additional vision for Providence, pulling in, finding a little bit of redemption on that failed gank attempt to start things off. So now past the 10-minute mark. Fairly even matchup so far. As we said, we've only seen Providence once so far in the season, and they went into the meat grinder that was DePaul. This is seeing them on a lot more even playing field here. And you mentioned before, we kind of have to see for both sides, finding their identity is so important in these matchups. And so far, I haven't seen a ton of that being developed yet, but I am looking forward to seeing how the jungle play from Tristlinky is going to continue here, because he's had some good initiatives and now finding some success.
Yeah, well, it's also jungle pathing right now. Tristlinky has made a concerted effort to gank, especially once he hit level 6. He went up to the top side of the map. Woshi Fei-Zi Lu has just been farming. He's been farming up on the Kane, just being like, hey, look, I know what I'm doing. I'm getting to level 6. So if this is what they want to do here, which is what it seems like it is, they just want to farm up and get that Kane rolling around, then that is a clear identity. However, the other thing I want to focus on is on the bottom side of the map, they've done a decent job. The bot lane for Providence has done a decent job holding on. They're only down 8 CS right now, and that's fantastic if you are a Tristana. Tristana, again, scales up late after you get that first major item, plus they got the early kill onto Emberward, so B Rizzle and Floyd Disaster doing what they weren't able to do against DePaul last week, or 2 weeks ago, which was just stabilize. And it's not even stabilized. They're having a gold lead here, so good on them as we see Tristlinky now slinking into the bottom lane bush.
This is exactly the kind of play that I'm looking for here. Diving in and out of these bushes. I love this. He's actually going to be backing up here, not feeling like he can commit on this. We'll see if he is going to change his mind and commit to this. You know, he's just going to back up. All right. And one of the things, again, you're talking about is we mentioned in draft is the idea of taking this into the late game, the idea that you like Providence going late with this composition. That's something that we're very much going to be seeing right now, because St. John's is not really pressuring them at all.
No, St. John's isn't seeing them at all right now, as, again, we're just waiting to see where this next play is going to happen. Dragon has been up for a little while. It's been Ocean Drake for 12 minutes. Ah, gotta love that. Fake with the Thresh. Nobody there. Just playing a bluffing game. You do it 2 or 3 times. The one time that you don't back up if you're B Rizzle or Karma.
The one time that there's somebody there.
Surprise, it's Kane.
Who is starting to look more aggressive. Now hit level 9. Now he's going to look to try and make some more plays. We saw a little bit there in the bottom, just securing that Scuttle Crab. That is going to get spotted out in the Tri-Brush here. So good warding.
Yeah, I'm sure communication has to be pinging right now for Providence. Hey, mid lane's missing. We've seen Woshi Fei-Zi Lu walk over the ward, but now on the bottom side of the map, engage.
The box is going in. It is Ember Ward, though, the focus, as everyone is going in the stun. Not able to get himself out.
On the top side.
Up on the top side, though, we do see the pickup there, diving underneath the tower. It was St. John's, but not quite able to find the key damage that they needed. It is Doopty now looking to start to charge them down underneath the turret. We saw the 3-man rotation up top for St. John's. We saw the 3-man rotation down bot for Providence, and Providence is getting so much more out of it.
Yeah, St. John's gets aggressive yet again under the tower and being forced to pay for it. No kills on the bottom side of the map. Providence with their gank there didn't work out. However, with the pressure, they didn't dive under tower. They forced the bot lane duo of St. John's under the tower, and they get themselves an Ocean Drake. This is a big win here for Providence because they won the weak side gank. The gank that there was no support. Good rotation from Honor Lord to get to the top side for Doopty. Doopty able to outplay it. And now Providence, after being down, they're still down gold, but again, it's okay to be down gold right now if you're the side of Providence. You scale relatively hard on the bottom side and in the mid lane, and so good on them to get the Ocean Drake and be able to continue to farm safely.
Also, they're not down gold on champs where it's the end of the world for them.
Right.
If we look towards the mid as well, 3.6 average KDA here for Honor Lord. He's been doing pretty well in his matchup so far, and most importantly, the Tristana that we keep talking about. She has had a fantastic laning phase all in all. She's only down almost to the 20 CS. Not ideal, but still in pretty good spot. 1 kill to her name as well. Once again, Thonk is up here in the top lane. So much wave clear, and we could be curious to see how he rotates with the jungle now that we are starting to see the jungle play a lot more aggressive heading towards level 10.
Yeah, Feiju Lu didn't do a great job in that tower dive. It was a little disconjointed. He did dodge out the knockup that Ornn provides, however, did get locked down by the shockwave from Honor Lord. So he needs to be a little bit more I think, accurate with his plays right now, as Treslinky yet again knows that the dive's coming on the top side. Thonk will get the tower, but now getting stuck in a little bit of trouble.
He will get the turret, but he will likely pay for it with his life as the ult does go through, connects onto the kill. So once again, we are seeing that, but oh, it actually looks like the jungle may be coming in a little bit later. He may be trying to do a little clean up work. As I said, now that the turret is down, so trading his life out for it. What do you think of that trade?
I think it's I think it's okay, but getting that Ornn online is something that you don't want, especially after you had him down. You had him down with the couple of solo kills you had. Now you feed over 2 kills that didn't seem super necessary on a turret that was going to die anyways. The mid lane turret was going to go down. The top lane turret was going to go down on your side. You had no threat of losing first turret gold if you're the side of St. John's. So you kind of greeting for that. If you could have just waited probably about like 15 seconds for the jungler to come join in, is maybe a mistake, but now B-Rizzle getting dove under tower.
He is getting, pulling it back under, diving underneath the turret. The absolute execution. Call of Forge Gun is coming in a little bit too late. Now they're isolating the support off to the side as well, trying to get into the protection of the turret, but now to find the root. The follow-up is there. The Ornn is joining back in. The box trying to keep in place. Everywhere is the one who's oh so low. As Doopy is running right on back, taking so many tower shots. Just
Ori, 3-man shockwave!
Finds them all back in. The Orianna from All Honor Lord is going off. Not a lot of mana to work with, and that is the full turn coming from Providence. Still tries and chase down the kill in the mid, as we do see the full run from St. John's. Oh my, what a collapse from Providence.
Yeah, and I think B-Rizzle could have been able to read it a little bit earlier as we take a look at the replay. He needed to jump right now. You see the marker coming. Woo! Nice play backwards by Ember Ward. Good flash to not get hooked. Bought a little bit of time. And so after this is damage recovery here for St. John's. Right now, Honor Lord is yelling, hey, I'm on the way, I'm on the way, I'm on the way. Don't disengage. Buy me some time. And good job there by Doopty. And bam, 3-man shockwave by Honor Lord, holding everyone in place. Kills picked up by your Sejuani to get a little bit tankier there, but good rotation after an initial play by St. John's.
Oh, what absolutely stellar play. I mean, both sides had those moments. I mean, there was the solid initiation, diving under tower, identifying who they needed to take down, identifying that kill, and securing it. But then, as you say, staying a little bit too long. Deegan's lab came in for a reason here, guys. We were taking notes. And overstaying was the mark, the thing they need to correct from both sides, as we now, once again, we see the collapse onto Ember Ward. He's been having a bit of a rough time so far this game. And at least he keeps the carry alive. He's doing the support's job, but it seems like every single time Providence commits to that, they make it work.
Yeah, and I'm loving Treslinky right now. He's at the right place at the right time. Even on that last tower dive, which was a good proactive play by St. John's as we see them take the mid lane turret, he's been right there for the counter gank. It's like, hey, look, we know we're going to lose this here, but there's something here to be gained. On this one, he's proactive on the play on the bottom side of the map. Hey, we can't hold mid lane because Honor Lord has to back up. What can I do? Let's go make a play on the bottom side of the map. And now, counter that is St. John saying, hey, they're on the bottom side of the map. Let's go take Rip Herald, and that'll be a huge accelerant for us as we move on past this mid game.
Well, they've already taken 2 turrets here. They've opened up this top side of the map, so I like this decision making from them, taking here at the 18-minute mark, which is going to give them the option to use it pretty much whenever they want now. But I like the counter pressure coming in. Stealing a little bit away is the side of Providence saying, we've opened up your jungle as well, looking towards this dragon pit. So I like that initiative there from them as the next Drake is spawning.
Yeah, the next Drake is spawning. It does look like this might be a steal scenario. Not really. Kane's on the top side of the map, so they said, hey, you can take a second Ocean Drake. That's fine. However, we're going to take your top tower. There's 2 of us here, plus the Rift Herald.
There it is.
And you just have an Ornn here. Ornn doesn't deal enough damage to stop us, and we'll take that tower for free. And see, smart play here by St. John's. Now that they're out of the mid game, they've done skirmishing and getting their items and getting the Kane online, they're just going to back off after the top tower take.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that's still, the job has still been done because Tristana is still sitting at only 1 death, still has 2 kills, is still farming relatively well here, and they haven't been able to put many kills in the hands of the Sivers. So you look towards that late game scaling here. I'm still liking what Providence is going to be able to put together. Once we hit, you know, the 25-ish minute mark, 2-3 items are coming online now. Things are starting to look pretty scary.
Yeah, but Sivir as well also has, they're basically sitting on the same items, and Sivir does scale really well late. I think there is a mid-game bump for the Tristana in terms of her scaling until she gets another huge one at the end. So I think they've done a good job so far, St. John's has, keeping up with the late game scaling of Providence. Both teams are playing to their win conditions. St. John's is like, hey, we're the ones that need to be proactive. We need to push the tempo a little bit. Providence is, hey, they're going to push the tempo. We need to be able to absorb and make sure that we don't give away too many free kills, and they haven't so far. All the kills have seemed to be good plays by St. John's and then countered by Providence. So it'll be interesting to see as we move ourselves into this mid to late game, what is going to differentiate themselves in a team fight.
I think the biggest thing that's going to differentiate here, and you touch on a little bit with tempo, but is the initiation. Who finds that opening salvo? Because you talked about plays and counter plays here, but both teams have the ability to find a huge engage, whether it comes from the Ornn, whether it comes from the Sejuani, whether it comes on this side of the Kled, whether you have these options or the Thresh to start things off. It's going to say, you know, whoever finds that big opening ult, whoever finds that combo, and you talked about it with the Sejuani, with the Ornn, they can put that together, St. John's is in trouble.
Yeah, and I think key to Providence's turnaround so far is Trislinky. You see his average KDA from the first week, 2.4, and he's quite outperforming that right now with a 7 KDA. It's been one of the key factors to Providence finding this early aggression and kill lead. They are still down in gold. Nice farming in the mid lane, as you see a very big bounty on that Lissandra. Whoever gets it on the side of Providence will love that very, very much, and it'll be very helpful to their late game scaling. Nope, we're not going to take the claw there. A little bit of a fake out there. And so now, fighting over vision.
Fighting over vision, Sejuani walks into a bush. The pixel brush going in with the counter initiation off the back of the Ornn, the box, trying to lock everyone in position. Void Disaster on the flank is going to be the target as Thonk is joining in onto this. The heal. He's not able to keeping anybody alive. Knocked up forever, and that is the wipe pretty much coming in on that. Walking away. 3 members instantly deleted there for St. John as they look towards Baron.
Yeah, and that is the difference of summoner spells. Woshi, Jianzi, how the Lissandra has teleport and holding Honor Lord on the bottom side of the map. Honor Lord had to match the Lissandra, otherwise they were going to give up a free tower, and because of that, he wasn't able to stop the teleport, and that turned into a de facto 5v4. We've talked about the engage on the side of Providence, but right there, St. John said, I've got your engage. We go ahead and utilize the Kled charge to get right on into the back line, land a hook with Ember Warg, and then Frozen Tomb somebody with the Lissandra. Everyone gets stuck right on in there as we take a look at the replay. And again, Trislinky trying to get vision with his team, and he has the buddy system set up, but look how long he gets held in place. 1, 2, 3 seconds, and then they're like, do we fight, do we not fight? It's a little bit of a misengage, and I'm sure, again, Honor Lord's like, hey, I'm on the way, but I'm all the way across the map. By the time they communicate all that, it's all over. Kane and the rest of the boys run a train on him, and St. John's now take a commanding lead.
Because while if you look at the top of your screen, it's still 9 kills to 9, but look at the gold differential. Almost 7K gold difference right now coming in from St. John's, and we're starting to see it in the items, we're starting to see it in these fights, and we saw it all in the initiation, the thing that we identified as being critical for both sides. The Sejuani not able to find that big opening. Again, a decent counter initiation from the Ornn, but it was too little too late. Identifying the key targets were St. John. Their target firing in that fight was fantastic.
Yeah, they were, and I think Providence made it a little easy. They didn't quite spread out. It was the location of the map. It's not very easy to spread out in the jungle in that area, so it was just one after the other, very much going straight forward. And great play there by Woshi Z Hao over the map and locking down multiple members, and now the base starting to get cracked wide open. Super minions will be coming in a de facto 5v4.
I blinked and 2 members of Providence were gone.
Yep.
Straight up. And in an instant, I love that call though from St. John, identifying that they have hit their power spike now in this mid game. They are hitting hard. They have the gold advantage. They're pushing out of the high ground. The Lissandra is going in, finds the ult once again. The follow-up is there. Oriana can do nothing. CC'd for days. That is another kill. Staggering up the depths is St. John's, pushing it onto the high ground. We do have the inhib going to fall. This is a massive advantage. They could even potentially look to end here. Instead, they are just going to continue to dish out this infrastructure damage, putting Providence in a place where they just cannot come back.
Yeah, I'm loving this Baron power play here by the side of St. John's. They pushed the buttons at the right time, and Treslinky and Floyd Disaster starting that one off, unfortunately, for Providence too far forward. Their teammates weren't there. One of the toughest towers to defend is the mid lane second turret, because there's so many different angles that champions can come attack from, as we look at Woshi Jianzi Hao on the Lissandra over the wall and just getting two right there with the claw. Fantastic coordination with the rest of the team, landing a hook, going over the wall, holding people in place, and then after that, Honor Lord didn't respect the same play. Woshi taking the claw over into the base and then just locking down Honor Lord, and we got to see the CC chain again. And Honor Lord needs to play a little bit smarter, but this game's starting to get a little bit of out of reach here for Providence.
One of the things I have to talk about is the fact that this is a new mid laner for St. John's. This isn't somebody who changed this is a brand new player joining in on the roster here and going off. The 1,000 gold bounty has maintained 3-0 and 5 to start off the first game here they're playing in the Big East, and it's doing so much because we identified the key member for Providence being that mid laner, being Honor Lord, who is still doing quite well. But in this matchup, that is not one that he is winning in the least. The new play coming out from St. John, elevating this roster. They were a bit of an X factor for us. We hadn't obviously seen them coming into this season. They had some strong moments. They'd had some less impressive moments. But now, in this game, I finally think we are seeing them coming online, not being afraid to make some adaptations to their roster, and looking oh so impressive.
Yeah, that's right. They had left for egg in the past couple of games. We see yet another claw going over. Two-man rooted up, and Floyd Disaster yet again getting caught out. It's the same two guys. Treslinky now getting knocked up as well. Good two-man shockwave, but not a lot of damage coming out of Honor Lord. Emberwarg low again, and Honor Lord will pick one up. However, the tower now undefended, and it'll just be a matter of time before it goes down. Another aggressive play. Oh, Basham, no! Oh boy, you took the wrong exit.
Ah, that feels bad. Hey, I totally have minions here. I don't have that at all.
Yep, that's
actually huge. That's actually going to set this back quite a ways for them, because that was a bit of a staggered death. I mean, obviously, Jiang Jihao is still pushing in and being an absolute fiend,
yeah,
but
they're able to continue to pressure because there's super minions in the base. Again, that Baron power play did not try to force the end too early,
which was great.
Hey, we'll rotate to the top side of the map, take this, and that'll help us as we get later on into the game. What they don't want to have is that the game stalls out too long and have your late game AD carry in a Sivir, bash him, die at a turret before he can deal any damage. That's not so good. However, it's okay to take your time, dot your I's, cross your T's, circle your O's, draw your H's, whatever. That's, I don't know what you could spell with THIO.
Yeah, something there.
Theo.
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna let. Yeah. You know, dot your I's. We're just gonna stick with crossing our I's.
You just don't want to. You don't want to rush the game. You don't want to rush the game there.
You want to force it and throw.
Right.
That is what you don't want to do when you are up almost 10K gold at the almost 30-minute mark. When you've got yourself in a position where you have the late game carry potential, where your mid is being an absolute monster, still without a death. And if there was ever going to be a time when Providence was going to come back, it would be from an overextension, an overplay from the Lissandra, giving up that bounty gold. That's how you get Providence back in this game.
Yeah, especially if it lands onto either Honor Lord or B Rizzle. Treslinky has taken a couple of kills that I think he could have donated over earlier to Honor Lord. Might have hit some power spikes a little bit earlier for him. Might have helped out. Not exactly sure, but definitely this bounty, all these bounties, but mainly that Lissandra bounty needs to go to one of the carries if Providence is going to find their way back in it.
So now we come to this time where both teams are playing the game of chicken. Both teams know that they can find the big initiation. Both teams know that they have the kill potential to make something happen. Now the Baron is respawning. We are going to see a bit of a force in on this action as we have Lissandra split pushing. We'll be able to TP in here, so just have the subs available.
Yeah, you need to commit. You need to commit here if you're Providence. That's what they're doing. The Baron is low. TP now being forced out. Doofty does find the kill onto Thresh, and here comes the rest of the fight.
The full wombo combo is being executed and the heal going down as well, so this is a huge advantage for Providence going on in. But we do have the ultimate Lissandra. He is doing quite a bit of work, though, surviving through all of this, able to do the damage, and now the turn is oh so real. Every single member of Providence is falling, and somehow she lives. What?
Wow, Lissandra coming in very late in that fight, and it looked very dire for the longest time. B-Rizzle was untouched, dealing a ton of damage. Now with the respawns of the inhibs, that'll probably be all she wrote. Thunk will have to go back and clear out that last inhib. There it is, it's up, so now the team has to clear it out, but the death timers should be long enough. The turn on the Baron pit there, insane, and it looked so good for Providence, but just one auto attack short before getting reset jumps on the Tristana will mean that the first game of this matchup will be heading on over to St. John's. A couple of respawns will not be enough. St. John's, the victor in this relatively even matchup here between St. John's and Providence.
What a way to end game number 1 here for week number 3 of Big East collegiate action here. The spring season already showing that we have some fantastic mechanical players here. The combo that you talked about to start things off, the Call of the Forge God into the ult. Shejwani was there. The CC was perfect. The instant deletion, it looked like it was that was game over. That was where things were going to turn around. And the new player for St. John came in. No, this is my game. It's fine. I got this.
Yeah, Woshi AZ Lu just coming in huge on the Lissandra and had done it throughout the game quietly, right? We've talked about Honor Lord. Honor Lord is your win condition. They played around it, not necessarily with an aggressive mid laner, but with a mid laner that he's very comfortable with and has shown proficiency on, especially if the game gets to late. In that last team fight around the Baron pit, he only hit a 1-person shockwave, right? We saw him hit a 4-person shockwave earlier and how that changes the fight, but with only 1 person on that, that's one of your main damage dealers missing his damage dealing skill. What do you do from there? And it's really on IMB Rizzle's back. He was so close to picking up a couple of kills and jumping to safety. Then Kane showed up, killed him, wasn't able to jump away, and that was all she wrote.
Game number 1 is in the books.
Yeah,
oh my! I need a minute. I need to take a break. I need some coffee. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back after this with game number 2, St. John's and Providence. Don't go anywhere.
Definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. It feels good to be home. Back like we never went. And it's evident greatness starts at home. And energy is the residence established through time. Only could be defined in the Big East, the place where the champions reside. I'm always a winner. Even if I fall, I can still get bigger. The definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
Divine Providence, It's a reason why Providence is making that trajectory toward greatness.
If we get you on this campus and you just walk around for an hour or so, you're going to feel something that's qualitatively different.
Providence College is a place that has helped people think, thrive, and achieve. Divine Providence is right here. Open your eyes.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Providence up against St. John's, who just took down their opponents in what a stellar opening from them. You're seeing some highlights there from this game, and it was, once things started getting rolling, a bit of a one-sided showing.
Yeah, you know, and it was actually back and forth a little bit. We were waiting to see if Providence would be able to turn on their team composition with the Tristana and with the Oriana and good engaged tools in the Orn and a Sejuani. Unfortunately, that mid lane Lysandra, this is their new player, Woshi Fei Ji Hao, I believe. Woshi Jianzi Hao. I was close. 2 Woshis on that team. Did fantastic.
I'm not even going to try with that one. I'm reading it on a screen.
Woshi Jianzi Hao. Jianzi Hao.
Guys, give it up for Deegan. Give it up for Deegan here.
I'm trying.
Adapting on the fly. Doing great. Let's look through these highlights. Walk us through some of these replays from that last game, because there were so many amazing moments that we have to talk about.
For sure, and this is the type of play that we wanted to see out of both teams. St. John's being aggressive and being proactive in their ganks, and then Providence trying to stall out and buy time, and that's what you want when you have an Orn and a Sejuani. Here comes your damage dealer. Great 3-man shockwave from Honor Lord. He has fantastic mastery of this champion, but there's our guy, Jianzi Hao, showing, hey, look, I know how to play Lysandra. Lysandra over the wall, and if you're this side of St. John's, you need to be aware of that engage range, and they'll definitely know that going into this next game. And this looked so good for a while. Early kill there onto Ember Work, and keep your eyes on the ADK Brizzle. Untouched. It's like, okay, get 1 kill, you'll be able to reposition. Oh, great ult by Jianzi Hao. Here comes the Kayn, and Kayn assassinating your main damage dealer, and that's all she wrote. And Jianzi Hao staying alive for such a long time, buying time for his team to come in after the TP, and that was all she wrote. St. John's finding the victory there through team fighting.
And watching that last fight back again, it was really all about juggling the aggro in that last. So here's a key damage dealer you got to watch for, and now here's another key damage dealer that you have to watch for. And they've just been allowed to snowball so much in that mid game that they were, like I said, the second the rotation from the jungler came in, instant deletion. They had enough burst damage to get it done. That's only game number 1. Right. I'm so excited to see what happens in game number 2, if there will be more target focus on taking down the new mid here for St. John's. The freshman coming in now, the young gun on the squad doing so much work. I can't wait to see what they do with that, because that's an instant edit. You can't ignore that. That's not like a fluke play. That is something that you are going to have to address. But it's a Lysandra. Everybody's playing Lysandra. I can't wait to see what else he has in his kit.
Yeah, and I would be surprised if Lysandra gets through again, right? Lysandra's been worthy in pro play. Yeah. It's a very strong first pick, so if one of the 2 teams wants to get rid of it, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. I do like the fact that Jianzi Hao just kind of comes in and lights it up, right? My whole thing in Deegan's lab, I went to the lab, thought about, studied both teams, and was like, hey, how do we find success? How do they find their win here? And it's mainly based off of finding what your identity is, and Jianzi Hao is the identity for St. John's in that last game. They knew, hey, let's get this Lysandra big, let's get it rolling, and we'll go from there. That's exactly what they did. They stuck to the game plan. They fought when Lysandra was around or had TP to get into the fights, just like that last fight, and they did that. What I liked what Providence did, though, was that they stuck with it. They knew what their game plan was. They were getting knocked back and losing a couple team fights, but they were still being very smart and strategic. Tristlinky specifically in that early game was, I think, was 4-1-1, being at the right place at the right time to find kills, and never really slowed down and picked a bad fight. In the fights, it was just more mechanical. It was more like, hey, look, they played well. Yep. We could have played it better, and I like the way that we played. So from an analyst point of view, it's like, hey, Providence, you guys made good decisions. Now make sure you execute on those team fights. B. Rizzle needs to be protected better, especially if he's one of the main damage dealers. And Honor Lord, great the whole game. That one last fight misses the shockwave on multiple members. Therefore, hey, that's a lot of your DPS. What are you going to do now? You've got to defend B. Rizzle. He wasn't defended. They go down and lose that first game.
What I love from Providence, too, is we were looking at them in the chat afterwards. They were congratulating their opponents. They were staying positive throughout all of it. They're excited for game number 2, and so am I. So let's get into a draft. Enough chatter about what we think these players are going to do. Let's get into it and see what happens here, because, again, we saw the combo. We saw it executed. We saw Tristlinky. He was the player that I said, I like his rotations early. Let's see what he continues to do. He was the beacon of light for his squad. He needs to continue that into this game, but the rest of the team needs to be able to capitalize on those plays, on the space he's creating as well.
Yeah, and I think you need to look to the top lane a little bit. Thunk took Doopty to the shed really early, unnecessarily. And I don't think that Doopty would look at that early game and be proud of it. He did bounce back well with the Ornn, got a couple of kills under tower dives, did lose the tower early, and imagine what that matchup would have been like if he didn't lose a couple of unnecessary 1v1s. You need to be able to respect your opponent that has lane advantage. Kled versus Ornn, Kled's going to win that most of the time unless you have an insane outplay, you're able to pop him up against the wall, but Thunk never gave that opportunity for Doopty, so I'm excited to see him bounce back and rebound in this 1v1 on the top side of the map. You can only imagine how closer the game could have been if Providence didn't lose early on that top side of the map. Not only give a lot of the turret plating gold over to Thunk, but also the first tower gold to Thunk. And Thunk had a lot of gold to work with Kled, which means there's more damage, more durability when he goes and dives onto the back line with charge and with joust and bear trap on a rope.
Yeah, we did see some 6 charges. That one dive onto the T1 turret, ooh, was spicy. We'll see if we see more of that here in game number 2. As a lot of similar bans, actually almost identical bans coming out here for our second game. No surprises across the board here. The Urgot, not something we really touched on too much in the first game in terms of bans, but a staple first pick in things like the LCS, LEC. As we're also seeing that. Lissandra, I like that adaptation.
Well,
oh, wait, St. John's is the one banning.
St.
Hang
John's
on.
is banning that one out. So Providence, I guess, Honor Lord saying, hey, look, maybe it's in my champ pool, and St. John's is saying, hey, we'd rather see you Orianna again. I think you're being challenged there, Honor Lord. What are you going to go with? Instead, they're going to go with the first pick, Sejuani. They like the initiation. They like Trislinky's pathing. And he did a good job being the frontliner and landing it, right? We've seen a lot of glacial prisons held under, or missed, right? When you miss those, it's very apparent, and it stunts the ability, the effectiveness of a Sejuani. However, Trislinky was relatively spot on with it. He held on to it to a very long time. And that's a big thing that a lot of young junglers don't do. They want to throw it from long range. That gives whoever you're throwing it at a chance to flash away, move away, charge away, whatever it is. In this case, he would walk up, and then you would see Thunk kind of like juke back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until he was right on him, and it was a point blank. You're not going to miss that one. And so multiple times, Trislinky showed proficiency on his glacial prisons, and it led to multiple kills. On the opposite side, St. John's going to stick with the same strategy, Kled in the top side of the map, and Sivir, who will reposition, and as the game gets later, scale on, also have lane priority on the bottom side of the map with the bouncing boomerang blades, and he'll just bounce around, shove in, and create a little bit of a gold deficit. We saw Providence's bot lane in B-Rizzo and Floyd Disaster deal with it well, not be too far down in CS, and also find themselves a couple of kills in the early game. I would call that more mistakes by Emberwork, but they were able to capitalize on that. So again, mechanical plays will be a little bit different from St. John's.
It will be here. So we'll see how they make that adaptation, because we're seeing a fun adaptation coming in now from Providence. Going back to an old school dual lane, you talked about the return of the ADC, the return of those classics with those item changes coming in. Crit returning to the fold right now. Caleb Braum, that's just, yeah.
That's impressive. That's impressive. One Winter's Bite landing gets the slow down, puts the concussive blows knocks on there, and you can reach that pretty far away with Caitlyn, and it makes it very difficult to step up and want to CS safely. Basham will have to use his spell shield really well to make sure that he's not getting knocked by the Winter's Bite, so that those concussive blow stacks don't go up on him. I do like the fact that Caitlyn is now back in the fold. We got to see what it was like even in 9.1 and 9.2 when it was used by Marquette's AD carry Sable, right? Flipping tables for Sable. If Sable's able to play that and utilize that well, imagine now buffed up on B-Rizzle, who did a really good job in that laning phase, keeping up in CS and pushing the lead here. So, and plus, Braum was banned last time, so Braum was taken out of the equation. Now, Providence not only get Braum back, but also don't have to deal with the Lissandra. St. John bans it out as well. Providence might just straight go back to the Orianna.
And I actually what I like about what Providence is doing is they're holding on that mid lane matchup. So much of this is going to crutch on that.
Right.
They're going to wait. They're going to say, hey, St. John's, maybe, you know, if you want to pick some stuff, you want to show your hand a little bit more here, maybe we are going to do something about it. Maybe look to counterpick a little bit here as the bans are coming out. Another smart ban coming in here from Providence, denying the jungle. That didn't do a whole lot in the early game, but caused so many problems for Providence in those late game teams. We saw it in that last Baron fight there. The deletion that was at his disposal was massive.
Yeah, Kane, Shadow Kane can just kind of go in and say, hey, you're not going to play anymore. You're dead. And it's one of the worst nightmares for an AD carry. I would say that, along with, like, you know, a Fed Nocturne where it's like everything goes dark. Oh, I'm dead. So those are two, like, instant deletions, especially if you're just allowed to scale late. And that's what Woshi Fei Zhulu was able to do because Trislinky was spending so much time farming. You like that? You're proud of that.
I like
one,
that.
Right?
Trislinky
spent so much time ganking around and trying to help out Doopty after he fell behind. Fei Zhulu was able to just farm up, get to that late game Kale area, and assassinate people. And so maybe a little bit of an adaptation now as we see St. John's lock in and Elise getting locked in here. So early game aggression with the Elise. Also a lot of cocoons, has the spiders to help out, has the assassinate when she drops the fangs in spider form. So I think this is our second Elise we've seen in the league, but I do believe last time it was played by St. John's on the opposite side now. Shen going to be Doopty's weapon of choice, another initiating tank on the top side, and a Lux being locked in here for Honor Lord. I like that because Lux is just a champion where, hey, when it gets to late game, you have 40% CDR. If you get a kill with the final spark, it resets in like 10 seconds. So you can be final sparking over and over and over again and making plays. Again, Honor Lord is the guy that you want to have on your team. Honor Lord is the guy that you want to be fed. And if you can get that Lux rolling and moving along, that's good, as well as playing safe because of her skill set being far back. Final pick here for St. John's will be a Cassidon. So we have, again, decent scaling here with the Cassidon and the Sivir on the red side, this time with St. John's. Elise will be the facilitator, trying to set up ganks a lot with the Cocoon, Repel to get into different positioning and try to get kills. And then your Kled against a tank, I think is a good read here by St. John's to guess that Doopty would play a tank. Shen needs to be able to get to level 6 and start making plays around the map. They need to make sure they take advantage of this early lane aggression that you have on the bottom side of the map with IMB Rizzle and Floyd Disaster. I like the fact that Providence said, hey, we're going to take this and hope that St. John's picks something neutral into it, and we're going to try to play towards that bottom side of the map. When we play to the bottom side of the map and we give up the top side, because we know Doopty against Thonk will be a tough matchup, it'll give us a win condition to unlock our Lux in the mid lane, and then from there, move the game forward.
I can't wait to see what these somewhat unconventional picks are going to be able to do here. That's the best part about a lot of this collegiate, is that you get to see people pulling out picks that you wouldn't necessarily see in pro play. Let's see what they can do with it here as we get into game number 2, because we definitely saw some adaptations here from both sides, particularly from Providence here. St. John's is, again, pulling out, I think, a lot of these comfort picks, but you called it. I'm looking towards the bot lane here. I'm looking to see what IMB Rizzle and Floyd Disaster can do, showing off some item changes, showing off what they're going to be able to do. We talked about how oppressive this lane matchup can be. They will need to demonstrate this here, because if things go the way they did at the start of that last game, the top lane will be a fun time for Thonk.
Yeah, it'll be pretty straightforward for Thonk. Again, Doopty's going to have to farm safe under tower, play smart, and not get themselves in too much trouble. And then facilitate to the other side of the map as we see. Oh, Woshi just kind of getting popped there by Floyd Disaster. Hello, I see you. I acknowledge you, little spider. And both teams now, no early game shenanigans. We'll just farm up and, again, let's see how this matchup works in the jungle. Woshi was able to just farm up safely last time. Didn't do very many, if any, ganks pre-6. But Trislinky was busy. He was busy all across the map and finding success, but falling behind in CS. This time, Woshi doesn't really care for level 6. He cares about level 2, getting Cocoon, and then probably blowing some summoner spells. So we'll get to see if he's able to adjust to this play style now on an Elise. Again, as you touched on, a different type of champion you don't see that often as he starts on the bottom side of the map.
I'd also see where he decides to go from this here. Does he decide to prioritize down towards this bottom lane, or will he look back up top? Just think that's where he was looking at before. He wanted to make sure he prioritized that. Was unsuccessful actually in his first rotation in game number 1. But I feel like St. John's is going to have a lot more prerogative to make those plays. We're already seeing he's actually looking towards the mid right now. But good heads up play there from Honor Lord to do a decent amount of damage. There's a Cocoon, as you're saying, going in. But pretty much denied so far is the jungle from St. John.
Yeah, so there it is, the early level 2 gank. It's expected when you're playing against an early game champion like an Elise in the jungle. You see that also out of like Elise in. Maybe you can get a weird gank out of that. Also like a Graves, you can see Graves kind of do a 1 buff into a gank, as now Woshi in a little bit of trouble. Feiji Lu, nice dodging, good flash taunt. Doopty forcing the flash out of the Elise, and that's going to stunt a lot of her ganking ability. You like to see an Elise flash Cocoon into someone, make them panic, lead into more damage. That gets taken away. Doopty now has to be a little bit safer on the top side of the map, as Thunk also blew his flash as well. So Doopty saying, hey, Thunk doesn't have flash, I can flash for this. It'll be a 2-for-1 flash trade. So a lot of early aggression that St. John's wanted, especially from their early game champions in a Kled and an Elise, gets stopped here. Truslinky now going for the steal. Oh, almost got it. Not stolen away.
Smite right there, almost making it work. That was a really nice little play there from Providence. Could have been a little bit more impactful had that connected, but they're looking to continue to chase this down. But I think he's going to get out of there no problem, just able to walk away.
Yeah, that was a really nimble pig rider there. Truslinky just kind of giving the sidestep away from the Cocoon and keeps himself safe. And, nothing lost there. I guess he traded a little bit of the tempo, right? He tried to go for the steal there, wasn't able to get it. So now, after putting Feiji Lu a little bit further behind after blowing flash, he'll be able to reset a little bit, take the chickens, the raptor camp, and move on. As you see the pings going down, this is one of the crazy things about higher level junglers. They have an innate ability to know where the other jungler is. Just know what the other jungler's pathing is, know where they're at. You saw him ping, hey, he's on the top side somewhere. He's clearing out either his Gromps and his Wolves, and there is Truslinky on the opposite side of the map, just clearing that out right now.
I mean, you play enough jungle, you get a sense of where you think, okay, this is where I would be going, so this is likely where they are going to be going. It's all about that mind game, though. The best junglers are the ones who are able to sort of break that cycle and go on through and do things that you're not going to expect. Honor Lord already showing off some of the early nuke power of the Lux there in the mid, forcing back the star mid player that we mentioned from St. John's coming in here. Obviously, I asked to see more of his champion pool, and we are seeing it now. So we'll see if he is as dominant now as he was in that Lissandra.
Yeah, nice combo there with Honor Lord using Lucent Singularity into a light binding, getting the auto attacks off to make sure you get the additional magic damage each time you land a spell with Lux. And so it'll force out Woshi Jian Zihao just a bit, not too much, but he's doing a good job farming up in this ranged versus melee matchup in the mid lane. And again, Cassidy doesn't really turn on until level 6 and gets himself a couple of items. So we'll keep an eye on that matchup. Another matchup we're watching here is on the bottom side of the map. You got to see how, although Basham gets outranged by B-Rizzle and Floyd Disaster, he's able to shove in with the Boomerang Blade and the Ricochet, and the Ricochet shoving him right in. But now we might have a gank. Nope. Warded, cleared out. More knowledge for Woshi, Feiji Lu, and the rest of St. John's to play around the jungler of Providence.
I love the way that Floyd Disaster and IB Rizzle are positioning here, because yeah, you could sit back and play safe with the Caitlyn. You've got that range, you can comfortably get these last hits, but instead they're forcing themselves up, forcing back what their opponents are doing right here, not allowing them to feel safe in this lane matchup, as we do see another potential rotation coming in from the jungle of St. John's, maybe looking to get some pressure in either on the mid or the top here, looping around the turret here on the top side of the map as well. We'll see if the Elise can make anything work, as once again we see more of this pressure in the bot lane. IMB Rizzle's being such a threat, right? And they can't do anything against this Braum.
No, they can't. And what I like about how things are working with St. John's is that they're getting shoved under tower as you're supposed to if you're the Sivir in the Caitlyn Sivir matchup. But Basham did a solid job farming under tower. It's one of the most underrated talents in the game. Like, hey, look, yeah, you're playing a losing matchup, so you're going to get shoved in, but don't miss the CS as well. Are you able to continue to CS under turret, not miss any, while also not losing health? He picked up all of them and is still tied in CS right now in this interesting matchup on the bottom side of the map.
So we are seeing a little bit of a scuffle breaking out up here, up top. Thonk Looking to get some pressure onto Doopty as we do see creep cutting now coming in, cutting out the wave, which means the Doopty is in a bit of a rough spot right here. The Cocoon goes in, the Sun, the CC to follow up, but at least taking a lot of damage from this turret. Able to get out though, juggling off the aggro. Doopty needs one more auto to make it work. Thonk will no, the tower shot! Finally securing it, almost the perfect gank from St. John, trading out 1 for 1.
And it almost turned into a disaster. Doopty was in the middle of getting his taunt off. If we take a look at this replay, almost sidestepped the Cocoon there, and I think if he did, this gank is off, unfortunately. Able to stay safe for a little bit longer. Look at, he was in the middle of a taunt, but Thonk was able to get the shotgun blast off, not able to get out of turret range, and turning that gank into a 1 for 1. So even without Flash, Woshi FaZe Lu on the Elise, able to get some aggression down now on the bottom side of the map. Here comes Trislinky. Basham able to force Flash away. And so Trislinky not getting a kill, but burning a summoner on the bottom side of the map.
Floyd Disaster, great position there to tank up the damage for IMB Rizzle, putting up the big old shield and making that go away. Already we're seeing the Sejuani. There's been an attempt. There's been some looking towards ganks, but part of the problem is that Providence is winning this lane match to the point where they're not really allowing the Sejuani is going to have to go deep to find these rotations, or maybe just look towards another side of the map, because we identified this bot lane matchup as being one of the most important ones to start this off. And part of the problem is because Providence is doing well, it's not allowing their jungle to make them do even better.
Yeah, and I would also say that it's a little bit of a change for Trislinky. He hasn't been able to be as proactive as he wanted to be, as we see flashes blown. Woshi FaZe Lu now might be in a little bit of trouble trying to go for the kill. B Rizzle staying alive, not able to take the lantern. Is Woshi FaZe Lu. Smite gonna be the kill for Trislinky. Former TP coming in as well, so both TPs, just one TP burned. It was Stand United by Doopty, and he's gonna go straight back to the top lane, and Thonk might be losing a little bit of CS here.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a CS loss there. What looked like a solid initiation for St. John's has got turned on its head right there. The counter gank from Providence coming in, finding that last bit of damage on the Smite. Elise, again, both of these junglers are looking to make big plays, and it was Trislinky, the player we highlighted in game number 1, going clutch here when it mattered most. We were calling on him to make a big play, and St. John enabled him to do just that.
And we also had a question for Woshi FaZe Lu. He did a good job on Kane last game. He forced that gank on the bottom side of the map a little bit too much. He overextended after things didn't land. Burned Flash, which should have been good enough. He dove even further in, tried to get the execute. Doopty and the rest of Providence on the same page, able to get the Stand United shield down at the right time. And Woshi FaZe Lu pays with his life. And now 2-1 is your score. Slight gold lead for Providence, and now a TP advantage as well. So Doopty was able to shove in the wave and make Thonk miss some CS, even though Thonk has a massive CS lead right now on the top side of the map.
Yeah, that's one area where Providence has been struggling a little bit. It's up in that top lane, being constantly forced back under tower. Doopty's been struggling to land that CS when it matters there. We talked about it going into this, that there is a little bit of just an overall skill discrepancy if you just look towards ladder rankings between these two teams, and maybe we're seeing a bit of it here when it comes to just something as simple as these mechanics. You know, one last hit here or there isn't going to make a difference, but if you're looking at it now, the difference of 20 CS is going to start to add up, especially only at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, one kill is about 15 CS. That's 300 gold, and there's more than that right now, as you see. Ooh. Great flash by Honorlord to stay safe. And Woshi FaZe Lu, that's the power of the Elise. Just show up, throw a cocoon, cool down about like 16, 17 seconds, come back, do it again later, especially after you burn a summoner like that against a Lux. Lux, not mobile, has to make sure she uses flash safely and smartly. Able to do so there, but that should change the way Honorlord plays this laning phase for a little bit longer, and Woshi Jianzi Hao in the mid lane would be able to play it more aggressively.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for sure, because burning those summoner spells at this stage, again, especially on a champ like Lux, like you said, he just does not have that mobility. Taking away those tools early is going to ramp things up here for the aggression coming out from St. John's. They're looking towards the Drake pit here as well, and now looking to push in onto this turret. We do still have the ability to get that turret plating gold before this 14-minute mark, of course, so we'll keep an eye on that aggression. So once again, Thonk just forcing back Doopty. Every single time Doopty tries to step up even a little, the mechanical play on this Kled, and we'll see here, Doopty's again just struggling to land some of these last hits here, is going to be in a position where he is going to start to be able to get them now. His damage is ramping up, but just not quite where he needs to be in that regard. But overall, a very quiet game here in game number 2. We're already looking at almost triple these kills at this stage in the game last time around, as we do see potential gank coming in here in the bottom for St. John's.
Yep, Woshi FaZe Lu in place, but Trislinky on top of it as well, going to be on the bottom side of the map. Early roam from Lux, thinking about fully committing to the roam, and yes, will fully commit to the roam, and you can see that on the mini-map. And I think St. John's sniffed that one out. They're like, hey, Lux has been missing for a little while. We don't know where she is. Let's just back off of this gank, cast it and push up, and you can see question mark pings in the mid lane. And unfortunately for Lux, she's going to step onto a ward, and they're just going to fully commit. Doesn't matter that they see us. Let's commit to this fight. Hook gonna land.
Hook gonna land. The boxer win as well. Traslinki going in real deep. A lot of damage. Nice ult in the back. The chain CC going in from Providence. Traslinki is going to be able to live through it. Nicely done using the tank of the Sejuani to make it work. There was another committal on the rotation from Providence that didn't end up paying up, which means that the top lane is under a lot of threat there from them, from St. John's, but still, that was a nice little play from Providence.
Yeah, it was a nice play, but it was a lot of resources expended there. I think if anyone else would have started taking the tower, it might have been better, like especially if Floyd Disaster was the one that hit a champion first. Unfortunately, it was Traslinki, and so Traslinki was slowed. He was stuck under tower a little bit, had to use flash. The ultimate as well, Stand United from Doopty, had to be used to make sure he stayed alive, and that gank wasn't for naught. And he loses a big chunk of turret gold as well against Thonk. Thonk getting a couple of stacks of turret plating. That's 160 gold per stack. I think he loses 2 there, so that's almost another kill of gold heading on over to Thonk, plus 15 more kills, now a 30 gold deficit, so that's almost like a 600 gold swing for St. John's on the top side of the map. Yes, you get the kill on the bottom side of the map. Yes, you get a little bit of chip damage on the bottom turret, but man, that was a lot expended, and somehow St. John's is able to capitalize even on a death.
Yeah, capitalize that, getting pressure in 2 lanes, getting the plating back in return for a kill, as you mentioned. So just finding value elsewhere. And full 5-man committal, an over-committal even from Providence, committing more resources than they need to here. And we'll see now as we move towards the mid-game here how things change. We're actually going to see some all-out team fighting, which has been something that seems like St. John has been really determined not to have at this stage of the game. They've really been looking to just find some poke, find some little ganks here and there, but they're not really grouping much like Providence is at all.
And I think that's what they learned from that last fight. They're like, hey, Thonk, we love the fact that you are able to 1v1 and get some wins, but you were charging into a couple fights that we didn't want to do. You used TP a couple times that we didn't need to take. Right now we have a scaling composition with the Kassadin, and our Sivir scales harder than their Caitlyn, especially once we get into mid-late, probably around 2025. There's the power trough, as everyone always talks about, as a Caitlyn, when you have just your completed Infinity Edge, but no crit item. So right here is the point where Caitlyn starts to get a little bit weaker until she gets another item built in. But now a little bit of pressure in the mid lane. Ooh, Cocoon not going to land. But flash forward, I'm not exactly sure what that flash forward was. Ace in the hold, not going to land on the bottom side of the map now.
Everward committing everything to make sure that his carry gets out of there. Up top.
On the top side of the map, everyone's fighting.
Everybody is fighting. We have 3 individual fights breaking out here simultaneously. The ward getting instantly denied, so make sure that Thonk cannot maintain that vision there. Or sorry, I should say, Doopy cannot maintain that vision there, as we are seeing a bit of the jungle snipe now coming in, denying some additional momentum being built up there from Providence. No kills going for either side right there. We may finally see a turret dropping down here in the bottom.
Yeah, the turret did drop on the top side of the map, so first turret gold heading over to St. John's. Elise not landing those skills in the mid lane.
But still also committing the flash, though.
And committing the flash. That was I think, a little bit of misplay there by Feiju Lu. Again, pulling out the Elise. Good to have a pocket pick to utilize that, but maybe not the most warmed up on it. Wasn't exactly sure what he was thinking on that one. Maybe if Jianzi Hao, the Kassadin in the mid lane, would have landed a couple skills, they might have been able to burst Honor Lord. Woshi Feiji Lu does have Electrocute, which does deal additional damage when he's able to get a skill plus an auto attack off. Might have been enough, but it seemed to be just more of a brain fart there from the jungler of St. John's.
Can't be making too many mistakes against a team like Providence, who we know can make big plays when given the opportunity. We saw it in that last matchup, how they're able to find their initiations with the Sejuani, so we know that if they step out a little bit here, St. John's could potentially give up this lead that they are starting to develop for themselves right here on the map as a whole. of course, getting that bounty from the first turret is always nice. It is still, though, very even, much more even than we saw in game number 1. However, I feel like we're about to start to see the ramp coming in here for St. John's. They are going to start to play a little bit more aggressive. The hook, barely missing the stun, though. The follow-up from the Cocoon. Floyd is in a rough spot, forced to pop out the ult. We're going to see potentially a little bit more committal as the turret does fall. All the members are coming in here. The mid, the cast is trying to follow up, but a nice hook to bring him back under. But Floyd Disaster is once again going to be the target, chipping through that HP and making it work. All 5 members are committing on this push now for St. John. Likely going to rotate for a Dragon after this, securing that kill.
Yeah, and see, this is an example where selling out for a dive is worth it, because the tower on the bottom side of the map was very low, wasn't defendable, so I think Floyd Disaster and B-Rizzle needed to know better, as well as the fact that you're going to get the Mountain Drake as well. So hey guys, not only do we get this kill, we'll get a turret and a Mountain Drake. Yes, we're giving up a lot of topside pressure, as the steal was pretty close. We were giving up a lot of topside pressure plus the Rift Herald, but we're getting a lot in return. So therefore, it's okay. Blow your summoners, get your ults out there. Let's make sure we make this happen.
Let's make sure we get this out, especially if they can continue to convert a mid turret here as well and really open up the map. We are seeing the Rift Herald being summoned to help secure this top turret in response from Providence. So they're instantly going to get that here. Nice timing there.
Yeah, good timing. You want to see Rift Herald utilized in the mid lane against a team if their mid lane's still up. Just because if you're able to blow up the mid lane turret, it opens up the rest of the map so much easier. So a decent trade, a good trade. Good trade by Providence, not the optimal trade, which would be opening up the map in the mid lane so that you can start setting up picks with your Lux and your Sejuani, and then having follow-up with your Shen. That's what you want. You want to be able to start penetrating the other team's forest and getting wards down so that you can play around it and get the picks that you want and force some 5v4s. And that's what Woshi Feiji Lu has been doing on the opposite side for St. John's. He's been now, after a rougher early game, flying around and landing some cocoons as he misses that one, Curse of the Caster. But you want to be able to do that on the opposite side if you're Providence.
Actually, a bit of counter synergy there with Ember War, a little bit of miscommunication. But as you mentioned, I think Providence is kind of aware of the power trough right now. You pointed it out there where Caitlyn, she's not really feeling it as impactful as she should be. But they're really not looking to make any of these big 5v5 engages right now. They're going to sit back, farm up 1 or 2 more items, feel a little bit more comfortable in this because they know St. John's is strong right now. They've shown that they're strong right now. They will dive your turrets with impunity. They will look to push you back under your tier 2s. They will chase. They will find these fights. So why let them? Why play to St. John's game when you've identified, look, we know we have the kill potential when it goes light. Let's not overextend now. Let's not give up dumb deaths.
So one reason, too, is killing a turret in this mid game. There is no objective on the top side of the map. Rift Herald's already been taken. Baron is too early to start up. They know they just gave up Dragon as well, so they could try to greed for a turret here. Kled is waiting in the wings in the top side river, waiting to see if the go button will be pushed, and it looks like it will be. Here comes the ultimate by Sivir. Here comes the rest of the team.
Charge is going in. Nice counter ult from the Braum, though, as Floyd Disaster is now pulled back. The ult, though, from the Lux. Finds them on the counter initiation, though, trading out 1 kill for 1. But oh my, turning on and pressing the button was Providence, saying, look, we got to identify when we get those kills. The Registry actually trying to follow up there, potentially, though, taking some damage. Truslinki is smelling blood in the waters. He's chasing down through the river, but Thonk is there to help push him back.
Yeah, Truslinki, not with ultimate in that one, but still pressuring for to see if he could burn any flashes. Was able to get the flash out of Ember War, but that's the kill that you want if you're Honor Lord. Now turning on, as you can see, they waited for this play for about 10 to 15 seconds. Good ult to slow down the chase on the Sivir, but immediately deleted his Woshi Feiji Lu. He's able to land the cocoon on the support, but you don't want to be trading support for jungler. And so Providence able to stunt that play, but now you get to see how St. John's wants to run their team composition. You have 2 speed boost champions with the charge coming out of the top lane in Kled and Sivir utilizing on the hunt. And so forcing everyone to run away. You have to be aware of that as the game gets later and later. If you are Providence, don't be stepping up too far. So you asked, why would we give up unneeded kills? Well, it's because you're going after turrets. You're trying to push that lead a little bit and get your Caitlyn some gold and some items so that you can start team fighting. That's one way too. Like, hey, look, here's a turret. Try to bait that out. If you're St. John's, know that that's what they want, and counter that with your speed boost team composition.
But to be fair, Providence still ended up trading out a turret and 1-for-1 in terms of kills. Actually, they did trade support for jungle, so they actually came out of that, I would say, ahead right now.
Sure, but that's not necessarily, that's more of a mechanical mistake, not a strategy mistake.
That's
right?
true. That is true.
Providence, that's a strategy mistake. Don't overstay for a turret. Like, just farm up. Everything that you said is correct. Wait till Caitlyn gets that second full Zeal item, then you go from there. With St. John's, it's, hey, don't get hit by Lux's skill, and then you're okay, right?
What was fun, there was actually a little interaction. The Thresh hook actually came through, connected onto Braum, which means that he couldn't shield at a pivotal moment. They actually were able to chain CC him out at the last second after he popped his ult. That would have kept him alive. That would have allowed Providence to walk away scot-free.
Sure.
But it's those small individual mechanical plays that we're seeing from St. John, the thing we've been harping on over and over again, how they have the mechanics. They just got to line it up together as a squad.
Yep.
Providence, though, still ahead in kills, still showing life, still has scalability. They are not out of this match yet by any means. They're only down 3K gold, as opposed to the fact they were ahead in kills last game and down 6K gold.
Yeah.
They are in a very different position here in game number 2.
They are, and I'm getting a little nervous here for Jaslinki because I think it was last time around this time
into the bush.
up at Baron Pit.
Walked into the bush.
Walked into the bush, and again, Ember were setting that one up. The steal coming in, not going to land. Nice execute by Elise to make sure they get themselves the Infernal Drake, and they'll go up 2-0. In terms of Drakes, it'll help with their late game scaling. And again, if you're the side of Providence, hey, just farm up. Let this Caitlyn get to the second item, get herself a kill. Plus, Lux is doing well in farm as well. So just continue to farm up. You're fine. I think both teams are fine with farming, and it's about, hey, when do we feel comfortable taking a fight and getting to Baron Pit and setting up Vision first? You can see this is where a lot of the next probably 3 to 4 minutes is going to be for both these teams. It's taking Vision, placing Vision, and positioning to areas first, right? You want to be around the Baron Pit. You want to get bottom side shoving first. And you see Woshi Jianzi Hao on the bottom side of the map because he has teleport. And Doopty has to be the one to match because he has Stand United and teleport, right? Honor Lord, yet again, does not have teleport. It's the double teleport team composition here for St. John's. It worked last time, and again, Doopty needs to be the guy that can match up. I like the fact that they swap. It's not Kled split pushing right now. It's the Cassidon, because the itemization for Doopty is armor-based so far. You take a look at the boots, the Ninja Tabi, and the Sunfire cape built by Doopty. That's all built towards dealing with an AD-type champion. Cassidon now has no worry about getting killed and can continue to farm, and if there is a strong commit by Doopty, has the possibility of dealing enough damage to kill him. So Woshi Jianzi Hao has the best of both worlds. Cannot get killed and could possibly kill himself, and if he's not getting killed, he's getting farmed and getting stronger as the game goes on.
That's something we're watching for here. He's been walking around with impunity. There's been no response yet from Providence. He does have the ability. He just walks away. If he smells things out, getting a little bit dangerous here, and he does have vision in the opposing team's jungle as well. So going to watch to get some sweepers in here from Providence and clear that out and build up some vision of their own. They have like one bit of vision on the opposing team's side of the map. We look towards overall map control, vision control. St. John's is sitting pretty right now. They're looking at a much better position as these next set of major objectives spawn. We're now hitting the 25-minute mark. Items are starting to come online. This mid-game power spike that we are going to see coming in from the Sivir now that she's got a few items to her name. This is going to be scary. Providence just needs to hold on, find gold where they can, but not get too overexcited.
Yeah, Woshi just walks right on up, and that's Honor Lord just not needing to be there. You don't need to be that far up. Your team is on the top side of the map, clearing out wards. You know they are. On the bottom side of the map, Doopty is on slow down Cassidon roll, so you don't need to be that far up without a turret. And so because you blew Flash, now that you're not safe if you're Honor Lord, and you just have to give up all the vision control that your team spent time building up. If you have Flash, you can move into that, try to force a fight. You have Doopty to come join you, and you always have your Flash to get out of the cocoon in a team fight. Now you just blew it just because you were caught out. There's a difference between using Flash in a team fight to get kills and put pressure compared to just using it whenever.
It is, and almost sniping out that buff there. Was the side of St. John's is still going to be able to secure it. On Trislinky there, who's been playing really solid in that regard so far, not giving up any of these buff steals. But as you mentioned, the vision war and giving up unnecessary skills is definitely happening more on the side of Providence. We'll see if they get baited in. Nice Braum Shield to deny a lot of that damage, though, which means his team is still in pretty good fighting shape if they want to potentially reinitiate here. Ember Warg is just being so annoying and setting up the damage for his teammates here who are feeling oh so strong, pushing in the mid game. Now the Cassin is still left uncontested in the bot, still has potential to rotate through this Kled. I'm looking for a potential fight to break out here should they want to. Providence cannot overextend right now, because if they get caught, that is the momentum that St. John needs to roll this all the way through to the win.
Yeah, both teams now starting to get a little antsy. They're starting to hype up, not because they're bored, but because Dragon will be spawning very soon. You want to get the minion wave shoving in the mid lane. If you get mid lane priority, you are able to move first, either to Dragon or to Baron. Both teams have been fighting around Baron side vision a lot, so they both know that, hey, the opposite team doesn't have vision on the bottom side of the map. The support hasn't gone back yet, as we see a little bit of trading there. And Ember Warg just clearing out these wards, and the Scuttle Crab will head on over to St. John, so they're going to have priority on this top side of the map. So here goes Providence. They're going to go with the triple buddy system, buddies system, and clear out vision yet again on the top side of the map. Both teams playing clearly slower and just playing more particular. Shout outs to Doopty on the bottom side of the map. He was getting punished last time when he was on split push duty. Now, because he didn't lose that hard in the mid game, he's able to be that split pushing threat and like slow down Woshi Jian Zihao. And Woshi's like fine to just farm up. You can see no kills, 1,000 gold bounty on him by the amount of sheer gold he has against his mid lane partner.
But this is the death by 1,000 cuts. He is slowly wearing down this turret. Doopty is trying his best, but he's fighting a losing war, because the more this trade battle goes on, the more he is just going to lose it. We are seeing one turret shot going that way here. But again, because of the control that St. John has on the map right now, they're able to do things like this. Claim another dragon. That's 3 in a row. A turret to boot will be coming up here in short order once this next minion wave arrives. Providence, yes, they're playing smart. They're playing safe. They're not giving up kills. They're backing up and farming. But they're still losing on the map right now. They need to be putting all of the gold in the ADC pocket. Not a single death yet to the name. And actually, if you look at the kills and deaths for the side of Providence, they are on the right champions. The deaths are on the support. They're on the jungle. That's exactly what you need. But there is going to come a point when Providence needs to pull the trigger, and it needs to be perfect.
I think the scaling, though, on the side of St. John's was played very, very smart. Right, you have the Cassinan that can start deleting things, and B-Rizzle doesn't seem like he's going to be put in a position where he can carry in these team fights. He's forced to buy an early QSS so that he doesn't get cocooned or hooked. There's a lot of bear trap that can lock him up from Kled. And so it stunts the growth of his damage. On the opposite side, instead of building a QSS or anything like that, Basham's able to just be on the back line and say, hey, I have a spell shield and I can build a Last Whisper, which deals armor penetration. Now, 20% armor penetration compared to what it was in 9.2 in the patch updates of 9.3. And that's going to be a difference in these team fights. So you kind of wanted to get that team fight when it was Shiv against Rapid Fire Cannon in terms of items. Caitlyn will be able to outrange you, but now maybe not so much. So we'll get to see as the game continues on, as Hook is going to land. But again, just positioning mistake will lead to a tower, but finally something gives, and on the top side of the map, we might have ourselves a base race, Elise shoving in.
This is, we see 4 members of Providence pushing in now. Well, simultaneously, 2 of their tier 3 turrets are getting pressured now. As Providence is like, this is the go button. We are losing an inhib. We need to secure one of our own. They're still getting forced back as the split push pressure from Elise is coming in. They were not able to secure it right now, which means that Nexus turrets are under the threat. Finally, Doopty is forced to respond.
No.
But this opens up the other side. Pick your poison right now if you are Providence St. John's with the macro outplay. Not something we see every day. Simultaneously securing 2 inhibs as the fight is going out in the mid. The heal is going to keep the alive a little bit longer. Slinky is going to look to try and find this in the box. Try to split this up with the ult from Lux, doing so much work. There is 1 kill, potentially 2. Yes! As they now have the opportunity to potentially look to push this down, but simultaneously in their base, the last Nexus turret is standing, and this is still the pressure coming on through from St. John's, who might have actually followed up here in the most perfect of ways, capitalizing on Providence, who stayed too long. They are now bleeding from wounds across the board as the double kill goes in. 1 final member survives as Doopty is going to survive a little bit longer underneath underneath the base, and he does not secure the kill. He stays alive a little bit longer, but his final turret is in shambles. The base is being wrecked as the rest of the crew from St. John's is pushing in.
Yeah, and it was a great macro play from St. John's. They did such a great job playing around the map, and then finally something had to give for Providence. They realized, hey, we don't have a really good engaged tool other than Trislinky, and I think it was on Trislinky to pull the trigger earlier. St. John's playing chess while Providence is playing checkers. And unfortunately, chess wins in this one if you're Providence. Again, around the map set up, Woshi Jianzi Hao, the Cassidy, got to farm so long on the bottom side of the map to the point where he could delete even your anti-split pusher with Doopty. They needed to engage earlier while they were going back and forth getting vision. What do you do with that vision? If it's nothing, then that means the team with the scaling champions in a Sivir, in a Cassidy, are able to just do exactly that, scale. You got to see Sivir got a couple of kills on the last couple of auto attack bounces after she died. And it all goes back to that one item build here where you're able to get the last Wister beforehand. And now, with the base completely in tatters, this is St. John's game to win. And they did such a fantastic job outthinking Providence in this game.
I feel like Providence, a bit of their own worst enemy in that situation. They got antsy. They got overhyped. We're going to commit 4 members to this. And I feel like it was solid patient play.
Well, they did that. When it was too late. They needed to get antsy. They needed to engage with your Sejuani earlier when Cassidy was on the bottom side of the map, and you had turrets to give. You don't do it when there are no turrets to give. It was a clear 3-man lane when you saw everyone there, but here comes the final fight possibly.
Going gold there in the mid, keeping the mid surviving a little bit longer. Lots of damage on the Sejuani to follow up. We are looking at a little initiation, though, from Doopty. Support's trying to stay alive for just a little bit longer, but the HP bars of St. John's are still looking so good right now as every single one of them is diving in onto the Nexus. Kills left and right. Trislinky, the last man standing, but no. Let's make it the ace. Let's make it GG's. Game number 2 goes to St. John's.
And again, Woshi Jianzi Hao is the way that the team wins. I think St. John's did exactly what they needed to do. Find an identity to win. A young team with a young coach, now building around their youngest player. His first 2 games that he's played with this team, the freshman in the mid lane, Jianzi Hao, the Cassidy, Lissandra last game, is the way that you play through it. He gets such a big lead, able to split push, and absorb so much pressure on the other side of the map. It made Providence so afraid to to be proactive, because otherwise the Cassidy would roam crazy.
He was the subtle threat. He wasn't necessarily the one who's going to blow up your whole team or maybe find these big team fights, but he was the one who's going to out-macro you, out-split push you, put you in a position that you just could not respond. Let's take a look at the highlights from that last game. It was a bit of a quieter one, but when the action came on through, it was intense.
That's right. We wanted to keep an eye on Woshi Feiju Lu, the Elise. He's playing a different type of jungler, to see if he was going to be able to just farm, not play the farm and scale, but be more aggressive, and he absolutely was. The game lulled out for quite some time. I think Providence didn't know what plays to make. They're the ones that had the engage tools. They didn't have the go buttons, but they had engage tools, and they needed to do it earlier. Unfortunately, they didn't. That allowed Elise and Cassidy to just wreak havoc across the base. Sivir able to pick up a kill right there at the last auto attack. And that got them large enough that, look, Cassidy just runs amok. He gets engaged upon, able to pull Zonias, and the rest of the team just come and clean up after the base turns into shambles.
And this was really just, again, it was pick your poison towards the ends. And I'm not talking just about playing against a spider right there. It was really just, where do you want to lose? Which tier 3 turret do you want to lose? Or do you want to lose this team fight? Or do you want to lose this objective? Like, there was never a moment there where it felt like Providence could make a call that had a clear win for them. Every single time they found a win in that game, it was also at the expense of losing something else. They're just trying to find slightly more positive trades. However, when St. John's went in and committed to something, they just outright won something. They took something on the map. They didn't give it back. And once they got river control, once they started to knock down those key turrets, they never looked back.
Yeah, and with a loss like this, Providence, it's going to hurt a little bit, because now with an additional team in the league, 4 spots, and there's 7 teams, Providence, this is probably one of the teams that you need to bump off. Unfortunately, weren't, so they're going to have to hope that they get some schedule help and find some victories later on in the season.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for sure, but we have to talk about St. John's, who looked so solid here in this match, because we actually have them on the line right now, and I say them on the line. We have multiple members here from St. John's, all smiles after their win in that last game. How are you feeling, guys?
We're doing great. Like, good.
Great. How was that last game compared to, the games that you had earlier in the week? It seemed like you guys made that mid-lane substitution, and you became a lot more comfortable as a team. You found a way to play through.
I mean, we did really good work together. I feel like our synergy definitely came together more often. And also, like, our new mid laner, he did a really good job subbing. So, yeah.
Tell us some more backstory on this, because obviously, having a new face here on the team is always great. What was the process of finding your new mid player? How did that come about?
So he actually did tryouts, and he was on Team B. We had like 2 different teams, and Team A is, well, our main team, and then Team B was, the remainder. And then, sadly, our mid laner from Team A kind of got banned for 2 weeks, and then so we had to sub him in, but as you can see, he did a really great job, and no regrets there.
Yeah, and against Honor Lord, who is one of the focal points for his team against Providence. And I think that's one thing about your team that I enjoy. You guys have multiple ways to play through. You have Thonk in the mid lane, who's Mountain, now Thonk. You have Jianzi Hao, and obviously Basham, who, again, highly rated. How do you guys decide, I asked this last week, how do you guys decide how you want to play through?
I feel like it's more like whatever comes to us, and like depending on whatever is banned and whatever's selected already in the champ select, we just make the best of what we have, and especially our engage, because I feel like our engage is really good, especially when we commit to fights, as you can see.
Awesome. Well, guys, I have to say, this is a really impressive showing from you. I can't wait to see how this roster continues to develop over the next few weeks and how you continue to build that synergy. Thank you all so much for joining us here. Congrats and good luck.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. All smiles. They just won that convincingly, and they know it.
Yeah, they know
I love it.
Especially with the roster change and being able to give a little bit more insight on how they work as a team. And they said, hey, doesn't matter who carries, we can just go based off of draft, and we like being the team that engages. And so they definitely did that with the Sivir, with the Kled, and getting those ganks off in the jungle with Elise.
Yeah, but that was only our first game. Guys, we have more amazing matches for you. How crazy is that? Villanova versus Seton Hall is next. Our returning champions from last season in Villanova showing up against Seton Hall. We're hopping on a quick break. We'll see you in a bit.
Definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. Madison Square Garden. Name another place better for the Big East to take place. Other than the Mecca, from the players on the court to the chants in the stands. This the origin of greatness, birthplace of the champions. I'm always a winner. Even if I fall, I can still get bigger. The definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
Divine Providence. It's a reason why Providence is making that trajectory toward greatness.
If we get you on this campus and you just walk around for an hour or so, you're going to feel something that's qualitatively different.
Providence College is a place that has helped people think, thrive, and achieve. Divine Providence is right here. Open your eyes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Big East Collegiate League of Legends Spring Season where we just saw an amazing opening to our week number 3. We saw St. John's, the newest team in the league, coming back in pristine form, I must say. My name is Invera. I'm joined here by Deegan.
Yeah.
And we have more amazing matches coming up in just a second here. I have to say, that's one way that I absolutely love to start a long day of casting like this, with some beautiful macro play. Not something we often see at the collegiate level, but something that was just beautifully done in that last game.
That's right. You have the scaling composition with the Cassidon and a Sivir on the side of St. John's against Providence, who had some engaged tools but never felt comfortable using them. And so we saw a lot of battle in the river, a lot of battles in the river without fighting. It was all over vision. Get the vision down, clear it out, maybe force a flash every now and then have to retreat. The other team clears out the vision. All the while, your Cassidon's on the bottom side of the map, scaling up until finally Providence is like, wow, we need to make a play right now because we don't win a 5v5 fight. Let's try to force it. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to find the fight that they needed, and the pressure eventually caved in onto their base.
Well, luckily for them, this is only one match in what is a fairly long season, because, of course, we have more weeks than just this. Let's take a look at our format for this season.
So here's how it works. 7 teams representing the Big East schools will compete in a single round-robin best-of-2 regular season. Each match day will consist of 2 games against the same school. The standings are reflective of their game score. From there, the top 4 teams from the regular season will seed into a single elimination best-of-3 bracket. Whoever makes it into the finals of that slugfest will advance to the College League of Legends Championships play-in, where they will have the chance to advance to the CLOL National Championship. There, they will have the chance to cement their place among the greats of Collegiate League of Legends.
Yeah, a lot on the line for these players, I must say, because again, they're playing into the bigger overall season here for CLOL. I know Providence starting the season off 0-4. That's really not how they wanted to be doing that. But, you know, again, it's not over for them yet. They still have a lot more matches to play as we look towards our second match of the day, which is Villanova up against Seton Hall.
Yeah, and this is going to be a battle for that second place supremacy here. Villanova and Seton Hall, these are the positions that they finished in last season, and Seton Hall's out to prove that they can handle the Big Two and Villanova, the returning champs, and DePaul, the regular season dominant team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, speaking of Seton Hall, both the team and the player, Seton Hall, we got a quote from him early on in the season about a claim. He made a claim about some of his skills. I'm talking about those micro-mechanical skills that obviously transfer in the League of Legends. He says, I can 5-star most of the hardest songs in Guitar Hero with just a regular Xbox 360 controller. To which we said, prove it. And to which he said, okay.
Okay, he did. And we have a video here of him absolutely crushing it with
a 360 controller.
Yeah.
What? What was that? Okay.
So zoomed in.
Yeah. Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. How does one develop? I've seen many impressive things in my life. How does one develop that particular skill set?
So, when I was younger, I couldn't actually buy a guitar because my parents just didn't want to spend the money on it. So I just had the controller, and you know, 9-year-old me, I had a lot of time on my hand. So playing Guitar Hero over and over, I really wanted to get a lot of the achievements. So I just kept playing. And when I wasn't playing Halo, which was another game I played a lot, I was playing Guitar Hero. So I just randomly got really good with a 360 controller, and you don't see a lot of people who can actually do that. So I just thought it was an interesting skill.
Yeah, man. 9-year-old me was still trying to figure out how to do the loop-de-loop, and when I was tying my shoes, right? Do bunny ears. Like your boy was still stuck doing like tying over knots over that. I have a question for you in terms of a different strange thing that you've done. You named yourself after your college. What's up with that as well? Seton Hall, the Jungler Seton Hall. We always have to identify you as Seton Hall, Brady Hayes Seton Hall.
So, 2 reasons mostly. I just thought it'd be funny to name myself after my school. And then another reason is I knew these games would get casted, so I always thought it would be funny to see how you guys would cast my name.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew that was the reason why.
So a lot of people, yeah, and even in solo queue, like now people are just like making fun of me. Oh, okay, so is this how good your school actually is? Like, if I'm like beating a game, it's just like, okay, whatever, But yeah, so mostly just to troll the casters.
Thanks, Guy.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate
We appreciate it a lot. That's fine. That's fine. You've been putting on some pretty impressive play as the individual Seton Hall. But, of course, you're up against a pretty tough opponent this week, the returning champions from last year. What is the thought process going into this matchup? Are they just another school, or are you respecting the fact that there's someone you're going to have to take pretty seriously?
So Villanova last year was actually super good to the point where, like, we didn't even know if we could take them on. Their old support helping was an absurdly good support, and we didn't know if we had the shot calling potential to like take him on. But this year we're pretty confident. We scrimmed them a bunch of times, and we're pretty familiar with their players. So honestly, expect a good fight because I honestly feel that we're pretty evenly matched. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, you guys, again, this is a matchup, a rematch of the semifinals matchup. And not only just Villanova, but you guys as a roster this season, what do you think you guys need to fix to become one of the top 2 teams, if not the top team in the league?
So our shot calling isn't really the best. I consider myself mostly a mechanical player, and I'm doing a majority of the shot calling, and honestly, I'm 50-50 on it. I'll do some pretty good calls, but other than that, like, I do some stupid things here and there when it comes to calling. If we can work on that, if we can work on better rotations, I feel like our rotations are a little weak, but we've been working on that. Mechanically, I think we're one of the best teams here. I think all of our players are capable of doing some really crazy stuff on their champions. So, yeah.
Look, man, I believe it. I've seen the magic that is these fingers, so the Xbox 360 fingers. So I believe, man. Good luck in your matchup today. Thank you so much for showing us your hidden talent and taking the time to chat with us. We really appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
I love it. I love the energy because
right?
we kind of put that when we were writing the survey to send in the players. We kind of put that in as like we might get some funny things from this.
That was crazy. Not only the fact that he was able to do it and it was an insane song, he has 2 webcams. He was able to show
he has, like,
the
legit production.
the hand dexterity as well as his face of focus as well. You know, everyone always loves like when you're doing a 5-star, your mouth is kind of like half
gamer
open.
Yeah,
and then you realize, okay, it's open. I'm close my mouth
and
now.
the jaw just eventually was like down here by the end. Yeah. I used to play like it. Anyway, let's talk about our next matchup because Villanova are not an opponent that you can take lightly. Lighthearted, fun aside.
No.
Yeah, flip the page there, Deegan.
Yeah,
we're in this matchup right now. Let's talk about Villanova because obviously they're returning champions, but they've had some mixed results.
Yeah, it's not as dominant as you would expect a team like Villanova to be performing with their roster that has been relatively consistent. They return a lot of the players, and you'd expect more out of the guys returning. Right now, one of their top players is Bilito on the bottom side of the map, along with Cryonics, who leads the league in KDA across all players in all positions. So Cryonics has been one of those stars. Someone that has been a little bit more of a liability is their captain and leader in the mid lane, the native 192.
Yeah, he's he was one of the people who came in. He's like, I'm going to do really well. We had some quotes from him that were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take this mid matchup and I'm gonna run away with it. And then he proceeded to clinically feed in the mid lane in multiple games, just right in the middle lane. Okay, like I'm talking like 0-3 to start games.
0-3,
like it was 0-4. Yeah, it was a little bit rough. The team, though, was able to rally around that. As you said, Cryonics, his Lucian is absolutely disgusting. Every single time he commits onto a kill, he secures that kill. And Bilito or 2Woke, depending on what sub they decide to run, either one is incredibly destructive. Bilito does tend to be a little bit more aggressive in that position. 2Woke tends to play a little bit more passive, but they still have a lot of kill potential there.
Yeah.
They're up against, as I said, a tough opponent, though, in Seton Hall. You got to talk about that. The team. Hang on, the team. Gosh, he succeeded with trolling the caster.
Yeah, they're up against both Seton Hall, the jungler, probably one of the most aggressive junglers in the game of our Big East tournament. He likes to play a lot of the Kazakhs and get the team rolling. Now the question is, who's been there to help support him and get him over the hump? Quentin E, a returning member on this squad as well, that was part of the semifinals match last year, needs to step up a little bit more. I believe he rotated out of the top lane last year, and the guy that replaced him is Please Be Patient. Please be patient. You're running out of time. Are you going to be a middle of the road team? Like, yeah, you're going to beat the teams you're supposed to be and lose to the teams that you're supposed to lose to, or are you going to step up and be the one that helps translate victories for him?
Well, I'm glad you're asking these questions, because you're also going to be providing us with some answers here. Ding, ding, it's round number 2. It's Deegan's Lab breaking down what these teams need to be doing.
That's right, and if you are the side of Villanova, make sure you get yourself a coffee if your name is the native 192 in the mid lane, because young man, you keep coming to class real sleepy and real late. You start off 0-3, 0-4, and make the rest of your team carry you. You're the guy in the group project that's like, hey, we have a group project due? And it's like, due the next day. You haven't done anything until it's a little bit too late. Make sure you come ready and prepared to play. If you're the opposite side, you're Brady Hayes, you are Seton Hall, the name, the man, the myth, the guy that pushes the reputation of the school across solo queue. You need to be able to share, right? Share, group project here. Make sure you're translating the lead across to your other teammates. You cannot continually be the mechanical monster. As he said in his interview, he's starting to take on some of those shot calling roles. You need to not only shot call for yourself, but shot call for the rest of the team. And for both of these teams, make sure you don't play with your food. You know, you go to the cafeteria, buy your Chick-fil-A, and then get out. Right? Same thing as before. Make sure you get your lead and close out the game. And both teams have done a good job of doing that, but also has shown proficiency of throwing that away. Make sure you get your food and get home. That's it. Another Deegan's Lab lesson here closed out.
I'm jealous, because like my university cafeteria was honestly pretty bad. So
you didn't have a Chick-fil-A or some sort of
they don't have those in Canada.
You know, Tim Hortons. You didn't.
We did have a Timmy's.
Yeah, go to a Timmy's.
Go get some. Hey, we talk about coffee. Go get.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
They're on the East Coast.
Yeah.
They actually do have. All right. We'll stop.
Oh, jeez.
We'll stop.
Boy.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's raining in LA and everything breaks. All right, let's get into this draft as we're starting things off right here, because already things are spicy in the blue-on-blue matchup.
That's right. Seton Hall's going to get rid of the native 192's Yasuo, which might be a good thing for the native 192. He did go 0-4 last time he played it. However, I think he played it again the next week and was able to find huge amounts of success, on top of the fact that it's just one of his most played champions. And when getting very far ahead can snowball out of control. We've seen these teams ban out pocket picks and things that will lead to snowballs. So Yasuo is definitely one of those things. Zach being taken away.
No Zach
for Pixel Drum. Pixel Drum did a fantastic job with his long-range slingshots. And I said it earlier with the Evelyn bans against St. John's in the game in match 1. Get rid of those champions that makes it weird for your team to play around. And that's exactly what Villanova's now doing against Seton Hall. Get rid of a Rengar. Everyone has to be afraid of Thrill of the Hunt, the ult there for Rengar where he goes Invis. Again, another Invis champion with Shaco, because Seton Hall has shown proficiency again in a weird champion that goes Invis, and you always have to be aware if he's there or not. And then a Renekton taken away from Please Be Patient. He's very comfortable in that champion. We talked about it in one of the previous games, and now it'll open up the map for Whimsical Melody to get an early lead.
I love this. This speaks so many volumes for 9.3 and the balance that we're looking at right now, that we can look at a game that is a 100% respect ban, target ban phase. Yeah. All 6 champs here are specifically targeted to specific players on either team. So I'm going to say specific a whole lot more here, as the Kazakhs is picked up now. One of those champs that you mentioned instantly, and then the Urgot in response. Finally, an S-tier pick making its way through.
Yeah. I think Villanova feels comfortable with Pixel Drum, so it's, hey, Pixel Drum, they took away your engaged tanky champion. Let's show them that you can out-carry their best player in Seton Hall, not only get a victory, but go straight for the backbreaker early on. However, a good way to counter that is to pick great champions, and right now you have Please Be Patient taking a top-tier top laner, and now we get to see the Sylas slide through. Sylas starting to be banned in pro play a little bit, stealing people's champions. Now will be in the hands of that carry jungle. Actually, it could be in a different bunch of different roles, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. You know, I'm sure Brady Hayes would like to pop off with the Sylas, but it could go in the mid lane for Nami Warrior as well.
What I love about this is these are two picks that can flex. These are picks that can flex mid, they can flex top. So again, leaving some of these matchups open a little bit more, something I was complimenting teams on in previous weeks, something we see a lot in pro play, something I'm very glad we're seeing right here. However, over on the other side, for Villanova,
we get to see Bilito's Thresh.
I mean, would you expect anything else?
I'm trying to think if there are more champions synonymous, more champions synonymous with their player, and I think it's Bilito and Thresh, right?
I think he's played one other champ in one game when they finally forced him off.
It was Nami in the very first game before he got subbed out by Tuwoke.
No, and then Tuwoke played the Nami herself, and then did an incredible job.
Yes.
So. No, he still played the Thresh in that match.
Did he?
He still played the Thresh.
Are we sure?
I'm like almost on. I could definitely look it up.
I thought they double Nami. Either way,
I'll look it up.
Thresh and Bilito go hand in hand, just like Cryonics and Lucian getting locked in as well. That's going to be a lot of pressure there. Cryonics continuing to push his KDA. I believe his KDA is around 7 or 8 in professional or in competitive play right now, and he'll have a great tool in his hands to push it forward. Even with the changes, Lucian has shot up into the top tier 80 carry because now he's turning into a crit 80 carry yet again, and it's just so much damage with the double tap. If you get that double crit, it's just very difficult to sustain through. On the opposite side, a good way to counter the Lucian is a Braum. Braum in the hands of Advice to slow down the pressure that's being placed by Cryonics. Again, and Braum just one of those top tier support picks. You can play a Thresh if you're a great Thresh, and Bilito is, but if you're just looking for strong picks, that's what you're getting right now on the side of Seton Hall. Villanova hasn't necessarily banned out top tier picks, but like you said, in the first 6, both teams banning out comfort picks, and now Quinton Yee having his pool chopped down a little bit with the Sivir and a Vayne taken away. I think there are still a lot of AD carry roles still left up that he can pick up.
Especially, as you said, the return of the ADC with this 9.3 update here, and we are seeing Ezreal. No surprise there, coming on in, a champ who's been seen in every level of play for the last while now.
Yeah.
So I like that pickup there from him. Ezreal Braum, we've seen this lane matchup. Or lane pairing. It's a tried and true. Combine that with the Urgot. Combine that with the Sylas. Seton Hall is putting together one intimidating draft.
Yeah, I would say that, I'm interested because I think with the patch changes to 9.3, there are crit champions available. You still could have gone with the Tristana, as we saw earlier, that Providence went with. You could go with the Jinx as well. Jinx's win rate in solo queue has shot up to, I believe, 54% on average, which is I think, the highest average of all AD carries. Lucian's peak is higher. I think it's at like 60, 61% if you are a professional at it, and I would assume that Cryonics is. But Ezreal's is the one that has dropped the most because of the amount of crit champs that have jumped up. So I think it was an opportunity for Seton Hall to go with something more aggressive, and they said, hey, look, maybe Quinton Yee and Advice, we don't feel as comfortable going up against Bilito and Cryonics, so let's play with something a little bit more safe. We could have gone aggressive and gotten a Caitlyn and try to get the stuns down, but that also puts us in a place to be vulnerable. Let's just play something a little bit safer, so that Ezreal pick does get locked in. Final 2 picks here for Villanova are the Malphite and the Echo.
The Echo.
Yeah, Echo, another one of the native 192
specialties.
Champs. Yeah, specials where he likes to go ahead and open up the feeding kitchen
He makes
for everybody.
95% of an amazing play.
He does.
He gets his opponent down to like a scrap of HP, like one more tick of Ignite, and then he dies.
And then he
And
dies.
it's the saddest. You hate to see it.
And if there is a champion that wants to get fed as the game goes on, it's an Anivia. Anivia is literally the late game scaler. Infinite scaling along with the Nasus. I believe Nasus can continue to scale with the Siphoning Strike.
Whack.
But Anivia will continue to get larger and larger, especially with her ultimate just on, and then throwing on her Q, adding tons of damage. So now Sylas will be in the jungle position. So Sylas will be active, roaming around. And I like this because you're able to steal ults from different parts of the map and then utilize it to help your team to get ahead. I'm excited to see our first game of Silas here.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're seeing such different compositions here from game number 1, and that's what I love about this collegiate play. We're seeing this amazing flex between comfort picks and also top tier meta picks coming out, especially because these players are on the cutting edge. They haven't seen pro play on 9.3 yet.
Sure.
We're still playing on 9.2, so a lot of them are experimenting themselves. They're min-maxing. They're doing the research in the back, staying up late nights, school and league. Hopefully they have 2 monitors, make it easy for themselves. Let's get into our next game, because this is going to be the test for them here in this matchup, as already things are getting spicy in this very first matchup here. But I have to say, guys, as well, we're giving a lot of flack over to the native 192 because we know we can take it. He is the captain here. He has a good sense of humor about it. But again, he's been a little bit inconsistent. This is the game he needs to step up. Seton Hall are hot on Villanova's heels. If there was a time to sort of break the morale of Villanova, it's going to be this matchup, and we're looking for the native 192 to keep it together for his squad.
That's right, and I'm hoping on the opposite side, Seton Hall will be able to carry on this new champion, the newest champion in League of Legends, Silas, roaming around. And if Seton Hall is going to have a chance in this game and find success, it's going to be through jungle pressure to help out his laners. And so Seton Hall, big task on his hand, heading up against Pixel Drum and the rest of this stacked Villanova roster.
Yeah, the Unchained, he's busting out and right into the Rift right here. With some cool mechanical things that he can do, stealing opposing players' ults, especially in the late game. He can steal multiple ults from multiple champions pretty quickly. Obviously, you can't steal the same ult from the same champion back-to-back, or not in any sort of effective manner. So we'll watch for him as this progresses. We've seen, we were talking about this before the day started here, because I saw him a little bit play top in the LEC, but now we're seeing him again flexed into the jungle. Mid's another potential here. So I'm excited to see what Seton Hall, Brady Hayes, of course, how we can put those 360 skills to the test here in the league.
Yeah. So Silas is going to be active, likes to just run at people and pick up and stun them, hold them in place with Abduct, and able to steal more life than what people expect with Kingslayer. If Kingslayer hitting someone with a low target gives him a lot more health, as we see Bilito pulling out advice and just this bottom side of the map. They picked a safe lane and immediately chunked out at the level 2 power spike of Bilito and Lucian, and now in the mid lane getting a little hairy as well. Both jungler and mid laners gonna show up and say, hey, stop hitting each other. Behave yourself, mid laners.
Settle down, guys. Come on, it's the second minute of the game. Let's take it easy. But if you're looking at one of the scariest lane matchups, or a scariest lane matchup to play into, it has to be the one Villanova's putting together right now. He talks about Cryonics, one of the highest, or the highest KDA of any player so far in the spring season, and the player, the champ rather, that you have to watch for has to be that Lucian. We're seeing fights break out on both sides here. The mid also getting incredibly gnarly. Nivea force back advice as well. He will not tick out from this, but it'll be oh so close.
Yeah, he's gonna have to back, and that's gonna give a big experience advantage to the bottom side of Cryonics and Bilito, and you can see why this team has been relying on the bottom side of the map to get early leads, and why Cryonics leads the league in KDA along with Bilito. They're just so oppressive with their play, and Cryonics knows how to push things to their limits here. And a lot of the time in collegiate play, you see people make mistakes and then capitalize on said mistakes. Cryonics and Bilito are at that next level where they're able to create difficult situations for their opponents to make mistakes.
It's the idea of the forced error versus the unforced error. Forced errors are plays where you put your opponent in a bad position, you force them to respond, and you force them to make a choice. One choice may result in their life, one choice may result in their death. In the best situations, you have them cold no matter what. So we'll see if they're able to create more of these situations where Seton Hall just does not have a response.
Yeah, we saw an invade attempt by Seton Hall, not able to steal away the blue buff, so he will be behind in levels, level 4 to level 3. Pixel Drum ahead of Seton Hall, and that's not what you want if you are the facilitator and one of the main shot callers and leaders of this team. You play a little too aggressive, and now you're going to find yourself behind the Kazakhs, and it's always annoying to play catch-up in terms of levels and skills, as we watch in the mid lane now. Numbing Warrior and Native 192 getting very low health bars, both out of mana. But either way, Brady Hayes has to play a little bit safer. This gold lead, a little deceptive because most of it's on the top side of the map. This is expected. Whimsical Melody picks the tank into their Urgot matchup, and just has to suffer through this top lane right now.
That's a rough one. We've seen it time and time again. The Urgot is just so tough to deal with up there with the shotgun knees, the sheer tankiness that he has at his disposal, and surprising early game damage there. That's really just not a lane matchup you are going to win if you get a couple levels under your belt, and even then, maybe not. Please be patient. We've actually seen him struggle a little bit in some of these matchups so far. He's one of those players who never really seems to outright lose his lane, but he doesn't make a ton of big plays himself. I'm going to need him as well to step up in this matchup here. Maybe look to try and find or create some openings. I want to look for mind games as well, because we know that Seton Hall on the Silas is going to be wanting to make some plays. We need some enabling going on. We need the mind games coming in, baiting out the side of Villanova, thinking they're safe, thinking they're in a position where they can push up, and then capitalize on that.
Yeah, and please be patient in a tough role here, because he is going to be your tanky front line. But when I look on the opposite side of Villanova's roster, there is a lot of CC that can blow up this front line with the unstoppable force into a parallel convergent stun from Echo into a hook from Bilito, or any of those in any different order. That gives so much time for the rest of the damage of Pixel Drum and Cryonics with the native 192 dishing out the AP damage to blow up the front line. And this team composition of Seton Hall will need time to do damage. Anivia does decent burst damage, but it's all about getting a second rotation down after she throws down the Glacial Storm into getting Frostbite damage buffs. So she needs time to deal that, and please be patient. There's a lot of threats that could blow him up. So advice, and please be patient, will have to do a good job staying spread, making sure when one person gets CC'd, the other person steps up and lets their damage dealer do said damage.
Yeah, well, keeping on that, because you mentioned, you know, the late game scaling of the Anivia and late game scaling of the Ezreal as well is going to be tough, but we know there's a lot of big playmaking potential on the other side here, but that's still early days so far. I need to watch towards these first few kills. I need to look towards the native 192, because we see him go for big plays time and time again. He needs to execute on them and help to lead his team, help set up Pixel Drum, because we know when Pixel Drum goes off as well, he is terrifying.
Yeah, and you can see right there, Pixel Drum stealing the blue buff away from Seton Hall yet again. Brady Hayes taking the top side, Scuttle Crab. But I think that blue buff might have been a little bit more helpful. It does give vision to his top laner, please be patient, but that seems to be just like a push right now. You're getting a CS lead, and you're not really expanding that lead too much. I think it'll be down to this first team fight. Where is it going to break down is please be patient. Does feel safe for the Scuttle Crab and can take the first turret chip there on the turret plating, so is getting a little bit of a gold lead. So maybe that Scuttle Crab, I stand corrected. The Scuttle Crab does allow, please be patient, to play a little bit more aggressive, but it does stunt the growth of Seton Hall without his blue buff, the mana regen, and the cooldown.
Yeah, very important there for Silas in the jungle as we look towards, again, I talk about Pixel Drum, I talk about him having the playmaking potential, and already he's finding the opening for his team, securing this first dragon here. You love to see that to start things off, pretty much instantly getting that off to start for his team, and that's going to help them as this game progresses.
Yeah, it'll definitely help them as the game progresses. It again, is part of the trade that I think Seton Hall decided to take into when Brady Hayes, Seton Hall, the jungler, had to take the topside Scuttle Crab. So it's like, hey, look, we're giving up not only blue buff, but dragon. Bot lane, you have to play safe. You have to understand there's a gank possibility here, and they do a great job with warding early and knowing that there's a possibility that the native 192 could roam down. Good communication from Nomi Warrior and the rest of the Seton Hall squad to prevent the dive on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I like the rotation as well, coming in, keeping up that threat from the native 192. The Thresh is also a threat, let's be honest.
Yeah.
We've watched Bilito play that champion a number of times, but instantly back in lane, not missing the CS against his counterpart there. The native 192 just showing, hey, nowhere is safe. I have the ability to go in and gank you. You know I like to make big plays. But Nomi Warrior has definitely stabilized a lot in this mid lane so far. And Bilito, I think, has sensed that as he's looking to rotate in, almost finding the hook right there. Nomi Warrior, I think, still would have been in okay shape right now. As we look and try and compare the KDAs, native 192 up against Nomi Warrior. Yeah, we give native 192 some flack, but he still has a 10 KDA into the 5.9 up the top lane now. We just gank coming in on the please be patient. Super tanky on that Urgot. That flash was not the correct direction right there, as he is going to be taken down for first blood, going over to Villanova. Bit of a misplay there from Seton Hall.
Yeah, please be patient. Getting caught out there, not being patient with his push. The Scuttle Crab does go down and just gets a little too aggressive on that play, and it was just more of a positioning thing, and I think good timing by Pixel Drum to know, hey, look, the Scuttle Crab has come down. There's a very small window. Please let him push, and then let's turn around and get that ult as we take a look at it yet again in a quick replay. And just right here, walks straight up, and please be patient is just too far forward.
He saw him too. He had the vision there, and he just goes right. I guess he thought he could do it. Wasn't expecting the additional initiation coming in from the top. Please be patient, overvaluing how much survivability he had and how much damage Pixel Drum was going to do to him.
Yeah, and I think it's also just it's the speed, right? The death wasn't when he saw him. It's he should have known that the pathing was going forward. Seton Hall, the jungler, should have given a heads up to please be patient, and please be patient should have been cognizant of the fact that the Kazakhs could be roaming up right now as well. Once he saw him, it was already too late.
Yeah,
he was going to jump on him. The other time that he could have lived was flashing the ult from Malphite, flashing the unstoppable force. Instead, he didn't. He wasted his flash after he died. He was already dead to rights. Yeah. And now he'll be a flashless Urgot who's now slightly behind Whimsical Melody, and your only lead now is now behind if you're Seton Hall.
Again, that's the kind of play that Villanova, look to pick up another little invade coming in here from Pixel Drum. Look to try and make some play happen. The Thresh is not in a great position. The great CC is Quitney is now also joining in on this, giving the kill over to the Silas. Pixel Drum feeling a little bit too overconfident there, I think, from that first blood going his way, and a really nice collapse from Seton Hall. That was the communication they needed to show.
Oh, for sure. Seton Hall, I think, just realizing, hey, look, we don't know where Kazakhs is, could be down here on the bottom side of the map, and they take advantage of that. I think Pixel Drum trying a little too hard to push the advantage. You want to find isolated targets, but you want to do that with vision as we have an engage in the mid.
There's the stun going in. We are seeing Echo now trying to get himself out of this situation. Doing a nice return damage there. Walking away scot-free. Seton Hall not able to line up the CC in a meaningful way to take down that mid laner there, which means that the native 192, in terms of his normal early game KDA going, he either goes absolutely off or he gives up a lot of deaths. And so far, he's looking to set things up sort of middle of the road this time around.
Yeah, I think it was full CC there from Seton Hall and Nummy Warrior. Nummy Warrior had to do a full range stun, was able to land it and get the Flash Frost off. But right now, native 192, a little bit safer and was able to walk himself out of danger. So good on them to, good on him to hold off, as you can see. Oh,
nice plays. Oh, man. I have to say, I love the way he plays a little bit aggressive, baits out some spells from his opponents, is able to do a nice little bit of chip damage there with the Q and W and everything, just making that look really easy right now. Cranax has just been just farming, 114 CS to his name, doing incredibly well here. 13.8 KD, almost doubling the KDA of his counterpart, Quitney down there, and a lot of that has to do with knowing exactly how far. He doesn't have a huge champion pool, but the champions that he does play, he does masterfully.
Both teams now starting to mobilize a little bit here at 12:50, 1-1, a slower game, just like we saw in Game 2 of Match 1 between Providence and St. John's. Both teams trying to feel each other out. The Dragon will be spawning very shortly down on the bottom side of the map. That'll be our next big objective as an Ocean Drake. In the mid lane, though, just again, shoving in and getting a rotation off is the Anivia. They want to be first to the Dragon Pit if they will be starting this one up. It does look like they are thinking about it. Pixel Drum getting chunked a little bit there. Beely Toe. Ooh. Gonna barely miss that hook.
Looking for it.
Seton Hall walks out.
Love the vision, though. Knows that Villanova is going to maybe try and make a play happen. Do some poke damage back and forth right now, but neither team really wants to overcommit right here. So we are seeing, again, hitting towards that 14-minute mark, so keep an eye on the pushes here. If teams are going to try and make some last-ditch attempts here. Oh, finding a hook, not necessarily on the champion they wanted to, but finding two in the follow-up. Oh, nicely done. Getting both the support and the carries now to Seton Hall, the jungler, going in and trying to find some retaliation, but instead, it is his team that is getting absolutely shredded. His Nummy Warrior is going into that little leg. The res coming through, but not nearly enough. 4 members dead. And please be patient, Wonders. And like, hey, guys, what's... Oh.
Yeah, please be patient teleporting on the wrong ward. There's a ward there in Tribe Rush that he could have teleported onto. And that's where you want your Urgot to be in. You got shotgun knees. You want everyone around one. I've got a shotgun knee for you and you and you. But if there are no players around, you have no one to land on. And you can see Beely Toe. He was actually landing for the Braum, gets the Ezreal, and then panic ult. And that's what needed to happen. Unfortunately, for Please Be Patient, wasn't able to find the right ward to get into. Great ulti there by Whimsical Melody. And after that, it's piece of cake. It's a 4v2 into a 4v1. And so these are the hooks, and this is why Bilito is my favorite player to watch on this Thresh. He makes plays happen. He has a tendency to sometimes make plays that they don't want, but most of the time, this is the result when he lands a hook.
What I love, though, is the fact that the second that hook landed on the carry and not the support, there was not a moment of hesitation from Villanova. It was just go, go, go. Instantly identifying that, instantly following up, every member dogpiling over the wall, getting in there, taking both members incredibly low. Yeah, there was a moment of panic there when you do see Seton Hall joining in the fray. But again, that bit of a misplay there from Please Be Patient really put them in a bad spot. And having your carry, the first one to fall in a team fight, that's just when you're not going to win.
Yeah, and again, right, I think it was a lucky hook. Quentin E was trying to help out his support. I think if Advice gets hooked there, it's not as bad, but as soon as Quentin E gets hooked, it's really bad. It's really bad because Seton Hall is already committed to the fight. Nummy Warrior is already there as well. And Please Be Patient just doesn't have a great ward to TP to, and you know, that fight was over as soon as it started, all thanks to Bilito's death sentence.
Yeah, Bilito just, again, one of these great players to watch here, especially on one of these champs that he's so comfortable on. I mean, you identify, we saw 6 target bans to start things off here. Part of me just wonders, do you just ban his Thresh? Do you just take that off? Is it more dangerous than some of these other options here? I mean, we see how many plays it starts for his team. It has to be. I mean, I would put it up there with Pixel Drum Zach. It's one of those champs that you have to respect.
Yeah, definitely is. Again, just,
we're having him up caster curse. Yeah, that's the way it works.
But I think that's the luxury that this team has with so many different players to band out. It forces teams into uncomfortable positions in picks and bans. And Bilito's Thresh is great, but they also have another substitute support in 2 Woke that also in her own right it can be that playmaker. So it's really difficult to prep for this team, and I think that's why Villanova is one of the top teams moving forward, and Seton Hall is going to have to continue to work through this in this game and the next game if they want to slide into that top 2 spot.
Yeah, well, this one's not over yet by any means here. The Rift Herald is being summoned up in the mid. Villanova is going to look to try and put it on the books here, but Seton Hall definitely has a chance to potentially come back. They are going to very likely lose their first turret of the game right here, and yes, they will here in just a second. Some mini wave does get here, and there it is. So they are down a little bit now, but if, you know, we see a little bit of staying too long right there, ooh, if the
just seconds earlier. If Seton Hall's able to get there just a couple seconds earlier, Urgot roams, Braum roams, you know that they're going to go after the turret. You're again, right? Same thing as last game where Providence was staying too long to take some turrets. You know that's an objective. Go prepare for that fight. Be there first. Unfortunately, they weren't able to be there just a couple seconds too late, and that means it's a free turret for Villanova, and Seton Hall is forced out of their own jungle right now and can't even get their blue buff, and now Seton Hall, the jungler, falling further behind on a champ that doesn't want to fall behind.
But a player who does want to be very far ahead, it is the native 192, one of these feast or famine players, as we mentioned before. He can't, when he does go off, it's absolutely massive. We do see the chain onto Advice, staying a little bit too long, trying to keep his team in. This does pop the ult, the return, ult from Ezreal as well, following up on ability to open in the backline. We do see a lot of damage coming in from the Echoes. The native 192 is going off, but every single member is still surviving. I should say I spoke too soon. Silas did fall in the back of that. Now the rest of the team is trying to join on in. Going gold is Advice, but it is Nummy Warrior taking all the damage. Advice trying to peel, trying to stay in position for his team. The minion takes it for him, and only one member of Seton Hall falls.
Good guy, minion, keeping everybody alive, but yet again, it's Bilito with another hook, and just a little bit of miscommunication there on this bottom side of the map. Quentin E flashes out of the parallel convergence. As we watch this again, Quentin E already had to shift backwards because Lucian went aggressive, and right here, Advice is like, oh, my support! Oh no, my support, where did you go? And so it forces everyone else to panic a little bit. Seton Hall's like, time to go, go, go. Instead, Advice leaves and is like, hey, Brady, where are you going, bro? Another hook going to land. We're thinking that maybe that's another go button. Good Zonia's there by Advice to keep himself alive. A barrier pops, and then good guy minion keeping a couple of the Seton Hall players up for a little bit more. But again, the pressure from the bottom side of the map. We've talked about this from Villanova, and I like the fact that this time the native 192 is getting aggressive in the mid lane as well with them. This starts because he roams down from mid. Has he taken mid lane tower? No. He also hasn't fed yet either, which is fantastic for them as they move on towards more competitive matches later on. And you can start to see what this Villanova team is going to look like. It's going to be win through the bottom lane, break it through there, and allow the rest of the team to go around while you put Whimsical Melody on something that can just engage or just hold their own on the top side of the map.
So I think there were a couple takeaways from that last engage. I think one of them is that Seton Hall needs to trust each other. The support went in, doing what supports are supposed to do, taking the damage that the carry is supposed to do, but he didn't trust that Quinton would have the flash. He didn't trust that Quinton would be able to take care of himself, and it cost him because it ended up putting the team in a terrible position for us to respond to that. The other thing it taught us is that Villanova, while we are seeing where their mistakes are lying, while we are able to identify their weaknesses, so are they. They are cognizant of what they need to do to improve as a team, and we are seeing the cleanest iteration of Villanova that we have seen yet.
Yeah, 6-2, pretty clean, pretty good. 33-5 to 29-6 so far. Another hook lands, and now please be patient in a little bit of trouble. Actually, Bilito biting off more than he could chew, and he gets put into the meat grinder. The fear going down to Cryonics, forcing him backwards, get thrown up, and Cryonics takes a hit in his KDA. He goes down. 2 kills on over to Seton Hall, and this is the momentum that they needed to get back into the game. They might not be done yet. Silas trying to stun up someone, not able to land it. Either way, they'll take 2 kills and slow down the scaling of this Villanova squad.
Bilito finally going a little bit too far forward there and is costing for his team right there. Please be patient. The tanky Urgot that we know and love, finding the clutch ult right there, executing it below 30%. No problem, he says. And those are a couple more kills going over the way of Seton Hall that they desperately needed here to try and equalize this gold disadvantage as well. As look to secure some map control as well as turrets. However, it is Villanova holding on here, 3 versus the world right now. And they can do it. And now the 4th member returning, they need to be very careful if you're Seton Hall because 1 hook lands and this could be disastrous.
It could be disastrous, but a solid job here by Villanova, just buying time to wait for the team to respawn. And you can see how much these teams prioritize Baron control and Baron vision so early on in the game compared to a couple of the other teams that we watched earlier. Villanova and Seton Hall saying, hey, look, there's nothing on the bottom side of the map, so we want to fight, but the way to fight is to play aggressively in the other team's jungle. But now, Pixel Drum biting off more than he could chew. Another hook going to land, be taken in by the rest of the team. Nice pop-up there, and into the egg goes Anivia. Will the rest of Seton Hall be able to help out the Anivia to come back alive? No, he won't. Cryonics able to pick up the kill. We have 192 zoning out the rest of the team. Here goes Seton Hall on the front line of the back, using the Echo ult. Both Echo ults being used this time. And look at that, the native 192 might be able to live. No, he does go down. The Kingslayer will be able to take that one off. Bilito very low. There goes Seton Hall to pick up the kill. Please be patient. The last one alive for Seton Hall will be able to skedaddle out of there. Overall, a 4 for 3, and the rest of Villanova able to fight back after losing the initial first fight.
The one man that you cannot leave alive. It is Cryonics sitting uncontested in the back off of the start from Pixel Drum. This was the initiation. This is where it all could have gone wrong for Villanova. He goes in, instantly stunned, instantly knocked up. The chain CC is there, but watch the native 192 on the flank. He does go in, finds a key knock up on a Nummy Warrior, instantly putting him into the ult, and now it's Advice on the flank, but watch Cryonics in the back. He's just left uncontested, dealing damage. Seton Hall looks oh so impressive, but he identifies support and then is forced back in. Echo ult on Echo ult, stealing that beautifully, but still, Cryonics is alive, and he is, as I said, the one person that you cannot leave to his own devices.
Yeah, and again, another, I think, lucky hook, we could call it, from Bilito. That all started because the hook was actually trying to land onto the Braum that was on the front line. Instead, it ended up landing onto the Anivia, and you can only imagine what that would have been like for the rest of Seton Hall if Nummy Warrior didn't get hooked up there at the end. If Nummy Warrior stays alive, you have your Anivia safe on the back line dealing a lot of damage as we have an assassination attempt, and there it is. Pixel Drum, see you later.
Oh my, that is the power of Pixel Drum right there going on in Silas. When he gets caught out, when he's not able to combo, when he's not able to execute, play around his team, be that versatile, champion who goes in and out and it gets those jukes when he's just stuck in a corner, up against a wall, up against the boards. That's what happens. The TPs are coming in now as the fight around Baron is continuing to break out on the flank. We do see the pushback as the tanky sides of that Urgot and that Braum are forcing them alive. So 4v5, Villanova deciding not to overextend. A good call here from them. However, they're still hungry for blood.
They are indeed hungry for blood. They've been doing a good job. And again, what I liked about that whole sequence that we just saw was that Villanova initially lost that fight, lost 2 members, and then stalled out for a very long time around Baron Pit, knowing, hey, Seton Hall expended a lot of their skills, a lot of their summoners. Their ults might not be up yet. Let's hang around this top side of the map and find the hook that we know Bilito can get us. He did exactly that, and they were able to win the second team fight pretty clean with Cryonics going untouched. They now get map pressure, mid-turret, and so much vision. Seton Hall has to be aware of where Villanova can be. Surprise, they're at Dragon, they take the Drake, and they continue their march to get all 4 Drakes.
Talk about vision, talk about control, and that's one thing that Seton Hall doesn't really have right now. They are looking to try and make a play here in the mid. The native 192 is in quite a bit of trouble right there. The chain CC is enough to instantly take him down, so finding a bit of retaliation is Seton Hall. The chains will land going right on through, but over on the other side with the split push power of Cryonics as well, the whole rest of the team from Villanova is here. They will happily trade out one member for that tier 3 turret, looking for an inhib to boot, but trading out right now Baron for this play. Villanova is making a call, but so is Seton Hall.
Yeah, I think this all just happens from the native 192 getting picked. I know that, I'm pretty sure Please Be Patient will go down. I think this is a fair trade, even if they lose an Nexus turret, but it is taking a very long time for Villanova, or for Seton Hall to take the Baron. Will they have to back off? It seems like they are. It might not have enough damage, and here comes the rest of Villanova.
Your Nexus is just gone. Villanova is going to push in right here. That's fine. You took the Baron, but you lost the game. And Villanova with the decision-making prowess. Seton Hall with the questionable call.
Yeah, what a abrupt end here by Villanova to take the win here. Seton Hall looked like they got sucked into winning fights because they're like, hey, look, we want to beat Villanova. A good way to do that is win some team fights. And so they're winning a lot of team fights here. Unfortunately for them, the team fights don't lead to victories. And again, checkers and chess. A little bit of chess there. Hey, take my rook, we'll take your queen, and take your king, and that's the game right there.
That's one of those moments where it's like, that shouldn't happen. That just shouldn't happen.
No, it shouldn't.
In the end, going for that Baron, thinking they were going to be able to defend, think they were going to be able to go back. The Urgot was going to be able to buy more time, underestimating the damage of their opponents.
Yeah. And underestimating their own damage against the Baron.
Like, I still think took forever.
That's a good idea, but unfortunately, it just took too long to kill him, and you know, you hate to see that happen. It's happened a couple times in pro play. You've seen it in collegiate as well beforehand, but that was rough. That was a rough loss and a rough way to lose the game, and they have to be able to bounce back.
I was going to say, now's the time to take a deep breath and go, yeah, that didn't work. That didn't work. Shake it off. Take a deep breath. Take a drink of water. Relax. Say, all right, it's another game. Game number 2, which we'll be coming to in just a moment here. We're going to hop onto a short break. When we return, Seton Hall is going to look to come back from that in a big way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more amazing collegiate League of Legends action right after this.
Meet Fliz 1. It's tiny and complex, and to our research team at Villanova University, this protein may hold the key to new tests for breast cancer. I started this work my second year at Villanova with a world-class researcher who is now my mentor and colleague. I stepped on campus an aspiring oncologist. Now, I'll start med school with a real understanding of the science behind the practice of medicine and Villanova's Augustinian values to guide me. Ignite change, go Nova.
Sold out for the biggest show in the Big Apple.
Definition of a champion. New York, big city of dreams, big stage, the arena's as big as they seem. The city that never sleeps, running New York daily. Make it here, you make it anywhere. New York, baby.
Back and forth they go. Double pump. Oh!
The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
Can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just witness a surprise ending of game number 1 between Seton Hall and Villanova, the returning champs coming back in championship form, securing that clutch win in game number 1 off the back of some fantastic decision-making. My name is Paul Enverum Toddkill, joined by Daniel Deegan Gonzalez. We're at the halfway mark.
We are.
And we got here in a way that, yeah, okay.
It just happened.
It just did.
It just happened very quickly, and it was one of those things where Seton Hall has been pushing really hard to be one of those top teams, and they're starting to win team fights even when they were getting gauged upon. And I think they focused in a little bit too much about winning these fights, and unfortunately for them, Villanova was like, hey, there's a huge opening here through our bot lane, able to take towers very, very quickly, and just a great macro call really quickly, and a mistake. So it was a great call by Villanova, a mistake call by Seton Hall, and they lost the game with 4 members still alive.
It's the expression penny wise, pound foolish. You know, you're so focused on the little things that you lose sight of the big picture. That was exactly what we saw in that last game. But as you said, there were a lot of amazing individual moments in team fights, things we saw here. Again, moments like this where Billy Toe was able to help make these big initiations. But there was also some good response play from Seton Hall.
Yeah, Billy Toe, hook after hook yet again, leading into some fantastic fights for the rest of his squad of Villanova. On the opposite side, though, sometimes a little bit too aggressive. So Billy Toe going in on this one. Seton Hall trying to help out his buddies. And I guess that keeps him safe on that one. There's one more where he gets a little too aggressive, but the hooks were just landing left and right. One more hook here, going to barely miss. Good guy Minion keeping advice alive, the support for Seton Hall. But this one is one too far, right? Look at this yet again. Like, the hook just kind of threads the needle there, and Bilito goes right on in. This is the second team fight where Villanova stalled out for a very long time, and these drawn-out fights where Cryonics goes untouched is exactly how the team wants to play, and that leads to a great victory here. I'll be interested to see if the Thresh pulls out a ban. We talked about it. There are a lot of things that you need to ban out and you don't want to face, but Bilito's play on Thresh has been immaculate, and he hasn't been forced on a different champion yet by any team. That seems to be like maybe a strategy you can use. Are there easier champions to play? Yes, I'm sure he can play a Braum, but his proficiency at a Thresh and the skill cap that a great Thresh can provide is so high. And we've seen all those highlights there that we just saw on the screen. They were all started off by some sort of Thresh hook or Thresh flay. Well,
because the Thresh is only part of this dominant dual lane we see in the bottom. The other part of that is Cryonics, of course, who's played on the Lucian, but they're part of this bigger picture. And it's funny because Cryonics actually had something to say about the rest of his teammates because we're often complimenting him, but he had to say that every member of our team has achieved a certain level of skill that makes them individually formidable opponents. So yes, while we are singing his praises and we're talking about his team, if you actually watch that last clip back, and I was really focusing on the native 192 there, he made some sick dodges at the end of it, forced a lot of response onto him that allowed Cryonics to make these big plays, stay alive, and do the damage. So every single member of Villanova is a threat.
Yeah, and as he should be as an Echo, right? As an Echo, another high-skilled cap champion, you want to get in the face of the opponent. You want to try and bait out those skills, and that is the type of play we need to see from the returning champs, especially one of the 2 players that are returning that has won last year. Right now, he's the kind of guy that is still trying to get into form. We expected him to be not only the emotional leader of the team, but also reflect that with his play. And I think it's going to do wonders for this squad as they move into later stages of the playoffs and possibly even the collegiate League of Legends championships as well, if he's able to have more performances like this.
Yeah, well, they need to win this next game, though, to continue on that path. Let's get into the draft for it, because I love the fact you talk about the native 192 and all that, because again, he's been like up or down.
Yeah.
That last game was so much better because he didn't try to make crazy plays. He just did what he had to do. And the rest of the team worked around that, and they got it done.
And I would say, I would venture to say that he was playing a little bit more aggressive by being forward on the Echo and dodging things out.
Yeah.
Because any one of those things land,
but
and now you're in a lot more
so
trouble.
early that he can give. He had a few items to his name. He had a little bit else going on. He wasn't trying to go for first blood at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, and to be fair, though, he was against a champion in Anivia that doesn't really punish that much early.
That's true.
Right? I think that he didn't go for any crazy plays because there were no crazy plays available for him. And so I'd be interested to see how he does if Nummy Warrior goes with something different, a little bit more aggressive, something that isn't going to just sit back on their laurels and scale up in the mid lane. How about, you know, just something a little bit more meta, and we'll see as the draft goes through, and we'll take a look at some of these bans. Yet again, a lot of respect set towards Seton Hall, the jungler from Villanova, Rengar and Shaco. He'll never get to play that Shaco. I don't think
Literally
the Rengar
never.
has been banned a ton, but the Shaco never gets played.
And
Same
the
bans
Renekton
here
as well.
for
Yeah,
Vanilla.
please be patient. I believe it was him who had the quote who says, "I still only play Renekton."
Yep, yep. And I don't think that he played poorly. I think this was,
No.
again, a case where Villanova's bot lane was just able to make more plays, right? If you're the team that is able to make the plays and you're comfortable in doing that, they're able to knock that out. Seton Hall bans Yasuo, Kha'Zix, and Riven. So both teams sticking with the same bans. This time, though, Quinny going to have his hands locked in on the Lucian.
This is going to force Cryonics into onto something else. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a statement first pick right there from both sides. Both teams taking away a champion that was used against them the previous match. I also like the fact that, once again, Billy Toe will get his Thresh, but denying the Lucian over to Cryonics, I think that is... I think that's less of a statement and more of a, oh dear, we need this and we don't want him to have it. But that's Silas. That's certainly a statement.
Yep, Silas locked in for Pixel Drum, or it possibly could be the native 192. We don't know, but either way, Seton Hall's not going to have his hands on it. Thresh again to Billy Toe. It's just really, really hard to see a way to play through this for Villanova unless they really work through their draft. And again, they're going back with Nummy Warrior, just farming it up in the mid lane. Seton Hall on another aggressive jungler in Graves. Likes to farm up, doesn't provide as much doesn't provide almost any CC. The smoke will slow some down and blind them for a little bit. However, it'll be more of Seton Hall, the hard carry. And I think I'm getting a little worried with the Seton Hall composition, the team right now, because you have Lucian who wants to get resources, you have Graves that wants resources, and Anivia's not going to give anybody up any of the farm and wants all the blue buffs. That'll be just a little bit of traffic that Seton Hall will have to work through. Opposite side, late scaler in Sivir locked in for Villanova, and again, just anytime Bilito has Thresh, it doesn't matter what AD carry you pick. It's going to be scary because he's going to hand feed you a couple kills with some death sentences, and you get to the late game with the Sivir, it'll be a little difficult for their opponent, and Seton Hall needs to really figure out how to round out their team composition here.
Yeah, they need to put some focus on the early game here so that they don't get totally run over, because as you mentioned, these are a lot of champs that need resources to work with. We're looking towards 3 items to really come online, really look towards that threat. Obviously, again, some changes potentially going to be affecting them in terms of items with 9.3. We'll see how that plays out as we look towards this ban phase as well. I like denying the Urgot here once again. They clearly, again, one of those champs that can flex mid, can flex top. It's just such a staple pick here, again, but I need to look towards more of this early game stuff.
I just don't like this Anivia pick here. I really don't. I think you look at the bans that Villanova pulled out with the Yorick and the Braum, especially the Braum against someone like a Sivir. Like, it stops so much of Sivir's ricochet damage from Boomerang Blade and the effectiveness in that early game where she can just push to her heart's content. You can pick that there at 3. It slides all the way down to 3, and it's a nearly first pickable champion for an Anivia. I guess you're worried that they would ban it out because it is a pocket pick of yours, but it just seems very difficult. And by banning out the Braum, you can take Ornn with no problem. There's nothing to block it. They could play a Yasuo somewhere, but
they cannot.
Not really. Oh, that's right. Yasuo is already banned out as well. So just the draft seems very much on Villanova's side. Just an easier team composition to execute with. Urgot and Malphite getting taken away, so no easy R engage button here for Villanova. And still, Silas can flex. We think it could be jungle, it could be mid, but there's so much flexibility in their pick and ban phase as they moved into the second ban phase that Villanova can flex things around. It makes it hard for Seton Hall to draft around. They're going to go with the Morgana and the J4. Morgana going to help out with some of the hooks and able to get Seton Hall or whoever goes in all of that magic dispel ability to just really drive home the damage. Last pick, though, Villanova left it, Seton Hall left it open, and Villanova will oblige. So Silas going in the mid lane, Zach heading to the jungle with Pixel Drum. That's a scary team composition if you're Villanova. If you're Seton Hall, it feels like you just kind of had a bunch of parts and are going to make it work with the J4 going in the top side of the map. The Graves going to just farm up in the jungle, and Anivia, a lot of the pressure is going to be on this top side of the map, and I'm highly sure the the native 192 and the rest of Villanova will know that, just because Zach and Whimsical Melody, I guess Pixel Drum and Whimsical Melody will be under a lot of fire. Quentin E and Advice against Cryonics and Bilito, that's going to be a skill matchup on the bottom side. Bilito has proven over and over again it's very difficult to bet against him.
Yeah, and I was looking at this. We're going to confirm that they do swap here. The native 192. There we go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Good.
Yeah, there's no
because like I looked at the stylus and I'm like, that is such a native 192 champ.
Yeah.
Like that is like that plays right into his pool. You got decent mobility. You've got good aggressive initiation. You've got some high skill mechanics, particularly into the late game. The ability to just steal out ults.
Yeah.
Make fun plays.
Yeah.
That's such his kind of. But then you also get Pixel Drum as Zach. Like I don't think we've seen. I hate to say it. I don't think we've seen such a pure outdraft yet so far. Here in the spring season.
Yeah, I think you can look on the side of Seton Hall and say, hey, look, we got what we wanted, but what you didn't prevent is what they wanted. Like, it almost feels like your bans were null and void. You could have banned anything, and the team composition that they would have drafted still would have outdrafted yours. So maybe we'll see if they believe that Seton Hall had a good draft and that they can perform on their champions and outplay. That's sure. But again, you know, this is a very, very difficult returning champion Villanova team that seemed to look like they got online last game.
They really did, and this is the moment where we need to see that start to turn around as we head into our second game here. This is really all on the line now for Seton Hall. It's looking towards momentum going into the second half of the season, going up against the returning champions in Villanova. They need to show that they can go toe-to-toe with the best, because Villanova is not even the big bad boss. They're not even, you know, the big bad guy you got to deal with at the end of the tunnel. There's a bigger bad guy in DePaul, even beyond this still. Seton Hall needs to show that they can take down this threat to move on to the next one.
And I don't think it's even just for, as Advice might be in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, Advice? Hello. Oh,
hey,
okay.
Hey,
okay.
Hey, stop getting food! He's dead.
All right, so that was already not the start you want for Seton Hall.
Boy, that's
I think Villanova has some CC.
Yeah, they might have a little bit of CC.
Just a little bit of CC.
And, you know, I think Morgana might have an ability to fight through that, but unfortunately it didn't seem like that worked out as we just take another look at the first jungle invade we've seen work in quite some time. And Advice is chilling. Advice is sitting in the wrong corner of the bush. Like, you want to make sure that you're kind of in the middle so you can see a strategy that does wrap around on the bottom side of the map. And unfortunately for him, he gets locked up. Maybe he already picked a skill. That's why, kids, when you're sitting at home, you don't pick a skill until you see them, right? Once you see them, then you realize, oh, crap, yes, maybe you pick binding early because you think you're going to bind, but you never know.
You never know. You might need that black shield.
You know what's worse than having black shield to start? Dying.
Yeah, that's definitely worse. That's definitely, you're a support. You're allowed to pick for more sometimes. I mean, yeah, sometimes you're going to set up kills yourself. But yes, hold on to it till the very last second, folks. That's some lessons for those at home, because that's going to, I mean, you want to talk about how that last game ended, how Seton Hall just didn't make the right decision, and they got to be like, okay, we gotta reset, guys. Game number 2. And already that happens?
Already that happens.
I mean, what you want to talk about what little sort of what little morale is building back up for them is now just kind of going, oh, crap. So this is going to show, you know, I'm already starting to see this pressure. This is going to show the maturity of this team. For Seton Hall, this is going to show if they can take a deep breath, they can put it all away, and at the end of the day, just play a good game of League.
Oh, hey, look.
Wow,
there.
hey, burn stumps. There
yeah,
you go.
Good flash there by Advice. Advice able to force the flash out of Bilito, so turning it back around on the bottom side of the map. Bilito getting a little too aggressive, but either way, just again, Silas getting the early kill and getting turned on early on here against Nami Warrior, and we know Nami Warrior wants to scale. It'll be it might be difficult if he gets out of hand, right? Nami Warrior needs time, needs space, needs gold to get ahead. So hopefully the rest of the team will be able to find that. Again, Seton Hall now has an opportunity to go down on the bottom side of the map now that Flash has been expended by Bilito, and get in there and make some plays happen, as now we have an engage happening in the mid lane.
Stun going in there onto the native 192. Not a whole lot the Pixel Drum is going to be able to do at this point, but it is Nami Warrior who is the target. Not a whole lot this Anivia can do at this stage of the game, as they are going to continue going on there, bringing everyone together, force the flash over the wall. Nicely done. Both teams trading blows, but no one falling.
Yeah, no follow there, but good little skirmish there by Nummy Warrior and Seton Hall to kind of set the tone, but turned around by Pixel Drum and the native 192 saying, hey, look, you're not going to bully us early on. Nummy Warrior, you really don't do too much damage to us right now. So things are, again, right? But at least it's a heat check. It's like, hey, look, you know, we're here, sending a message. I'm not afraid to blow flash. As now Nummy Warrior getting a little bit of trouble. Oh, wow, the execute. Damage not going to be enough, and now Seton Hall putting pressure on 192 and forcing him back. Nummy Warrior needs to go back and heal up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a bait right there, but just not, you mentioned it from this Jungle of the Graves. He just doesn't have enough tools in the tool belt at this point to really do a lot here. Needs more items, so we'll see what he's going to do now, because that just, I feel like if you're the native 192, you just feel so much more confidence. Like, I just horribly overextended, and I didn't get paid, I get bit for it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is my lane to win.
Yeah. And like he didn't have to burn flash, so he still has flash there. So that's what you want to do, but it's just being aware that Seton Hall could be lurking around. I think the difficult part with that for Seton Hall, the team, is that there isn't hard CC, like secure CC with Nummy Warrior and Seton Hall. Yes, you can throw out the flash, the Frost Flash, and get in a little trouble, but look at this. This gank is so easy for Zach to go on in, onto Please Be Patient. He's in a lot of trouble now. Will he be able to get over the wall? Yes, he will!
The flag and drag looking to try and get right out of here. Please be patient. Pixel Drum is still chasing Flash for Flash, but is able to walk away. Beautiful play there to escape. I have to say, nicely done there from Seton Hall, starting to stem the bleeding a little bit here in this second match, or second game of the second match. But of course, there are more amazing matches here, guys. This is only our second match of the day. Butler versus Marquette is going to be up next as well. So if you're just showing up because, you know, you go to one of these schools, you want to support, root for your team, that's awesome, but stick around afterwards because we have more amazing games. And in this one, this is Seton Hall's chance to not go down 0-2 versus Villanova. And this is Villanova's chance to put their stamp on this tournament right now, solidifying themselves in number 2.
Yeah, and I think this is, for that next game, Butler and Marquette, it's last chance saloon. These two teams trying to get themselves out of the bottom. Butler trying to push themselves into the middle of the pack, into that fourth and final playoff spot conversation. Marquette trying to salvage their season, sitting at 1-5.
Yeah, I mean, now we look towards the mid lane, and once again, the native 192, it looks like he's in these positions where he's feeling comfortable, which is terrifying, because that's never where you want to be up against a player like this who is so momentum-based. And we're seeing the power of this newest champion to join us here on the Rift. And ouch. I mean, he's just such a scary duelist, especially with his ability to just lifesteal, especially when you are in lower HP with that additional damage, lifesteal even more. Especially with some of the changes that have been made to these champions in 9.3, reducing a lot of the lane sustainability of some of these counterpart options that we're not seeing in this matchup, to be fair. But Silas is still coming in, staying unchecked. And in the hands of somebody like the native 192, this is where I'm looking for him to just be scary.
Yeah, it's the Riot special. They release a champion and it comes out busted. Who would have known?
Oh, who would have thunk it?
So, native 192 just able to put some pressure down and continue to engage. But now Whimsical Melody very low, and Please Be Patient bided his time, and by being able to escape from that early gank, he's turning around the damage on a Whimsical Melody and gets the first kill in the top lane for Seton Hall.
That was incredibly huge for him. Not only is it shutting down a key member for the side of Villanova, but he's able to show that, look, just because we might be losing some of our other lanes, we are still standing strong in one of them, giving his team the hope there. And also, Please Be Patient. Again, somebody we've criticized a little bit is just playing a little bit passive and not really looking to make big plays. Put some gold in his pocket, and he might be able to step up this time around, especially because we know with Pixel Drum, Villanova is going to look to go in, going to look to try and find these picks. If you can capitalize on that, if you can counter-initiate, that's when Villanova, staying too long, that is their single biggest weakness.
And I think it depends on the build that we're going here on the top side of the map with Please Be Patient. If he's going full damage here, it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier in the pre-show, where a lot of teams are built around initiating first and burst damage, and J4 can go in with flag and drag into the Cataclysm and blow someone up immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Even an Ornn that normally is tanky with the patch changes in 9.2 and 9.3, less tanky. And so Whimsical Melody needs to get adjusted to that and realize his role in the game. It's not to deal a lot of damage and be in the front line. He needs to be the engager. Engage, then you follow up, right? Let Zach be in the front line. Don't be giving up free kills to the opposing champion that can burst you down.
When, of course, Villanova has multiple options to go in. They have the slingshot. They have the call of the Forge God. They've got options. The native 192 can also look to go in, and they might look to do that right now. The fight is breaking out, potentially over the Drake pit, and there's the initiation with the slingshot. Pixel going trying to go in there, is not able to secure it, though, and that is now the full forced out from Villanova. However, they are going to look to re-initiate at the back of the native 192, forcing the flash out of Seton Hall, but they will secure the kill at the back of this. The drag right back in onto Advice. Billy Toe might have stayed a little bit too long as Whitney is joined right on in, so trading at 1 kill for 1 over the Drake.
Yeah, great plays here, back and forth, and now Advice in a little bit of trouble. Every auto attack is going to give Cryonics a little bit more speed. Coming over the walls of native 192, he's able to steal the ulti from Lucian, and the calling coming from the Silas, closing it off on Morgana. Great play, and that is the power of the new mid laner. The native 192 showing it off right there.
Thinking, oh, he's burned all his cooldowns. There's no way he can close the gap with me. Yeah, that's true. But your teammate just functionally killed you. What heads-up play right there, stealing the ult and then making it work, using it against your opponent. Lucian, why would you betray me like this?
Yeah. Great play there by the native 192. And at first it started off really well with Advice. Advice getting a shield off, but now Gank on the top side of the map, knocked up and going down, will be the top laner. And Billy Toe going, this is such great play, and you see this in high level. As soon as you die, what do you spend your time doing after you respawn? Do you go straight back to your lane? No, it's like, hey, who's vulnerable? Can I affect a different lane? And Billy Toe is so good at that. When he does accidentally overstay and end up dying, he goes exactly where the next play might be, and this time it pays off in another kill on the top side of the map that Whimsical Melody had no business doing.
That was basically frame perfect right there, chaining that CC perfectly, and I say chain in every sense of the word, knocking him up and then down 6 feet under. That was exactly how you want to execute that. The second that Call of the Forge God comes through, you're already dead. It's already, move on to the next one at that point.
Sure.
Think about what next item you are going to be buying when you do respawn. So this is now Villanova looking in a pretty good position right now. They're getting gold onto the right people. Already a 600 gold bounty onto the Silas. And that's not something you can deny right here. And also, all the while, the Sivir has been left to farm uncontested. Most CS in the game, already has 3 assists. And it's on Cryonics, somebody we know can do work with it.
Yeah, Cryonics. On Cryonics? On native?
No, on Cryonics as well.
Oh, okay. Cryonics does have the 3 assists. Native has multiple kills, but now going in is Billy Toe, maybe biting off a little more than Geechu. And Advice going in, trying to solo out Cryonics.
But we do have the shield going, keeping him alive just a little bit
nice
longer. Billy Toe is doing such a good job. He's like, wait,
2 good side
my
steps.
carry's about to die. I got to go save him. And is actually able to do it right there. As you also see a counter gank going on in the mid lane right now, forcing Enemy Warrior back underneath the tower, but bringing him back in with the ult is Pixel Drum. But the bait, though, the last turret shot to secure that kill. So it's actually Seton Hall coming out ahead right now, missing the key stun, though that might have actually been the death of Pixel Drum.
Yeah, great play there by Enemy Warrior. It looked like it was a lot of trouble early on, but he did a fantastic job laying down the wall to prevent Native going straight back. He had to run around. It made him take 2 extra tower shots and was the difference, and gets the big-time shutdown gold. 600 heading on over to that late game scaling Anivia in the mid lane.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. I was saying that bounty is already here on the Silas. That is somebody you have to shut down. And we're seeing their own over-aggression biting them. And it is Seton Hall, though, getting better at dealing with it. Seton Hall of even 2 weeks ago wouldn't have been able, I think, to find those clutch responses. But instead, they do great damage under to a turret. They force back 2 members of Villanova. Yeah, they don't quite get the kill. They simultaneously get a kill in the mid lane and are looking solid up top. We have ourselves a match.
Yeah, we definitely do. And it was 2 great sidesteps there by both supports. The first one by Advice, sidestepping the initial hook from Billy Toe, and then Billy Toe sidestepping the binding. Imagine if that binding landed by Advice onto Billy Toe. It would have been 2 kills on a gank and a counter gank in the mid lane. That would have been a big lead for them. Either way, they're up 300 gold and still in business with the Lucian still doing work. Cryonics hasn't gotten a kill yet, so hasn't quite turned on yet. And Nummy Warrior, that's the guy that you wanted that 600 shutdown goal to, and he's rolling right now with his tier stack and getting closer and closer to the mid-game, late-game scaler.
Keep an eye on that for sure as we are starting to head towards the mid-game here. As 3 kills to 4. We do have the ult coming on through. Melody's actually be counter-engaging, though, but not nearly enough to deal with Pixel Drum, who you know is joining in the fray. I like the thought process there.
You're unstoppable in the middle of your casting Cataclysm, so you're not going to get knocked up. But as soon as Call of the Forge God comes off, like, you know you're dead.
I also love the shift in mentality in the mid lane we're seeing now.
Oh.
Hold on that thought for a second there as Cryonix is getting dove
Flash
on
forward
by Advice and
Ooh.
Crew. They are able to get that. The box totally whipping from Billy Toe, uncharacteristic mistake from him as he is now forced back as well. Quinton showing that there's more than one player in this game who can rock a Lucian.
Yeah, well, it didn't quite miss. It was a great black shield coming out from Advice to prevent not only a flay, but also the box from slowing him down. And now Nami Warrior getting caught out. You knew Pixel Drum was on the top side of the map. Why are you playing close to there? I don't know, but if you're on the side of Villanova, he'll gladly oblige. And the native 192 with another kill, now 4-1 in the mid lane.
And that's what I was talking about, you know, native 192 is maybe having to rethink how that works, however, is
Brady
Billy
Hayes.
Toe, who's baiting in the opponents right here. They're trying to chase him down, going to commit the flash from Seton Hall to secure that kill, but now they have dove way too deep into the native 192.
3v3.
This is a rough spot right now. His native is trapped in a rough spot, is going to go gold to try and stay alive just a little bit longer, reprioritizing the target onto Quinton, who is now falling. He committed so much to make this happen, but he's giving himself over. That was not the play at all. Don't commit onto teammates you know are going to die. Ah!
Yeah, Seton Hall biting off more than they could chew. I think you had some good plays early on, and you wanted to continue that pacing. This feels like game one, where they're getting caught into winning fights a little bit too far without vision. You look on the bottom side of the map, it's very dark for the side of Seton Hall. That's not your jungle yet. You have to take down the turrets first, then put wards down, then you can go in and invade, especially when your ults are down and your mid laner has already died. You knew Nami Warrior was dead. And you knew that Pixel Drum now was in the mid lane, right? This is crazy, like, lack of awareness here for the side of Seton Hall. Pixel Drum gets so much value from ganking the top side of the map, getting kill, then ganking the mid side and getting a kill, and then going to the bottom side of the map and being there for the counter gank to get another kill. Great movement there by Pixel Drum, and great job by Villanova working around that knowledge.
Really solid rotations there from Villanova, things that they are doing, you know, improving every single week here. Again, Seton Hall is creating some openings, is finding these plays, but then they're just trying to push to the next one. Just take your little victories, compound those, snowball those little victories, just win a little bit more and win a little bit more, because the second they try and make a big play, they get caught out for it. Finally, they might make something happen right now, but Whimsical Melody doing no problem at all. So just body block for Billy Toe right here, but let's see if they've committed now too much on the top side right now, or if Villanova's going to be able to capitalize on it in places like the mid right here. The native 192 going toe-to-toe with Please Be Patient, and we're seeing the power of those 4 kills. The gold in the pocket of the native 192 is doing so much.
Yeah, the native 192 just can even take on the Jarvan himself, 1v1, dancing around the turret to make sure he doesn't take any turret damage and just consistently putting pressure in the mid lane. Anivia is having a hard time getting her blue, and it's taking her quite some time to finally get it. And so that means Please Be Patient's going to sit there, take that wave. They lose a little bit of pressure in the river, where our next fight might break out.
And I like the fact that they've identified, you know, turrets have fallen. We should switch up these lanes. We are seeing the carry support now flexing up to the top. And we are seeing the Ornn moving down to the bottom as the fight potentially going to be breaking out here over this Rift Herald. Actually not opting to do so. Seton Hall's going to take it for free. Villanova saying, you know, there's no reason to try and fight for this. We don't have the positioning. We don't have this, so we're just going to split push on the bottom side of the map. Objective over to Seton Hall.
Yeah, that was weird. I think it was actually started up by Villanova, and then they thought better of it and prevented themselves from overextending and getting caught out in a fight that they did not want. And so the next little Rift Herald buff going to head on over to Seton Hall. I think this is the first time we've seen a Rift Herald on the quote-unquote losing side of the team right now, as the native 192 going in on Nami Warrior.
Going on Nami Warrior will get the first part of this here, but...
It's the wall! The wall again, continually outplaying the native 192. I love this play by Nami Warrior, being smart with his passive, but now Advice needed to take his teammates' advice and go the other way.
Yeah, he needed to just walk south. That's fine.
Billy Toe. Hey, Billy Toe!
What? And he burns the... Okay. Comedy of errors here.
Yeah.
As we are seeing multiple questionable decisions.
This is going to be huge, actually, because the Rift Herald has been popped in the mid lane.
Oh, actually,
nobody is there, and it's going to be 2 turrets in the mid lane because Ornn does not have TP. Jarvan was fighting him on the bottom side of the map, so he wasn't able to recall even faster. Nice turn around here by Seton Hall. It all starts with the kill from native 192 in the mid lane, getting too aggressive.
Yeah, and this is a kind of a common trend we're seeing from him, feeling really confident, going in, trying to make those big plays. But What was he hoping to accomplish up against the Inivi there?
I think it's the fact that your ult, you have, he had the Jarvan ult, and he wanted to make sure he used it, right? You want to use your Jarvan ult so that you can hijack a different ultimate later on, and so he forced the kill a little bit. Nummy Warrior's doing a great job baiting the native 192 under turret. He did burn flash to get a little bit more distance closer to the turret. Once the native 192 engages, Nummy Warrior's first skill is putting down the Glacial Storm and then putting down the wall right in front of the turret. And the native 192 every time thinks that he's able to walk out of there. Not able to. Goes down yet again. So good counter kill by Nummy Warrior.
Yeah, we do have the Scan going in there. Ooh. Say getting pulled right out of that situation. Yeah, but they have the rebirth every single time. Like, they're just going to come on through and deny that aggression. As now Whimsical Melody is being engaged upon in the bot lane. We are seeing him just backing up there, no problem. Again, fairly tanky, the two top laners. We did see, again, these lane swaps coming in through right now. 7 kills to 10. We look at the gold, though, pretty much dead. Even a slight lead, actually, now from Seton Hall. Taking down those two turrets in the mid has actually done so much for them here. They are actually ahead in terms of structures right now.
Not anymore.
Well, for just... Actually, they're still ahead, but that's fine.
Yeah, and that's going to be the gold lead heading back on over to Villanova. I think you overextended a little bit on the bottom side of the map. Seton Hall, Brady Hayes, the jungler, went bottom with Jarvan to try and engage onto Ornn, but they weren't ready to fully commit. And because of that, they end up empty-handed. It was wasted time by Seton Hall. He has to recall. They give up position on Dragon, and now it's a free Dragon here for Villanova.
Potentially here, Seton Hall might actually look to try and contest this if they're able. No, they're not. Lucian's not even here. So this is very likely, yes, going to be a free Dragon going over for Villanova. Oh, we do see a little bit of initiation going up over the pit here. And we do see the initiation from Pixel Drum, but not wanting to overcommit under that. Good call there from them. I think Villanova is starting to learn from their lessons here in this game. That's that they just need to keep playing their game, but without forcing anything. Because the second they try and force something, that's when Seton Hall is getting advantage. Seton Hall isn't necessarily making the plays that are getting them the kills. They're just responding to Villanova's mistakes.
Yeah, they're showing off their team fighting prowess, but they need to be a little bit tighter and cleaner in their shot calling, right? A lot of that had nothing to do, all this little bit of lead that they just got, the tower plus the dragon, had nothing to do with the fight. It had everything to do with what are you doing after you recall, when you're recalling, what your recall timers are like. And we already touched on how Bilito's really good about finding the right time to recall, as we see an engage on the top side of the map now. Seton Hall getting hit by the stretching strike, and nothing happens out of that. However, Cryonix forced to flash away. And it does look like the re-engage coming on. Silas coming around the corner does get the ultimate from Morgana. TP now coming in, and now the rest of Villanova on retreat.
Now we see two members TPing in. Bilito is going to pay for it. The back and forth dance with death, and it is Villanova who pays for it right now. Also opening up this top side of the map, which means they're going to look to go in and secure this turret as well. Continue on the push. They used a lot of resources for that kill, so they might as well turn it into something else. I like that here. The Ornn is going to be counter-pushing in the bot lane, but it's not going to do nearly as much as all of the members that are pushing in right here. Not only are they de-warding, they're going to set up vision. They're going to set themselves up for the next push. That was Villanova's indecisive nature paying for them right here. I feel like they keep making plays and they keep getting burned, and they're starting to second-guess themselves.
Yeah, just a bit. I think it was the right call to back off there. Both TPs were burned by Nummy Warrior and Please Be Patient. Whimsical Melody has teleport, so you'll be looking to set up a play after Whimsical Melody is able to shove in Please Be Patient, and then TP across the map to try and find a 5v4 with Call of the Forge God leading the way, Pixel Drum following up, and then all your damage with your Sivir and your Silas that has 5 kills leading that fight. And that's why you see Whimsical Melody faking the recall here and shoving in that bottom side of the map is now, Quitney forced to flash away. Unfortunate there. Again, just can't be that far up without your team there.
Getting that basically for free with Villanova. They are very pleased. You now know that Quitney is going to be a target in these next few fights, knowing that he has that lack of mobility. They will keep an eye on that. He only has the Relentless Pursuit to get him out of these initiations. So we are seeing, again, a dead even game in terms of gold. Here's the fight is breaking out. Seton Hall is going to be the target. He has the Black Shield to try and keep him alive a little longer, but Bilito is going and taking a lot of return damage from that Lucian. The culling is there. Call of the Forge God is going to look to try and counter-initiate, but is the native 192 diving in deep, going Golden Vice, but not doing nearly enough, flashing over the wall, as Quitney is now the one who is being chased. Vice, one more tick to try and take him down with a nice root coming in from the snare of that Morgana, keeping Whimsical Melody back. However, does the native 192 committing with the flash, going in with the Jarvan ult to lock him under the turret. The kill will go through. Nice counter-initiation initiation, but it is the Zach trying to bring it back out with the all health.
Billy
Nutty Warrior on the flank is there doing a lot of damage. The short. However, it is still Villanova surviving a little bit longer. However, we are still seeing the damage coming on through, and Billy Toe survives.
Wow, what an overextension there by Seton Hall and Quintney. Quintney getting hooked up first, had to burn flash, and Seton Hall goes right back to the same area in the jungle. Another hook landing by Billy Toe as we watch this one again after the engages. Good flash over the wall by Advice, lives barely. Quintney getting absolutely destroyed, and I don't think there's much that Advice could do. Maybe throw out a binding right here, but already put down the black shield on himself. Great ult there by Please Be Patient. Probably could have put a ward down to stop 192 from blowing up. Then right here, look how low Billy Toe was. He's able to get himself out of trouble. Whimsical Melody being that tanky frontliner, and everyone escapes with just a sliver of health. Oh, and Seton Hall able to pick up a kill on Billy Toe. There's the death. He barely escaped last time, this time not able to get away. What will Seton Hall be able to do with this little bit of a power play?
Well, it's interesting because when we spoke to Brady Hayes, Seton Hall, the jungler, going into this, we talked about the two things that he felt he needed to improve. The first one was the shot calling, the second one were their rotations. And I feel like we're seeing that a little bit in this matchup here, but as it's going on, we are still seeing a more leveled up version of this roster.
Oh, Cryonics.
Especially if Cryonics does end up getting picked up here in the mid, forced right back. Good body blocking, though, from Villanova to keep him alive. But these are the moments where the shot calling means so much. These moments of downtime when you get a kill, what do you do with it? How do you convert it? How do you push? How do you macro? This is where Seton Hall needs to step up their game.
And it's not about what the next play is, it's about what the next 3 plays are, what you're setting up right now. I like the fact that they didn't chase after the kill when Cryonics was forced to back off there. It's, hey, let's get vision of this jungle. Let's make them, when they clear out wards, see a ton of wards, they feel like they have to clear it out. And that's exactly what just happened to Pixel Drum. He gets caught up because he's trying to clear out wards and force the ult out of Whimsical Melody.
Is forced the counter ult, though, going with the Call the Forge God, and now Pixel Drum is going to commit onto this initiation. He's bringing 2 back. Nicely done. They thought he didn't have enough HP to work with, but he was able to take them down. We do have the res going in there, but he is getting absolutely chunked. What looked like a terrible situation for Villanova is now going so beautifully for them. So trying to find the second half of this. Can he get onto the Morgana? No. Oh my, Villanova making the best of a bad situation, only losing the native 192.
And I would call that a fantastic outplay by Pixel Drum. It looked like he was dead to rights, and he pulls out this stopwatch that everybody forgot about. He buys so much time for the rest of his team, specifically Whimsical Melody, to get an ult off, as you see right here. Hey, great binding by Advice. Good job. Please be patient. Gonna pop him up, and then bam, buys time right there with the stopwatch. Here comes Call of the Forge God. It splits up the team into the back line. You think everyone's safe. Seton Hall and Nummy Warrior, those are some of your major damage dealers, while your other one, Quintney, is getting soloed out by the flanking native 192, and it picks up 2 kills. Very nice job there by Villanova. We're right back in the action. Please be patient. Please give us a little bit of time to break down the play. He goes down, and the rest of Villanova now taking a big kill lead, and now a 2,700 gold lead, the largest lead of this game so far.
What I love is how Villanova played out that last fight. Not the kill we just saw right there, but the one we just were able to watch in the replay. Silas split the fight single-handedly. Gave Zach the time to find the 2 key damage dealers with the less bounce. He split the team beautifully. Yeah, the native 192 fell, but the key players on Seton Hall had already been deleted. We are identifying this stage in the game. This is where Cryonics is going to shine. This is where Pixel Drum is going to shine. The native 192, he's kind of reaching his critical mass. At this point, he's just a threat to deal with, but he's not necessarily the threat that's going to win the fight. I love this decision from Villanova to start to switch at the stage in the game who they're going to play. Look at how much damage this Siver's already doing.
Yeah, Siver's able to just delete the wave immediately. Already with the double crate item, this is exactly what we're talking about with the patch changes. Has both rapid fire cannon and static shiv. Static shiv, just big magic damage punch to any AD carry. And again, a nice engage on the top side of the map.
And Advice is gone now as the rest of the team is going on in, pulling that through that Anivia, instantly getting knocked down and deleted. 2 quick kills going the way of Villanova. Every single time Call of the Forge God goes down, it's a kill. The communication being displayed by Villanova now is absolutely impressive, and I feel like this is a slippery slope. The Seton Hall is just starting to fall down. It's all crumbling underneath them. They need to find a convincing fight here in this game. They're going to turn it around, but baiting them out for this Baron is a great way for Villanova to do it.
Yeah, not a ton of consistency consistent damage. You do have the Sivir, but it's a lot of burst damage, so it'll take them a little bit of time to get this Baron. I think it's just a bait. Seton Hall forced to flash out of the team fight, but here comes the native 192. Cryonic's going to pick that one up as well. Without a smite, the rest of Villanova can return back to Baron and take their time.
I think this was a great decision there. Seton Hall trying, as I said, to bait it out, trying to stall some time, but it's not enough. J4 is baiting a little bit of this here, forcing them back, though. I like this decision. As the rest of the members are starting to read. The hooks coming through from Billy Toe. Advice walks forward, but once again is looking to just go right back onto the base. Does force the flash out after Zonia's, but Patient is now going to look to go in. Can Zach bring them all together? Actually, nice counter initiation from Seton Hall. We do see the return on the call of the Forge Gut, but look at all the damage this Anivia is putting down, staying back and actually forcing Villanova. The respawn timers are still low enough that Seton Hall was able to come back. Advice baited them beautifully, and Villanova trying to do too much at once, not able to accomplish any of it.
I think that's very interesting, that whole sequence there. Advice held on to Black Shield for such a long time as we see, stun, not going to land there. Whimsical Melody very low in the mid lane. Quinton E forcing him off with the culling. But going back to that initial fight, gosh, I want to get to it, but there's still more action binding landing onto the native 192. But, okay, so I think after Advice initially died, he went in back to slow down the Baron fight, did not put Black Shield on himself. He said, hey, Billy Toe, you're going to land this hook on me right here. You can see it here. Billy Toe lands the hook, and instead of putting Black Shield and panicking, he just Zonias. He gets the ult off, Zonias, flashes away, then has Black Shield to put onto whoever he wants rather than waiting for the cooldown. Here comes the ulti. You can put the Black Shield on whoever you want. He's able to put it down right there onto Quinton E, keep him alive. Nummy Warrior does a great job sidestepping the rest of that damage and keep everybody safe. Interesting thought process there for Advice.
There was a lot of cooldowns burned, baited in by that Zonias. Villanova just committed a lot, like killed Morgana, great hook, Billy Toe, awesome job as he baits his entire team into it.
Yeah. And I think that although that was not the best swing for Seton Hall, it could have been much worse. The Baron heading on over is at least 1,000 gold plus a couple of those kills, and I think Seton Hall did a good job mitigating the losses here. Villanova takes that Baron. Game's probably over. Here, yes, you're behind. Now you need a specific fight. But again, you have the Anivia. You want to continue to scale, and you want Please Be Patient to hold people up and allow that Anivia to deal damage. We got to see how that works. The Cataclysm being a big barrier to entry for the rest of the team, and Nummy Warrior was able to get some hits down and put a lot of pressure on the Villanova, specifically off the Baron.
But one of the biggest differences now is between the last game and this game for Seton Hall is the infrastructure damage that they've already done. Yes, this is another Dragon going over to Villanova here. This is the fourth one going their way. So that's still not something you can deny here. But they still don't have the massive turret advantage they had in game number 1. Yes, they're up 10 kills, but they're only up about 4K gold. Seton Hall is still in this, but that might change here in just a second if the Zach can continue to go on in, burning everything to try and accept the Great Wall is splitting them off back, but he's still tanky enough that it doesn't even matter. He's chasing down Nummy Warrior, the rest of the crew, but there's the ult from J4 going in, bringing everybody together, finding the instant deletion there onto Cryonic, so now they can't really look to fight much more as Villanova is the one running right now.
Where's
trying
Silas?
to bring the rest of them back in. Silas is nowhere to be found. The beautiful wall once again from the Anivia, chasing down Billy Toe. What a fight for Seton Hall!
Yeah, Seton Hall, that's the fight that you want. You want it to be spread out on your own terms, and instead of kiting the way that the native 192 was expecting down the lane, they kite up and away, dodge a lot of the engage skills from Pixel Drum, and great skill usage. However, native 192 now taking the bottom side of the map. It might be a steal situation for Pixel Drum. They're going to fully commit to the Baron.
They are going to fully commit this time, though. I think they are actually going to be able to do it and get back in time. Silas was able to take the inhib during all this, but it's up to Pixel Drum and crew right now to keep the rest of the team off of this. Try and keep them from backing right now, and they are able to do that for a little bit longer. However, Silas himself does not have the damage to make it work. Oh, I had flashbacks to game number 1.
And I think so did Seton Hall, and I think they made a mistake here. They knew that the native 192 could not finish. It's not the Lucian, it's not the Sivir, it's an AP damage dealer that doesn't auto-attack that much. He didn't have a minion wave. I think with Pixel Drum and Whimsical Melody overextending a little bit to slow down the backs, they could have picked up a couple of kills and then taken that into a slingshot method with their own Baron to take a couple of inhibs. Unfortunately, they were like, hey, let's just protect our base. We have Baron. Let's slow things down. And that's all right, too. An opportunity slightly missed, but either way, great play earlier in the skirmish, mechanical play by Seton Hall, and overall great communication to realize, hey, we're going to kite up away from the Silas and win this fight.
Ooh. Yeah, let's take a breath here. What a fantastic game number 2. Seton Hall showing why they are sitting in this 3rd place position right now, going toe-to-toe with last season's champions in Villanova. And this late game in Nivea, we've seen it picked up a couple times now. We are going to see the initiation, though. I may be talking about something else, and it's Nummy Warrior. I was about to praise you as you get picked off by an amazing pickup there from Billy Toe, finding these engages for Villanova time and time again, exposing this Tier 3 turret as Villanova is charging on in. Pixeldrum is going to look to start to set things up for his team as well, finding the initiation on the Bragana. The shoot is there. Going gold, though, staying alive for a little bit longer, still getting knocked up, airborne, and just shut right on down. The inhib is exposed once more and is going to fall. This is Villanova now finding 1 inch and taking a mile, trying to stand strong underneath the turret. The 2-man knockup, though, forcing back the jungle as these Nexus turrets are getting so low, chasing them down underneath. Quinton is still surviving a little bit longer, though. Nicely done, going back to the fountain, and the rest of the crew are trying to chase them here. But the double kill is still going in. The last turret is falling, and that is going to be GG. 1 pick is all it takes as Villanova takes the series 2-0.
And Billy Toe, even with 7 deaths, he's feeding all of the homeless people in all of the Big East area. He's still able to pull off huge plays. My goodness, 1 in 7. You're like, okay, 1 in 7? Like, you're just going to give away all these deaths to everyone on Seton Hall? Doesn't matter. That 1 pick comes up huge. I'm convinced that you've got to ban Thresh away from this Villanova squad, especially if Billy Toe's in it, because Billy Toe continually makes game-winning plays. He makes some hooks that lead to bad plays, but he makes game-winning plays, and that's what picks and bans are for. Like, you can't counter. You pick a Morgana to counter the hooks, to counter engages, and advice and any other support that has gone up against him has not been able to outplay Billy Toe's hooks. And it's led to, even with a team with Baron, has the momentum going back on their favor, it's just really tough to play against.
I'm convinced that I'm really bad luck because I'm about to start complimenting this Anivia, and this really just gets picked off right there. It is what it is. Billy Toe, though, technically the sub on this squad, but doing so much work here. And it started right here as we look back at the highlights from this last match. It started with a pick from Billy Toe, and that's how it ended.
Yeah, and again, just a couple of over-engages here by Seton Hall. They started putting their blinders on and wanting to win too many team fights. They did do a good job after the first blood and these couple of skirmishes that didn't go their way to stabilize and stall out. And again, right, you're just seeing a lot of the pressure coming out of Villanova, knowing when to turn it on and get into the back line, find the right kills. They're doing a good job growing as a team to know when to pull the trigger and not to go. And you see how many health bars were low on this one. Very, very low. They're able to escape and move on. Billy Toe, the big guy for the team, and you can see how it just closes out right here. Big crit. You can dash back into the fountain. You think you're safe, but you're not. And Cryonics moving forward as the KDA leader. I think Billy Toe's KDA takes a big hit there with 7 deaths. However, his assist lead will continue to grow if he continues to hit hooks like that.
Oh, yeah. But it wasn't just one player who did work in that last game. We have the native 192 on the line once again. Big smiles, feeling good after that 2-0 victory. However, this one was pretty hard fought.
I mean, it was definitely, you know, more difficult than our Butler games, but I think that was just because of experience. I would definitely say Seton Hall is a better team than Butler. Not to be like saying mean things, that's just my belief, you know. Obviously they can prove that in the games that when they play Seton Hall, but yeah. It was definitely, I mean, they have a great jungler, and Quinton, I mean, he was playing mid, but then he moved to ADC. I duo with him all the time, so and he's probably their second plus player. No offense to the other teammates on their team, but yeah.
What's that like to play against a guy that you duo with and that you have like a pre-existing relationship? Like, do you know like his tendencies? You talk about strategy, like maybe not team strategy, but individual tactics throughout the game?
Well, see, this is the problem. They were banning my Yasuo, and he said they weren't going to ban my Yasuo, and I was kind of mad about that. But don't worry, I still had that Silas, so...
Yeah, Silas came out. That was pretty cool. Did you pick Silas because you practiced it, or did you pick Silas because Brady had it in his hands? No. And it was like, I got to show him.
I mean, his Silas was really bad. Not to be mean or anything, but like...
I love all the qualifiers.
He really didn't do anything with it. Like, Silas is a proactive champion. He lost the jungle, and, you know, I would attribute a lot of that to Pixeldrum's Kha'Zix, but then at the same time, I mean, he didn't gank very well as well. And that's a champion where you have a lot of lockdown. So that's why it was pretty easy mid as well. Even though Anivia is one of those champions that just plays safe and, you know, is always going to be okay, even if you're not a good player.
Well, I mean, this is obviously an interesting matchup for you guys there. Again, a little bit harder fought up against a better squad. But now, with this win, this 2-0, you guys have solidified yourself in the number 2 spot. What are you going to be doing as a squad to push up to that number 1 spot? You've gotten yourselves here. How do you keep advancing? How do you take on DePaul?
Well, I don't think DePaul's the best team.
Oh.
I mean, I think that we'll easily last year when we played against DePaul, the reason we lost our first game and we weren't first seed coming into the tournament was because their bot lane had 2 Masters players. Now coming into this, yes, they have 1 challenger player, but they're kind of a one-man team. I'm not scared for them. I mean, a lot of the teammates that they moved around, we were just destroying them in lanes, so I think we'll do the same. I mean, our first game, I honestly think that we'd be tied for first if we just had a lot more practice coming into our first game and we didn't kind of mess around. And I shouldn't have played Aurelia. That was really the most important part of it, because I had not played that champ in 2 months, and then everyone was like, "Oh, she got nerfed 5 times." So I was like, "Oh, really? I didn't even know that."
Oh my god,
that shit's gonna be busted.
All right, so hey, so you just had some fighting words there. DePaul, a one-man team. Why don't you expand on that just a bit?
Well, they have 1 player he was challenger, but he's hard stuck Masters. I mean, I'm not sure what he is right now, but from last season at least, he was challenger for a very little bit. I mean, we have a Masters player on our team and our jungler, and then also on top of that, we have multiple D2 players from previous years, and then another Masters player, and on top of that. So I mean, rank wise, we're much higher than them. Skill wise, I think we're a better team when we communicate and we work together. And yeah, I mean, I think we executed well in this game. I think Seton Hall is one of those teams that practices a lot. I know they scrim multiple times a week, which means that they're going to be a very good team as well. And I think that they would have had realistically, if I had to put Seton Hall versus DePaul again, I would take 1-1, or maybe even in Seton Hall's favor. So.
Oh, hey, those are some fighting words. And you're talking about executing and putting a lot of strategy into practice. One thing that I need to ask you, when are teams going to ban Billy Toast Thresh? This is insane to watch him continually land hook after hook.
Here's the thing. What you guys don't understand is that he's not just a Thresh one trick. He has 15 other champions that he could be playing. So you ban the Thresh, he's just going to play something else. He's going to play, I'm not gonna list them because that would not be smart.
Okay, yeah.
But
don't list them. Don't list them.
The point is that if you ban Thresh, it's not like he's a one trick. He has multiple accounts. He has the support account that's lower elo, obviously, but that he just only plays supports and he's fantastic at them. So I mean, I wouldn't say he's a one trick. If anything, I'd be more worried about our other support being a one trick. But it's not really worth it to ban her champs.
I mean, I love it. I can't tell if you're just crazy mind gaming us or if that's 100% correct. In which case, go for Billy Toast.
Think about how many champs are just like Thresh. There's so many
lots of hooks.
Engaged. Yeah. Exactly.
Lots of hooks. All right. We get it. Yeah. Thank you, dude, so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with us once again. Congrats on your wins. Do you have any shout outs before we say goodbye?
Shout out to my whole team, obviously, and shout out to Quentin. It was a hard-fought game, unfortunate, but I'm sad that he skipped out on mid lane because I definitely wanted to 1v1 him multiple times, but I guess he went back to ADC. So
there it is. He came away with the win. Congratulations and good luck next week on your match. We'll see you then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Whew. Well, there's Native 192. Still feeling super confident. I mean, I like how casually he just drops bombs. It's not to be disrespectful, but we're definitely better. Or I love that. It's the
not
casual.
To be disrespectful, but I think DePaul 6-0 is actually the 3rd place team. Yeah. And I like how he does it on the week that DePaul isn't on broadcast and can't answer.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, we still have one more matchup, though, because this is only our 2nd match of the day. Butler up against Marquette is next, so stick around for that. We have more amazing action here for Big East Collegiate League of Legends. We'll see you in a bit.
Meet Fliz1. It's tiny and complex, and to our research team at Villanova University, this protein may hold the key to new tests for breast cancer. I started this work my second year at Villanova with a world-class researcher who is now my mentor and colleague. I stepped on campus an aspiring oncologist. Now, I'll start med school with a real understanding of the science behind the practice of medicine and Villanova's Augustinian values to guide me. Ignite change, go Nova.
Definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. It feels good to be home. Back like we never went. And it's evident greatness starts at home. And Intermission is the residence established through time. Only complete defined in the Big East, the place where the champions reside. I'm always a winner. Even if I fall, I can still get bigger. The definition of a champion. Definition of a champion.
The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
Can great minds do?
While at Seton Hall, I interned with the Superior Court of New Jersey, and that inspired me to go to law school.
I am a physics and civil engineering major, and I want to work on infrastructure in underdeveloped countries.
I'm the news director at one of the top college radio stations in the country.
I'm working with my professor on research that could help athletes during sudden cardiac events.
I started my own business, Classic Soccer Cleats, and I just sold it to a company in England.
Come see for yourself what great minds can do.
Welcome back, everyone. Some more amazing collegiate Big East League of Legends action. I'm in Verum, that's Deegan, with our third match of the day. Butler up against Marquette. We just saw one spicy series with some fighting words to close things out. That's how I want to end my match number 2.
Yeah, now the opposite side here. That was the battle for the last playoff spot. This is almost battle for survival. Butler and Marquette, specifically Marquette sitting at 1-5. They've had a difficult schedule so far, no doubt. But if they're going to claw their way back in to this season's playoffs and try to build upon what they did last year, 1-5, you're starting to run out of shots.
Yeah, and speaking of running out of shots, we do have a different format this season, which is changing it up. Let's actually take a look at how this new format will affect these teams.
So here's how it works. 7 teams representing the Big East schools will compete in a single round-robin best-of-2 regular season. Each match day will consist of 2 games against the same school. The standings are reflective of their game score. From there, the top 4 teams from the regular season will seed into a single elimination best-of-3 bracket. Whoever makes it into the finals of that slugfest will advance to the College League of Legends Championships play-in, where they will have the chance to advance to the CLOL National Championship. There, they will have the chance to cement their place among the greats of collegiate League of Legends.
Well, as you can see, the 2 teams that we're dealing with today are not having the best start to their season so far. Butler and Marquette. Butler not doing too bad, sitting solid in the middle of the pack, but Marquette, as you said, 1-5. There's definitely a lot of room for growth going into this next set.
Yeah, and I think Butler is one of those teams at 2-2, had the bye week early on, needs to decide, hey, are we going to be one of these teams here in the top 4 to make it to playoffs, or will Marquette be able to claw their way back into playoff standings?
We actually got a chance to sit down and talk to Butler earlier today, sit down with Renegade Mac and get his thoughts going into this match. Awesome, Luke. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today. Obviously, things this season have started off a little bit better for you guys. Walk us through how things have changed for you coming into this year's play.
Well, this year we revamped our roster. We got our 80 carry we were playing with in Collegiate Star League last year who couldn't participate in the Big East Invitational. We got a new support. We moved our support from last season to top lane. And overall, we had a lot more practice together and really just found our groove. And it's worked out super well.
Yeah, you were talking about your 80 carry. Gang Suwu was instrumental in your victory over Villanova. Talk us through what that was like to get your first victory here in the Big East Invitational. Obviously, different setting from last year, but this year, getting that win, especially against a top team.
It was super cool. We prepped a lot. We prepped a lot, did a lot of work trying to figure out their strategies, what was best in solo queue, what was best in competitive, checked out a lot of the regions, and formulated a game plan to beat them. And it worked out super well. It was really cool. I'm super pumped that we beat them. They were definitely on our list of teams we want to, finish higher than. Like, they're almost the team to beat since they won last year. And it feels really good being able to split with them because we didn't really the second game didn't go as we planned, but I think moving forward, we definitely have a really good shot to beat any team here. So it was awesome and really good for morale, too.
Well, speaking of moving forward, you're going up against Marquette today. Without giving too much away, do you have a pretty set game plan going into this? Obviously, you now had a few weeks more to practice. You had a week off last week. Do you have a strategy coming into this?
Yeah, definitely. So the new patch that came out a couple days ago definitely threw some wrenches in our game plan, but I think we have a good idea of what's strong, especially compared to other teams who haven't, or since there's no pro play on this new patch. I think we have a good idea of how we're gonna win, and yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Awesome.
So you touched on it a little bit. There was research, and you do a lot of research with the players and with the pro teams. You're a research-heavy team. You're one of the few teams that posted all your games on YouTube last year, and it helped me out with my research. What are the ways that you like to prep for teams? Like, obviously, you look at pro play, but what kind of trends are you looking at that you can relate pro play to your own play?
So a big thing for me is, like, just team game plan, matchup knowledge, player strengths, and like ranks in general. So knowing what your player's good at, like trying to figure out what the other players are good at on their team, and then finding a matchup where your player can use his advantages, even if there's a rank difference or a skill difference, in a way that will help your team win. So finding those matchups and prepping for a lot of different scenarios is really like how I feel we're able to create our edges. Even if, say, they have a diamond top laner and our top laner's platinum, I think he can be able to outshine that diamond player in certain matchups. So that, along with seeing like what tendencies the players have, whether they're a really safe player that powers up late game or they have a really strong lane phase, and then drafting around that helps also with finding a game plan that will lead to our victory.
Well, it's exciting to see that you've put that much time and effort into it. We'll see if it pays off for you in your matchup. Best of luck in that, and thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Good luck.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Well, as you can hear there, developing a game plan is going to be critical for success going into this. Not only what your members or team members are doing, but also analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. And that's the kind of heads-up play at this, or heads-up strategy at this level of play you're going to need to execute. Because if you don't, you know, there's somebody else who's putting in the work, and somebody else is going to be coming out with the advantage there. And again, Butler, a team who struggled in the last season, so much stronger now. I'm glad that they're putting this work in because it's showing in their game. They're being rewarded for it.
It's interesting because they had put this work in before. They just weren't finding the type of success like on the Rift, and that can be demoralizing. And what I like about this team is that they've stuck through it. Right? They've shown some resilience in the face of adversity, even without the results. Last year, find themselves 2-2 in the middle of the pack, and now have an opportunity to get some statement wins and get 4-2. Be way above 500 moving on to the second half of the season.
Well, they're doing it going up against Marquette, a team that's not started the season with the best record, a team that needs to turn it around right now. They're currently 1-5. Going 1-7 to the stage of the game would be pretty darn disastrous for them.
Yeah, and I think they're falling under the same symptoms. They're having the same symptoms that are of the same issues that St. John's had. What's your identity? Who are you playing through? We've seen Foe the Fall had some big games, and you need to decide, are you playing through Foe the Fall, or are you playing through Novus Chosen? Novus Chosen is a diamond player. He's your highest rated player, but Foe the Fall has shown the ability to carry. Now, there are times where he falls behind, gets a little difficult, and Owen, on the opposite side, can carry from the jungle role.
He can indeed, but we look across the board as well. I mean, we talked about Marquette. We talked about the things they need to improve. Also Butler, Renegade Mac, one of those players who actually can go off in his own right as well. If we take a look at the Butler roster too, this is his squad that, again, 2-2, middle of the pack. But this mid, everything's going to come out from the mid right now. Alexstrasza, that is actually a name change there from Gang Suwu coming in now. So keep that in mind. This is the same roster, but a lot of it's going to have to go from that leadership in the mid lane.
Yeah, and actually Hoffenator in the bottom side of the map at the support role has shown the fact that he's one of the higher KDA players in the league as well. He gets Gang now Alexstrasza in the right positions to get kills, and then obviously benefits from that in terms of KDA. But I think that bot lane duo needs to be a little bit more stable and supported by the other players on his team.
Well, I like that you're giving us all this advice, Deegan, because he also took it to the lab. Our last Deegan's lab of the day, breaking down what these teams need to do to find success in this oh-so-crucial swing match.
All right, Marquette, we've gotten the lab samples back here. It doesn't look good. It does not look good at all. I do have to think you might be on your last limb here. You need to make sure that if you're going to survive, you need to show up. On the opposite side, though, if you are Butler and you want to find success, we've got your results too. Pick the Cassiopeia. Get the snake in your mid lane and use that. Every time Renegade Mac has utilized the Cassiopeia, it's been success for them. Yes, nerfed a little bit, but still very strong, scales in the late game, and can play safely with Miasma. No one can dive on you. Get that pick for you, find yourself a victory, and show how much you've improved from last season.
I'm glad to see that school has changed a little bit since I was in university. It's now just show up and snakes.
Yeah, show up in snakes, and then if you go to the university clinic, you know, there's a they're making sure you're not dead too. So
make sure you're not dead, Jim. I like it. Let's get into this draft for our third and final series of the day.
It's a different kind of lab. That was, you know, it's like lab testing. You know,
yeah,
it's research.
Hopefully, it's not a postmortem.
No, not a postmortem, but almost like you might die.
Yeah.
The next time you're in here, it might be a postmortem.
There you go. I love this segment, guys. I'm really glad this is a thing now.
Picks and bans in. Lucian getting taken away.
Picks and things so we can talk about the teams.
So Marquette needs to figure out what they're going to do with Sable Shadow on the bottom side of the map with literally this. Sable Shadow has had, I think, the hardest time out of all players in the league to figure out what his home is. He's played Kaisa, he's played Caitlyn, he's played Lucian, and it's been very difficult for him to get going. Foe of the Fall, a lot of the time, has had to cover for Sable Shadow, and Nova's Chosen doesn't get to go online. A lot of the time we talk about the mid laner having trouble getting online because the rest of the team is falling. This time it's Nova's Chosen. Owen and the rest of Marquette need to play around that lane, and it starts with Sable Shadow picking something safe and secure and not losing lane with deaths and not losing lane by more than 30 to 40 CS within the laning phase. So I think we're setting like relatively like straightforward goals here for Sable Shadow.
That's not a really high bar.
It's not. It's not. So he just needs to, him and literally this need to get together on the same page. Earlier in the split, they swapped roles. Literally this played the AD carry role. Sable Shadow played support. They decide, hey, Sable, you're going to be our table flipper at the AD carry role. Make sure that you stick with it, but please try not to flip the table into our own team. All right, so flip tables for Sable. Spam it in Twitch chat if you're here for Marquette. Opposite side for Butler. Play through Renegade Mac. My man has shown that he can carry. You do have Alex Straza as well that can get things going. And you know, in this matchup specifically, you know where to target is play on around that bottom side of the map.
Oh yeah, but Dr. Deegan, I have to say, I feel like Marquette somehow, through the vibes of the internet, was listening to your lecture because they banned the Cass.
Yeah, the Cass is gone. Renegade Mac showed proficiency on that champion. So smart play there by Marquette. Great job by their coaching staff. I'm sure it had nothing to do with the lab results. Opposite side, Sejuani and Sivir taken away, so shutting down Sable Shadow's champ pool. They also got rid of Caitlyn, which we've seen Sable Shadow play. So now Sable Shadow's pool getting a little bit smaller. Kaisa's still up and still playable, can reposition. Doesn't benefit as much from the crit because Kaisa does build a little bit differently, likes to get on-hit type stuff. So on-hit champs have fallen down the priority list. Varus now, the least played champion who doesn't really benefit from crit as well. So it'll be a little bit of a stretch here for the rest of Marquette to play around Sable. Butler going first pick. Urgot, no big surprise there. Urgot, strong, bully, top laner. DeBoss, used to playing those type of ugly-looking beefy, tanky champions. Normally we see him on a Scion. This time he's going to play at Urgot. No correlation there.
I like how that's a classification now. Ugly, beefy, top lane champions.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. The Kennen, though, the response. I mean, this is a traditional response we see now. However, I wouldn't even mind Butler maybe like mind-gaming them a bit, flexing the Urgot even into the mid to try and avoid this matchup
for that, it could be the same thing with Marquette. Kennen can go in multiple places as well.
True.
You could see him played AP in the mid lane. You can see him played at AD carry as well. Maybe Sable Shadow's like, yo, guys, we're going all the way out here trying something really weird, but trust.
But trust,
be the one.
We got this.
Picks getting locked in as well. Morgana and Vladimir. We haven't seen a Vladimir in quite some time in League of Legends, and so now it'll be in the hands of Butler. I assume it'll be Renegade Mac, but you can also see that played on the bottom side as well. But interesting pick, and now Marquette returning with the Kaisa. There it is. All right, Sable Shadow, just play the champion that you've been playing for a while. Just farm up safe. Use the ultimate to reposition to get yourself out of trouble. And hopefully if we get to late game, you can pew-pew things. So there it is. So Sable Shadow has his win condition there. But I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Nova's Chosen on the top side of the map. Will he be able to be the split-pushing fiend that a AD Kennen will be known for? Or will he go AP and try to team fight and set up the rest of the battle for Foe of the Fall?
I mean, he goes in with those ults, finds the big AoE in the back line. That's how you can shred through these fights. Or, as you say, they can play more towards the macro. So keep an eye on that and how that does progress. We do see the Xin Zhao and the Braum also being denied here. The spooky team of Butler. These are some pretty, like, these can add to some very dominant lanes if they're left unchecked, which is why I need to look towards with the jungle of Marquette. I need to look towards these rotations early. You need to shut down what Butler's putting together.
Yeah, and Owen is a feast or famine type jungler. He's been, we finally figured out how to say his name. It's not Aogan or Ogan, it's Owen. I'm sure we could have figured
Irish?
that one out a little bit by ourselves. But so Owen is feast or famine. I imagine him like a budget Kha'Zix, right? He either goes off on Kha'Zix or like goes 1-5 and isn't very useful. So he needs to figure out a way to enable the other laners and make sure that DeBoss doesn't get going on that Urgot and can outpush the Kennen. And then Renegade Mac can't just be popping off really easily on the Vladimir. So Owen needs to... and he has a pick of junglers here as well. The jungle pool wasn't targeted by Butler, so he'll be able to lock in whatever he wants, and it'll be a Taric locked in for literally this. This is, I think, our first Taric. This might be a heavy dive composition, which means now Zilean will be in the mid lane with Foe the Fall, so a lot of eggs right now in the Kai'Sa basket. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
This is a win
Draven
lane, win
okay.
game on the bottom side of the map. I like this out of Butler. You know that Marquette is still trying to find their footing on the bottom side of the map, so why not go all aggressive, give the black shield to your Draven, and he can just walk forward as much as he wants and just blow up Taric and Kai'Sa. I think the big thing has to be, like, with this Zac locked in for Marquette, Owen's going to need to get some solid ganks off, playing around the black shield timing of Morgana so that they can slow down this Alexstrasza, but formerly known as Gang Gang Wuyu and Suwu, and Gang Gang has hard carried Butler multiple times. Yeah. Renegade Mac gets them to the place where Alexstrasza can carry. Will Alexstrasza be able to get to that place now on a Draven? And there's always that acceleration mechanic with the stacks of adoration where it's just like one kill can just turn a Draven from like, hey, this does damage to like, we can't fight this fight ever unless he gets CC'd and we have armor and it's a 4v1.
I mean, and they do have the potential to find that fight. If the Zac's in a good position, if the team can follow up, if Nova's Chosen is there, if Sable Shadow's going to be pretty useless for the first little bit of this game.
Yeah,
it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough.
This lane matchup to start is
so
going to be try not to lose.
A little bit.
I think try not to lose.
We moved the goalpost back. I think we said, hey, don't go down more than 30 CS. I think it could be like, hey, don't go down like 50 CS. Like, don't go down 50 CS once you get out of lane. And, you know, let's go from there. Hopefully, if we give a lot of attention to you on the bottom side of the map, look for like a 4-man dive. Plus the Zilean's there as well. So I guess you have a little bit of an opportunity there with Foe the Fall to stop an all-in from Draven from cashing in his adoration stacks and play a little bit of mind games with them. Be like, hey, we bet that you can go all in on us, and then surprise, you didn't get the kill. Now you're in the middle of nowhere, no reset, no gold, and you get killed, you lose all your adoration stacks, and you're a sad Draven.
That's the goal.
That's
the plan right there. Execution is going to be interesting, though. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. We've already seen some amazing jungle initiations so far today, and we've seen some that haven't quite hit the mark. A lot of it's going to be on Owen here to make that work, as well as the rotations coming in from the mid. Winning that mid, finding those 4-man rotations.
Yeah.
Bait the Draven.
Yeah, and the Golden Eagles need to find it now because they are running out of opportunities in games. They did have an arduous schedule playing some of the tougher teams already, but they need to find some victories against the middle-of-the-pack teams. And for a team like this, even if they go 2-0, they'll still be 3-5. I think that'll do wonders for their confidence as they move into the second half of play, just because they need to find some victories and say, hey, look, the work that we put in is finding success, and we can go ahead and build off of that. It's always easy to find success when you have success. It's very difficult to stop that when you haven't found it yet.
It's all about just sitting back, taking a breath, resetting, and saying, look, we haven't had the start we wanted, but this is our day to turn. Those other games don't matter. This is our time to turn it around as we get into our last matchup of the day here. This is their moment to make it work. I'm so very excited for Marquette to finally be presented with a team that I think they actually have a chance to go into. Like, they can take something off of Butler here. Butler not finding the success last season, looking so much better in this season, but again, yeah, like you said, they went up against the toughest teams in the league to start things off. Not that I think Butler is a bad team by any stretch, but I feel like if there was a time for Marquette to go off, it's right now.
It is absolutely right now, hoping the best for both teams. Both these teams, again, looking to do better from last year. Butler already finding some of those effects already, and Marquette, no better time than today.
Well, as we look now towards, the start off, we saw a pretty fantastic level 1 gank in the last matchup here, and I feel like these teams are taking a little bit of inspiration from that because as of right now, okay, they're looking, literally he's trying to make it happen right now, and Hoffenator too. This is the game of chicken if I ever saw one. This is absolutely fantastic.
They're kind of just making sure that they don't get ganked around, but again, we've seen early game shenanigans looks like, and it doesn't look like we're going to have it this time.
Okay, this is like the quietest start of a game we've seen in a very long. Like literally, no one is. Yeah. And nobody wants to make a mistake. I kind of want to just like sit back and just let it play out. Right.
I wonder if both teams realize what's at stake here in terms of playoff positioning and moving forward in the tournament. Even though for both, or I guess for Marquette, because Butler's had buys. For Marquette, this is not even halfway. Yeah. They haven't hit the halfway point. They do realize, hey, look. We got to find a win here if we're going to find our way into the tournament, into the playoffs.
Yeah, they have an uphill battle for sure. I mean, again, starting the season 1-5 is just suboptimal if I've ever seen it. We now, again, talk about how this early game is going to play out for them here. And our early game is not even, this is how you can win. It's just, this is how you can not lose. And that's never the mentality that you want to get going into this. We are seeing, the Alex Straza already just going in, already he's just starting to just blast it like an absolute fiend. And every single time one of those axes gets thrown out, it just does so much damage. And again, they just have so much pressure in this lane. Literally, this is already just forced back. It's just like, I don't know what I can do about it. I don't know how I can help you.
Yeah, and it's tough because Tarek isn't necessarily a champion that can punish. Like, one of the downfalls of Draven is where he's going to walk to as he's catching the axes.
Yeah.
However, Tarek isn't great at necessarily punishing the Draven. He can go up and stun, but Draven getting 2 auto attacks off is more damage than the stun and an auto attack from Kaisa. So it's different than if it was a Blitzcrank or if it's a Thresh or if it's a Morgana. You can get a little bit more damage down than what a Tarek provides. So for now, I like the way that Marquette is playing this. They're understanding, hey, look, there's no point in trying to punish right now. Let's just focus on hitting the CS. I'll trade a little bit of HP to step up to get 1 or 2 minions, but other than that, we just got to let him shove it in. And at some point, that's when Alex Straza and Hoffenator can just kind of freeze the wave and make Sable Shadow and literally this start missing CS.
That's what they're going to have to look for here. I mean, otherwise, the lane match was fairly even so far, which I think is pretty good for Marquette. Zillion in the mid doing a surprisingly good job so far. As
I don't know what happened, but Sable Shadow's health is low already.
Oh, it's gone. Oh, and literally this is as well. Yeah.
I'm sure like a binding landed or something, and Sable Shadow's health said, see you later. So now Alex Straza and Hoffenator, who already have priority on lane, have extra priority, and Sable Shadow just cannot get hit by another binding. That might be all she wrote. Flash, Ignite, Flash, and Alex Straza might be cashing in on the first blood already.
I mean, they're starting to regain a little bit of HP here, but already they're just dishing this tower damage. And we're going to keep harping on this bottom lane because, again, this is one of the toughest lane matchups that we've seen yet. But at least Marquette has identified what they need to try and do is that you cannot contest this at all. Just try and get Kaisa as much farm as humanly possible. Just try and sustain. Try and survive. Master Gamer Live is looking for his invade here. Is forced to burn the flash out over the wall, so at least burning a summoner there. But not getting first blood, Marquette would have loved that in his first game.
Yeah, that would have been great for Marquette. Unfortunately, not able to find it there. So for early flash will slow down the pressure. I think the big thing here to note is that the blue buff was stolen away, and Owen on a Zac, who will lose the 1v1 to a Jarvan, now even further behind, and he needs to get his levels so he can get to level 6, get a little bit tankier, and able to use the kidnap to jump into the back line of Draven and pull him into the rest of the team. That is one thing that Draven has difficulty with. Not super mobile, but Morgana covers up a lot of the issues with the spell shield.
Yes, it is. Oh, but Alex Straza actually walking pretty far forward there. Look at the positive trades, though, already. Kaisa, what are you thinking? You cannot stand toe-to-toe with this scary mustache man.
And that's why it's so difficult as a Tarek Kaisa. It looks so good when you're able to get the stun down, but if you get the black shield out first, you don't get the stun, and Alex Straza is able to get 2 auto attacks off, and there goes your health if you're Sable Shadow.
And we are, again, just seeing this lane matchup. Just already look at the CS discrepancy. Almost double. I mean, we're getting to war. We're going to be soon doubling the CS for Butler to start this off. And in the mid lane as well, they're doing fairly well. The only lane matchup they're truly finding some success is the Ken and Urgot, and even then, it's not a huge win. The chip has been going over the way. The Shurikens have been coming out doing a decent damage here as Nova's Chosen's very much holding his own up against a boss. As we're seeing every single time that Shuriken comes out, it is hitting with fairly hard. But that's to be expected. Butler took this loss knowing that they were going to have the unfavorable matchup here, knowing that they were going to have the scaling in the mid to late game. They're going to have this tanky frontliner to enable the rest of their squad, to enable the flanks to Master Gamer Live, to enable the raw damage that Alex Strauss is going to be dishing. They're fine losing this to and everywhere else.
That's right. They're going to enable everything to lead to enabling everything else. As right now, it seems like that early pressure is enabling Butler to take the Mountain Drake right here. I had to get you a little bit, buddy.
Look, they're feeling really good, all right. They're having a great time.
And so early Dragon heading on over, Mountain Drake heading over to the side of Butler. And a lot of that has to deal with the early pressure that the bot lane was able to conjure up, and Master Gamer Live getting the early levels on Owen. Owen on the top side of the map doing what you're supposed to do. Hey, we lost a little bit of pressure on the bottom side of the map. Let's go top, but now Binding gonna land. Sable Shadow in a little bit of trouble. Axe is spinning, heal goes through, not enough, didn't want to flash. That means Alex Strauss is online and now enabled with the first kill.
The first kill going over to the Draven. That is the worst case scenario. That was the absolute must-avoid situation for Marquette as the carry does fall. Up in the top lane, they are able to get a counter kill. Nice rotation from Owen there, finding the initiation, forcing out the ult from Nova's Chosen. Totally worth to get that first pick up there. So hopefully they're going to be able to find some return tower plating here, but they just don't have a lot of damage to work with. It's going to be a long time to chip through that. Is already up top, half HP on this turret as the Urgot's TPing back in.
Yeah, I like the response there by Owen. He knows that, hey, look, on the bottom side of the map, the jungler was there. They took the Drake. That means on the top side, that's where I need to go. Great outplay there by Alex Strauss, and literally this is literally dead. And no, the win condition is turning on, and your lose condition for Marquette is also turning on as well.
I feel like those are counterpoints, to be fair. The winning condition for one team is the lose condition for the other.
Not necessarily. I mean, the goal here was to allow Nova's Chosen and Foe the Fall to turn on. And right now, being hit binding after binding and 2 kills to your Draven, like all you have to do is survive. We lined it out, 50 CS. Just go down 50 CS, no kills. And already 2 kills on over. And we're approaching that 50 CS mark, and we're not out of the laning phase.
Yeah, we are sitting at about 30 CS difference right now. This turret's about to fall as well, and nothing that Marquette can do about this. And I like how they're realizing that now they're finally going to try and allocate some resources to this, maybe? But they knew this was a losing battle anyway, so instead, I need to see more I mean, they did see some focus on top, which is good, but I need to see a gank in mid. This Vladimir has been sitting totally uncontested as well.
Yeah, and let's look how they took that lead on the bottom side of the map. Just a binding randomly landing, and it was because Alex Strauss was able to sidestep an early stun. And again, guys are just, you got to flash the binding. You can't flash after the binding hits. You just have to be ready for it. And I know people are so focused on landing your skills, so you're not looking at the binding coming at you, but it's more important to stay alive and deal damage than it is to deal damage than try to stay alive. If you have your priorities backwards, you're going to die first before you deal damage.
Yeah, I mean, the best CC is death after all. So something to remember in this bottom lane matchup. As now Butler is sitting up about 3K gold at the 9-minute mark. It's only 2 kills to 1, but that is not representative of how this game is going right now, as we're actually seeing an interesting swap. As Vladimir is going bot, and they're actually switching the ADC support into the mid right now to shut down this Zillion. Not something we traditionally see, as Axe looking to try and find initiation there onto Alex Strauss, who's just realizing that he is dead, potentially dead to rights right here. No, a solid flash moving forward. They did not expect that at all. He was, I think, initially going to try and trade out the kill there, but instead he just walks away.
Oh, yep, he was able to walk away. Great play there on the bottom side of the map, though. Sable Shadow gets engaged upon by Master Gamer Live and by Renegade Mac. Now on the top side a little bit, going back and forth. Oh, no, the Zillion having to pop the ult. Nice dodge there from the binding. Owen going back in, trying to slow down Alex Strauss. Who's going to deal your damage? Don't take that fight. And Alex Strauss able to walk himself out, but huge play there by Butler to not get killed by the gank. And Owen, I think he tried to guess that Butler was going to retreat down the mid lane, and instead they went forward. And nice pathing by the Butler AD carry.
Let's actually take a look at that other kill we saw in the bottom as well, because there's so much action happening here simultaneously. Look at how far forward Sable Shadow was. He put all his focus onto table dynamics and how they were going to flip over. He totally lost his positioning on the map right now. No turret to his name. He decides he wants to be basically in the enemy jungle solo as the ADC.
Yeah, and that was not a great thought process there. Again, focus on staying alive. Staying alive needs to be a priority if you are one of the damage dealers, especially against a team that has long-range engage like a J4 or like someone that can just get in your face like a Draven. Draven wants to take these fights up close and personal. That's what Kai'Sa wants to do too, but right now you need to realize you don't have as much damage as they do. So just kind of farm up, stay away from it, but farm safe.
We are now seeing the initiation diving in under the T1 here. The Vladimir doing a lot of work, forcing back. However, the great pickup there on Alex.
No! Oh,
Zach,
no.
You killed him.
Zach, you're on the wrong team, bro.
Oh, Owen, who's now bringing his cannon in once more to certain death, popping the ult, but it literally doesn't matter.
Oh, here comes Sable.
It might actually matter because the initiation goes on in. There's what the pickup that they needed. Way overstepping was Butler. Way too much hype. Okay. Oh, the comedy of errors.
That's all right. That's all right. They get the kill. They get the kill. Come on, Sable.
Oh, boy. All right, so 4 kills to 4. There you go. Marquette's looking to try and get back in this game. Yes, they did get the key pickup there on the drone.
Whoa. Whirling Death almost picking up. If it would have hit both sides of it, Novas would have gone down there. But good turnaround here by Marquette. Good ult positioning by Sable to get in, pick that help out, and get 2 assists to at least get something going. Owen doing the mortal sin, bringing a Draven into your very low health teammate. Foe the fall. Falls on that one. And Draven stacks up yet again.
Yeah, his foe was his own teammate in that situation. But that's how it is, you know. I mean, again, at least they shut down Alexstrasza. That was a key member that they absolutely needed to deny. While simultaneously, you know, good pressure coming out from Butler off the back of this, not letting this sway them at all right now, as Aogon unable to pull them all together. Simultaneously, the Rift Herald is going to go over to Butler. This is even more things going in their favor right now. So they're going to look to unleash even more pain here on the mid. Like you said, exactly where you want to be, unleashing this push, unleashing this Rift Herald, and opening up your opponent's side of the map.
Yeah, Rift Herald summoned, and we'll be headbutting there in just a second. As Binding does land, we do have Zach in the corner. Might be there juicy for an engage. We'll be able to find one. Here comes the ult from Tarek. We'll be able to get it on to 2 members. Master Gamer Live goes down, and Sable Shadow finding himself a kill. Here comes the cannon with the flank. Gets the AP stun down. But now, look at the damage being turned around by Renegade Mac. Ulti coming on in, and there it is. The boss doing the cell division to Zach, and Zach gets absolutely blown up. The rest of Marquette don't know whether to go in or out. Sable Shadow's trying to work his way in, and will be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Resurrection being dropped onto literally this, and literally this is literally dead. Alexstrasza picking that one kill up, and it's a 6 to 5, 1 for 2.
Let's take another look back at that fight, because what looked like what could have been a solid situation for Marquette was destroyed by their decision to overstay. Owen did a great job of starting this off, and Sable Shadow was there. Perfect timing on the flank, gets that opening kill. And the Cannon 2 is there, pops the ult. This looks like it could be a great follow-up, but the Vladimir able to strip everyone else back. The peel, and then the ult coming on through from the boss, gets that cell division like you mentioned, but this is where it should have ended. This is where they should have backed up. Instead, they just stayed a little bit too long, feeling confident in the Zillion ult, but it was not nearly enough to keep them in this sacrificing unnecessary deaths.
Yeah, it was a good situation there because it seemed like health bars were low enough, Vladimir was low enough, Alexstrasza was low on health already, so maybe that if you get at least 1 kill, maybe you would get Alexstrasza to step up, but you could punish. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Nova's Chosen just does not have enough AP damage yet to get enough damage with her own, or with his own ult. It's just more of like a CC bot, and so it set up Sable a little bit, but not quite enough to deal damage. So no big damage dealers yet here for Marquette. They need to continue to scale up and get to 2 items. As nice binding gonna land there by the Hoff. And right now, just slow it down if you're Marquette. Realize, hey, look, we're down in gold, but we don't have the gold and items to fight yet, as Foe the Fall getting caught out. Does not have ulti quite yet and will die. Nice kidnap under turret, but that's what Vladimir wants. Here comes the rest of the team. Master Gamer Live gonna dive and dunk on Owen. Literally, this will get the stun down on under the tower and pick up a kill on Huff, but here comes the turnaround. Renegade Mac very low, able to pick up a kill and just walk through the turrets. One more will be enough. Yes, it is the kill. Nova's chosen now at 4-0. Sloppy fight, but a 3 for 3, and Marquette's damage dealers pick up some kills.
Oh my, okay. A lot of things to digest in that fight, like bringing a Vladimir back under your tower, because that's effective, and then just, again, sacrificing your own teammates for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
no. Sable Shadow. Your jungle's not your jungle.
You're beyond death.
Yep. He's dead.
He's dead.
He's dead, Jim.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's take a look at that last fight again. Deegan, break this down for us, because there's a lot of a good initiation. Good start here.
Right here, Foe the Fall just goes the wrong way. I think if Foe the Fall stays alive, you know, Owen's ult there isn't too bad. Literally this, keep your eye on this. Morgana going in and gets stunned under the turret. Smart play there. And now Renegade Mac just able to pick up the kill and just walk through turrets. Nice flash away by Sable. He stays safe, which isn't bad. And you get a couple more kills on your AP carry on the top side of the map. Nova's chosen. So a 3 for 3 on an early pick by Butler.
I mean, to be fair, a 3v3 trade is actually favoring Marquette at this stage. Going even with them is actually all right, because you're actually benefiting when being behind. So this is maybe an opportunity there for them to try and come back into this, try and stem the bleeding. The goal lead is still pretty substantial here from Butler, but it's not insurmountable. However, there's still a very severe structure advantage for Butler at this point. If they want to continue to make these cheeky invades, they are going to be able to do so if they continue the vision, which they're doing a very good job of maintaining. And all the while, of course, this Draven is just farming, and he's getting oh so scary. I love the rotations that Butler has been making in overall in these lanes so far. They've not been afraid to just switch up these lanes right now. Look at how fast Alexstrasza takes down these turrets.
Yeah, he's just rotating around the map, and I like the way that they're pushing the tempo, not through fights, but through rotations and pressuring turrets when it seems like Marquette's not ready to do that. Marquette, it's one of the things that we praised Bilito for in the last game with Villanova. When you respawn, what are you doing, right? Where are you going? Why are you going where you're going? It's not, you know, laning phase is over. If you die and you go bot lane and there isn't anything to do bot lane, that's not great. It's how efficient you can be on your recalls and on your respawns and getting to the place at the right time. Right now, it seems like everyone from Marquette is ready to just ARAM and defend this middle turret, and Butler's like, okay, we'll take that and go top out. Owen in a little bit of trouble, has to ult over the wall.
Oh, and he doesn't bring anybody with him.
That's fine, though, because he's very, very low. That means the turret's going to go down, but here we go. Thank you so much. Renegade Mac goes on in and picks up a kill on Sable.
That's the lifesteal to pull him right back to full HP. The ADC is gone down from Marquette. The turret is soon to, it's already gone down as well. As the pressure coming out here in the bot lane to boot. The jungle invade now from Butlers. They're pushing in 3 lanes simultaneously. Renegade Mac with a beautiful initiation, using those frames of invuln just to be an absolute threat. The lifesteal that Vladimir offers as well, able to make those big flashy plays. And now it's Nova's chosen. The next one in the sight for Butler as the rotations are coming on through. They've identified this next turret here. It's the place they want to be.
And you can see the itemization of everyone on Butler. They realize, hey, look, not a huge AD threat right now. Let's start stacking MR, and here comes Nova chosen. They're just going to spend ulti here to kill DeBoss. That's a nice shutdown bounty heading on over to Owen. Owen will be utilizing that to be that tanky front liner, but it did take a lot. Ulti down for Nova's chosen, but with your big tanky frontliner gone, that means Marquette will have access to the Drake.
They will, and it looks like Butler is not going to opt to contest this. It's a 5v4. Yes, there's some lower HP bars on the side of Marquette, but there's no reason to throw away the lead that you're building right now. But it's almost an 8K gold lead for them at this stage. They're going to back up, they're going to reset, they're going to buy a little bit more. Actually, that's fine. This is our game to win right now. Your Kai'Sa is not in a position. She's level 9 at this stage in the game. Not really the place you want to be in.
No, not really. And I mean, if you look across to Alexstrasza, only level 10, so only a 1 level difference right now. But with Renegade Mac and Master Gamer Live and DeBoss all multiple levels up on you, it's an easy execute. So Sable Shadow has to play safe, has to make living the priority. Not getting CS, not dealing damage, make sure you're alive first. Make sure if I step up to farm this, will I be safe? Right now, you could say yes, there's some decent vision there, and also his buddy Tarek is down below him, but now there's no vision on the top side jungle, and so it's very difficult for Marquette to make any plays right now.
Well, it's very difficult for Marquette because they have no vision. They have no control. They don't have a single ward on their opponent's side of the map. So if you look at the vision,
even their own side,
even their own side, they have no control. I mean, yeah, they're trying to deward a little bit here, but even still, they're going in blind. How are they supposed to find these initiations when, I mean, yeah, because they're the ones supposed to be setting this up too. They have the Zac. They are the ones who are supposed to be setting the tempo here. This is an interesting play going in right now from Butler, actually, I think, baiting in Baron right now. They might look at if that binding had landed. That could have been the go button that they needed. This is going to be a 4v4 situation.
Yeah, and I like that play. I like that play by Butler. Hey, look, let's clearly choke out all their vision. There's nothing really on the map for us to get. Baron is up. We're definitely not going to finish Baron, but we're just going over there to bait it and see if we can get a binding. But uh-oh.
That's actually the ult wasted from Master Gamer Live, as Renegade Mac is going to be the target. Goes gold to try and stall the team as best he can. The J4 goes through. Renegade Mac actually to survive through this. Literally, this is now going to be the next target to jump. Trying to get through it. The Zac doing a lot of work with the stuns on stuns. As Nova's Chosen is still alive, though. The Kennen is going in, doing so much work, popping the ult for the root, going in onto the Zillion. Nicely done, though, for the rest of the team to try and survive through this, but Owen still falls. Nova's Chosen's the last man alive.
Alex Straw's untouched.
Oh, not the fight the Marquette was looking for, not finding those priority targets. What looked like they could have been the moment to turn it around turns into the ace from Butler because the key members walk away, baiting them out beautifully, splitting the fight perfectly was Butler.
Yeah, and it was a lot of stalling there by Owen, and a good catch early on onto Renegade Mac. He got stunned, he got ignited, had to pop early his stopwatch, but Sable Shadow, too eager to pick up the kill, gets absolutely deleted by Renegade Mac as soon as he comes out of stasis, and then you have no more damage. Nova's Chosen had to back away from the Urgot to get the TP off, and by the time he got the TP off, the rest of the team had already been dead. Let's take another look at this replay here, and you can see what I mean. Look, a split fight as Owen is trying a little too hard for the red buff. He's able to get away, and look at Renegade Mac. Goes into stasis, Sable Shadow just gets chunked right there. Stay alive, don't worry about killing him, you know, just hang further back. You've got W to deal damage. Unfortunately, he dies. By the time the TP comes in, he gets exhausted. Great exhaust there by the support. And then Nova's Chosen gets the Zillion ulti instead of Zillion putting it on himself, and it's a cleanup from there.
Oh, really that just came down to a lot of it was the Kai'Sa so focused on the opponent's positioning, tunnel visioning so much for that kill that not really realizing where she was at. Vladimir doing such a good job of just keeping the pace of the fight how they wanted it, really just slowing things down, allowing their key damage dealers to sit back. Again, there were a lot of things that went wrong in that last fight, but overall, that was just showing that Marquette still has a long way to go when it comes to communicating in these team fights. There were a lot of things that I feel like could have gone better for them had they been communicating key cooldowns and key targets.
Yeah, and it seems like it's not the communication in the heat of the fight. It's the communication about how we want to fight these fights that aren't going well. Someone's got to be like, Sable, just stay in the back. We'll go ahead and set it up for you. Yes, I'm getting engaged upon if you're Owen, but Owen was out safe. Owen's out safe, you get the Cataclysm, you get the stun down on Renegade Mac, which means he's going to have to flash out. Don't worry about overextending for that kill. Use the W to get damage down, and if you get the kill, that's great. If not, you have follow-up. I think Sable Shadow died with the ulti up as well. It was just, you know, just communicate how these fights play out. Like, stall for Nova's Chosen to get there. Nova's Chosen is huge right now at 6-1-1, multiple items, including the Morella Nomicon. That's, like, big for them. But they need to give him an opportunity to get into this fight, and they might have lost it with losing that Baron in the team fight in their own jungle.
And we're just seeing the CC just continuing to cycle through from Butler. They're pushing through multiple lanes simultaneously. Marquette is sitting back. They just don't have a response to this. Every single time they try to step up, the binding lands from Morgana. The follow-up damage is there from Alex Straza. And there is the first inhib down as Owen is trying to go in. Just gets absolutely shredded for good measure. And now we see the second one falling. This is just full destruction coming in from Butler. Marquette just does not have an answer. The initial poke that Butler is doing, stopping them from making any plays. They're going to back right on up. They've done what they came what they wanted to do. I can grammar, I swear, as they look towards this next dragon.
Yes, grammar, you can swear. 17-11. The score doesn't look too bad. But however, just Butler has been rotating around the map, and the acceleration of the Draven on the bottom side of the map, it's so difficult because you don't want to ban a Draven. There are other AD carries, there are other champions that you want to get rid of as well, other threats, but a Draven that can really get going is so difficult. You know that Renegade Mac you have to ban out that Cassiopeia to stop Renegade Mac from being comfortable on it. He played so many games on it. And then it feels like there are other AD carries that you would ban out instead. So Alex Straza going deep into the champion pool and showing off why he's one of the best bot laners in the league so far, and one of the main reasons why Butler's found success in this season.
I was going to say, I feel like we've seen a lot of really outstanding ADCs so far in this season. I feel like a lot of the standout plays that we've been complimenting are coming off the back. Then yeah, it's the carry, and yeah, oftentimes it's easy to make these big plays. And the setup obviously is super important, but at the end of the day, the carry has to be in position. The carry has to have that solid early game. The carry has to have the mechanics in the lane matchup itself, and then have the positioning later in these fights to stay alive, to do this damage. And we're seeing that exemplified here in this matchup as the flank is now coming through. Multiple members charging in onto the side of Marquette. The knock-up is there, the follow-up, the CC, trying to bring them back underneath the tower is Owen, but he's just getting absolutely blown up. Literally, this will fall as well, as this last turret is the only thing between Marquette and absolute destruction. The Zac is going to chunk down one more time as every single member of Butler is still up, and in this, Renegade Mac and crew are going off, tanking so many unnecessary turret shots, but it doesn't even matter. At this late stage, the critical mass has been achieved as Butler is pushing in. Look at how much damage Alex Straza is doing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Nova's Chosen was caught in the mid lane trying to shove back the minions. They were under the turret, was Butler, for a very long time. It would have been a great flank by Nova's Chosen. Instead, wasn't able to get there in time. Gonna preserve that KDA at 6-1-1. A juicy 7 KDA on the losing side. Never do you get to see that. And unfortunately for him, the Golden Eagles fall in game 1 of 2 against Butler.
And with that, Butler going up another game and further putting the nail into the coffin for this season of Marquette. A rough way to start things off for them, but Butler showing that the changes that they made, bringing back in, the ADC that they weren't able to play with in the last season.
Yeah.
All the changes they're making, all the practice they're putting in, all the research they're doing is clearly paying off because they looked solid.
They looked solid on unconventional champions as well, right? You go into that bottom lane pool. We've just seen Sable play Kai'Sa and Caitlyn, force the Kai'Sa into a bad matchup, which is the Draven. Draven just deals a lot of damage and wants to auto attack. That's what Kai'Sa wants to do, but Draven's a better auto attacker, especially early on against the Kai'Sa, and so Sable wasn't able to get anything going. And on the opposite side, on the top side of the map, Nova's Chosen was getting the leads. He was so fed, but again, never had a team fight opportunity to get to the fight that he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lane matchup that he should win, and he did do so, so props to him. But as you said, the rest of the team was just getting forced back and dominated, frankly, to a point where it just didn't matter. The little ninja was doing his best, but he just wasn't able to carry with it. But it's only game number 1. There is a chance to adapt. There is a chance to evolve. There is a chance to come back in game number 2. It's all on the line right now for Marquette. The midway point for this season not looking so good for them. Or will Butler take it 2-0? We'll be back after this.
We aren't just dreamers. We're doers.
My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Good things happen when you unleash a Butler Bulldog.
My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Definition of a champion. Definition of a champion. Madison Square Garden. Name another place better for the Big East to take place. Other than the Mecca, from the players on the court to the chants in the stands. This the origin of greatness, birthplace of the champions. I'm always a winner. Even if I fall, I can still get bigger. The definition of a champion. Definition of a champion.
The Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. Get tickets now.
Hallelujah.
And this is just one night. You should see what we do during the day. Marquette University. Be the difference.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final game of the day, where Marquette is going up against Butler, who just took game number 1 in a, I want to say, a near perfect, dominant performance. It's now up to Marquette to turn it all around right here, or face being 1-7 in the first 3 weeks of play.
Yeah, and they have the tools to do it. I think it's now about executing upon those tools. On the top side of the map, Nova's Chosen ended the game with a 7 KDA, 6 kills, 1 death, 1 assist. Now around him, he only led to 1 of those 21 deaths on his team. The guys around him need to play a little bit better, play a little bit more coordinated, you know, and play around a guy that has a big AoE stun like the Kennen. Allow your top player to get into the game. He gets the leads. Just give him an opportunity to get there. So I'm looking, again, Sable at the bot lane. To be honest, I think Foe the Fall didn't have the greatest game either. He had a couple of ults, chrono shifts on the wrong targets, I believe. So hopefully they'll be able to find something else. Galio was where we saw him do well.
Yep.
Galio really wasn't touched during the patches, so maybe something they can go back to.
Maybe something they can. Let's actually take a look at these replays again, because I feel like that'll help give more insight into these points you're making here. Again, there were a couple decent moments, the moments that looked pretty good for Marquette, where, as you said, where Kennen was doing that work, but it just wasn't enough. They just couldn't execute on it, and you made a point during that last game that it felt like there wasn't a game plan going into these fights. They didn't know how they wanted to execute it. And it kind of felt like their draft was maybe just sort of thrown together, where it seemed like there was a very clear series of win conditions being executed by Butler throughout the course of this. That Vladimir constantly being the one to get pulled in by the Zach, and constantly the one to dish that damage in response, just drop into the pool, lifesteal your way around to pick up some cheeky kills. And that was kind of how the game worked.
Yeah, and it wasn't, again, it wasn't bad. This was like the only tough TP here, where Nova's Chosen just gets slowed and gunned down at the end of the team fight here. Just TP a little bit too late. Just target selection wasn't the greatest. Yes, this team composition made it harder to execute, but they were put in positions to execute. Butler wasn't getting everything cleanly. You saw a couple of those fights where it was like a 3 for 3, or kind of going back and forth, or maybe they get 1 kill, then a return kill, and then the other team gets a return kill. So there were multiple opportunities for Marquette to capitalize. They just need to be able to do that and execute a little bit better. I think one way to do that is to talk about how these fights are supposed to play out before they happen. Once they happen, it's relatively chaotic, but if you say, okay, we want to set up our lines like this, or hey, we're waiting until this flank happens, you need to have that planned out so that once that situation happens, you can just focus on executing rather than thinking about it, then executing.
And one of the things, too, is it sucks to, like, look at it after the fact and go, oh, yeah, well, this is clearly how we could have won that, because then that's never how you want to be analyzing. It's always like, this is how we want to be going into it. But going up against an opponent like Butler, who is constantly improving, it makes it a little bit tougher. We actually had a chance to sit down and talk to Renegade Mac earlier, but we also have some fun quotes from him, and one of it has to do with trust. We all get along really well and trust each other fully. It's that trust that's going to allow them to propel these games even farther forward, knowing that if somebody goes in, the rest of the team is going to be with them.
Yeah, and again, I think this Butler team has last year's experience to build upon. I think one of the best things, and it's tough to say this, but I think one of the best things to build chemistry upon is when you have to go through some tough situations. And last year, we hit on it multiple times. Butler did not win a set all last season, and by being able to bring back a lot of that same core and say, hey, look, we've been through the trenches before. Let's just continue to work together and be as great of a team as we know we can. It builds that trust to execute the plays really well and take a little bit less time to have to communicate every single detail of their game plan.
I mean, the best way to learn is to lose. And they did their share of that last season. And now they're coming in. They've learned their lessons. They're changing things up. Let's get into our next draft to see how they're going to be changing things up in game number 2. Butler identifying that they needed to win the game early, build some killer lanes. And then they did just that, identifying the potential weakness that is the dual lane combo.
Sure.
Sable Shadow particularly not having the most success. Tends to play more in these late game scaling champions that just get abused early, and the Taric support I don't think gave him a lot of options.
I think if you get to level 6, and it's a Draven, right? Draven is straight auto attack based. You're able to drop the ultimate, the Taric ultimate down on multiple targets, and then Draven's like, okay, I just have to straight run. It makes sense. However, I think there was probably 3 Draven kills before level 6, at least 2 on the bottom side of the map before the bot lane of Sable and literally this could hit level 6, it made it very difficult for the rest of Marquette to come back and execute. So I don't mind it too much, but we saw that laning phase was so rough. Like, Tarek into Draven against with a Morgana.
Yeah.
You don't get any stuns down. You're literally farming under the turret.
Especially because the Morgana was consistently landing bindings. I mean, consistently.
And
Every single time you walk forward, it's a binding and 2 autos, and you're half health, and good luck.
And also consistently getting the black shield down right at the correct time. Right?
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like they're playing a cat and mouse game, baiting it out. Hey, go ahead. I'll walk a little bit further away from my AD carry. You think you can get a stun down? That's when I'll put the black shield on him. No stun, and you get auto attack twice for it. He takes no damage. We'll take that trade all day long.
And that's what a lot of the trading that ended up propelling them onwards to victory in game number 1. But as we look towards this draft, we are seeing some adaptations here. Once again, banning out that Cassiopeia there, the Vladimir as well being removed from Marquette. The Kennen, though, respectfully being banned away here by Butler. We'll see if this Urgot is still going to have the high priority. We've been seeing it in a lot of picks here, or if Marquette's going to flex in a different direction.
Yeah, I think if Nova's Chosen was able to not join a couple fights earlier, I think there was one or two fights where he had some great flanks off, but just didn't have damage. He got a couple CC down. Maybe he cleaned up a kill with his ultimate and flash, but he didn't have enough damage to really take care of things. I think if he would have just gotten a couple more items, finished the Morella Nomicon and the Hextech Proto Belt, he would have been able to start deleting people on his own, on flanks. And I think that would have been scary itself. And then now that Kennen is a split push threat and a flank threat that you have to think about every time you step up if you're Butler. But because he joined fights a little bit earlier, he slowed down his own scaling. One TP ends up dying, and then you don't have to worry about it. You're able to build MR.
But to be fair, though, there's the way that Butler was making those rotations, there wasn't really, I think, a place for him to farm super safe. He felt like he had to help stem the bleeding. His team was just getting invaded in the jungle. It's easy to say, yeah, just farm up more items, just play safe. But I think if he kept playing, I agree that, yeah, 1 or 2 more items, he would have been so much more of a threat. I feel like by the time he got there, he would have been sitting, watching his Nexus fall. You know what I mean?
Kennen's really can blow things up once they hit 2 items. And I think if you just kind of wait to that second point, because they weren't close to the inhibitor turret at that point yet. They were, yes, they were taking a mid-second turret, mid-inner turret, but you weren't going to defend that anyways against that kind of team composition. So I think maybe there's a little bit of space there as we get ourselves into the game because that Kennen was taken away. Sivir and Lucian also removed by Butler to hit Sable Shadow's champ pool. Cassiopeia not going to get in the hands of Renegade Mac. He'll never see that again. Vladimir taken away as well, so Renegade Mac getting hit twice, and the Alistar taken away from the Hoffinator. First pick Caitlyn heading over to Marquette. Sable Shadow, a lot of experience on this. Safe 80 carry, and now with the changes to 9.3, crit 80 carries are back, so here's an opportunity for Sable Shadow to stabilize the bottom side of the map a little well. Opposite side, Butler going to lock in. Top tier, top laner.
Oh, yeah.
Ugly face Urgot going to get locked in. Ezreal and Thresh, the bot lane duo for Alex Strauss and Hoffinator. So they'll play a little bit safer. Hooks will be the go button for the rest of Butler's bot lane. And then there's the other ugly top laner for Nova's Chosen. Sion going to be locked in. And Owen on Sejuani. So we've seen Owen on Sejuani a couple times. Sejuani and Kazakhs are the ones that we've seen him play the most, and so Owen now has the ability to peel for their backline, so does Nova's Chosen.
I also like this decision-making coming up from Butler here when it comes to these support bans. Braum and the Morgana being denied. They already have everything locked in for them. They want to deny Caitlyn a lot of these supports that would make her life even easier, allow her to play safer. So I like looking towards winning that bottom lane matchup already.
Sure.
The top is going to be, again, the Sion Urgot, fairly tried and true, fairly standard. I expect that's what we're going to be seeing here. This is actually, I think, one of the most standard meta drafts we've seen yet from both teams. A lot of just, I mean, yeah, we saw some target banning to start things off, but all in all, this just seems to be, let's play a straight-up game and let's see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I think so, and I always, it's tough because when you're Marquette, if you have to first pick a Caitlyn, it kind of stunts things a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to, you have identified a weakness on your team, and you're trying your best to kind of shore up that weak link.
Right.
But it also says a lot that you have to, again, throw that away so early because there's something else that you definitely would have liked to have picked in that place.
Sure, yeah. And I think that then changes the order of all the picks subsequently following. So you seeing a Braum kind of fall down the pick and ban order to the point where he gets banned in phase 2, that's kind of interesting. However, in the mid lane, it'll be an Echo in the hands of Foe the Fall. We know that he can be a force to be reckoned with, and Akarthus being locked in now for the side of Butler, and that's kind of scary if you're Marquette. You know, anytime that Akarthus is in the game, there's a ticking time bomb. He'll just continue to scale, and then just Requiem deals damage across the map. And if it's a Dark Harvest Akarthus, you just continue to deal massive amounts of damage as the game continues to go on.
Yeah, we're seeing, oh, yeah, that's likely going to be the way we're seeing this here as well. We see on the other side, again, that Echo going to have, we've seen some high-level Echo play so far.
Yeah.
But, again, we're looking towards this now with the, oh, man, this is going to be very interesting here because Marquette has identified what they need to do early. I do at least like the fact that they can make some more plays early with the Sejuani because the Echo will actually be able to follow up on it somewhat. But I look across the board here to Butler, and if this goes late, they just don't lose.
Yeah, I think so as well. We had the last couple picks, Zyra and Zyra for Marquette on the opposite side, Lissandra. And yeah, I think Butler obviously has a late game comp, but I like Marquette's comp to start fighting from level 6 to level 11. Once the teams have their ultimates, as well as Sable Shadow and literally this, having a very aggressive bottom lane. With the plants attacking, it makes it very annoying to step up and try to deal damage, and we've known Alex Straza and Hoffenator to be a more aggressive team composition. With Thresh, you can play aggressively, but against a Zyra, Thresh really can't play that much aggressively. So how will the bot lane adjust to this pressure from the bottom side of the map and adjust to being shoved under turret? We've seen them just consistently being played forward and then outplaying the jungle gank, keeping wards up so that they can stay safe against any sort of dive. Now Owen has a comfortable champion in a Sejuani that he's played multiple times now, and how will they adjust to the pressure now towards them against a Zyra and a Caitlyn? This might be a way back in here for Marquette.
I have to say, this is the strongest draft that I think we've seen Marquette put together yet, I would say, especially given the particular lane matchups here. It's interesting because Butler drafted such a clear winning condition in Game 1. They drafted for winning the laning phase. They drafted to pressure that out there. And instead, this time around, they're doing something completely different. They have champs that can do well in the early game, but really, once you get towards that late game, it's just really tough to deal with. I like the fact that they're flexing their own styles here. They're challenging themselves to do something different, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, and Owen will have a lot of free reign early on to get ganks off against Master Gamer Live, who's playing Karthus, who wants to farm and get to late. So we'll get to see if that works out for him.
Yeah, we will as we get into game number 2. Can Marquette turn it around? Will Butler continue the Bulldog rampage? We're about to find out as once again, nobody's doing anything.
Yeah, both teams just setting up the line of scrimmage. I think both teams like their team composition. Even if I look back at Butler's team composition, it's still very good, right? Karthus has found success in the meta, mostly at jungle, but then also, I believe, Froggen used it yesterday in the Golden Guardians' first victory of the season of the LCS to just scale up. So Karthus will be scary. Urgot on the top side of the map and Lissandra. I mean, these are top tier mid lane and top lane champs with something that is meta for the jungle. And then Alex Straza is your best player on a safe AD carry that can scale later on. I like both team compositions. It's more about how they're executed now, and I think both teams want to get to that point where it's like, hey, let's out-execute them. Let's not lose in draft. And even a team like Marquette, who hasn't found a ton of success in executing, will be able to rest on their laurels and say, hey, let's get to team fights. We did get 11 kills on them last game. We just need to make sure that we're doing it a little bit more cleaner. We know we're going to lose some fights, but as long as we have a fighting chance, let's do that.
Yeah, I agree for sure. And again, I don't dislike Butler's draft here by any means, but again, I think it just challenges them to do something a little bit different here. And again, I feel like this is just a lot more comfortable situation for Marquette, that we're going to go into a mid to late game that's much more even. Though to note, they are drafting some champions here that did actually take some nerfs in 9.3, so we'll see how that affects things here for them. As already we're seeing Master Gamer Life just starting on the jungle Karthus Live.
Yep, just farming up, playing safe. Sejuani going to be on the top side of the map to help out his Scion against a boss who will be bossing Nova's Chosen around. And I think it's a surprising decision here for Marquette to double down around playing around the bottom side of the map with the Caitlyn. Caitlyn wants to be a lane bully. When you have Nova's Chosen, who showed proficiency, as we see, Owen in a little bit of trouble with Foe the Fall coming. What is this aggression coming out of Renegade Mac?
All the flashes coming in as Renegade Mac is now running for dear life, trying to weave his way in and out of these brushes. The teammates are going to trade here. First Blood does go over to the Urgot as now Foe the Fall is stuck way in the back in the opposing team's jungle. They committed so much for that. Master Gamer Live fighting between a rock and a hard place. Going to get back over the wall. The TP is going to come in here to secure the kill. Looks like, yes, it is. Respawning, going right back in. Renegade Mac wants some redemption here. Foe the Fall is going to fall. And 2 for 1 for Butler. And
there's, oh yeah, just a little bit too aggressive on the bottom side. It looked really good for a little while, but Renegade Mac bringing teleport. Again, it's a summoner spell difference. We've talked about it multiple times throughout the day. The double TP team compositions have paid off multiple times, and Foe the Fall wanted to win lane, win game, has Ignite, was able to get the first kill, but unfortunately had to pay for it with his life.
Does indeed. However, I mean, actually, I'll just look back at that one more time because I feel like that's interesting because Marquette should have been coming into this game feeling totally defeated, but instead they came into it looking to try and make some plays and almost succeeded. If they were able to instantly kill Renegade Mac here, this would have been a totally different fight. Instead, they way overcommitted with the double flash, and the boss was just there to clean things up.
Yeah, I think Nova's Chosen could have helped out maybe a little bit more, and Foe the Fall could have thought about just executing, possibly, going back into the turret, running around the jungle, and not giving any gold over to anyone. Foe the Fall trying to juke out the last couple of spells, but just gets auto-attacked down. Not much for him to do. And unfortunately, early deficit for Marquette in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is not how they wanted to start things off. They had the option, or they had the ability, I should say, with this draft to go a lot more even in the early game as we're looking towards the bottom as well. Again, this is when they were going to be able to push things in, and we are seeing this. Ezreal, the champ that takes a decent amount of time to come online. The Thresh is going to bring a bit of threat into that lane, but Ezreal just doesn't actually do enough damage this early on to really be the threat, even if the hook does land, which means that now we're seeing Sable Shadow and literally this feeling much more comfortable here. The support is going to be that much more annoying, and the safety that the Caitlyn is going to offer is going to help Sable Shadow feel just so much better in this lane match. Though I might have spoken too soon, but again, just not enough damage going through right now to really be that threat. And there is a rotation coming in from the Sejuani.
Yeah, here comes Owen trying to land his skill. Not going to land. Alex Straza juking out very nice. Now Flay under the turret. Owen is very low. Will get ignited. And oh my goodness, in a 2v3, the Butler bot lane comes up big.
And it doesn't, you don't even, the ADC doesn't need to come online when you can just drag the opponents to their death underneath your turret. Hoffinator showing the pressure that a good support can offer. And, oh man, this is just, we've seen so many good Thresh players. We need to see more respect for this champion.
Yeah, it's difficult to play into, it's difficult to play against, and it's not necessarily worth the ban. There's so many issues playing against a Thresh right now, and literally this and Sable Shadow should not be getting hooked. They've both gotten hooked multiple times. Sable Shadow forced to use heal already. And Hoffinator showing why him and Alex Straza are one of the best bot lanes in the game, as we see this Scuttle Crab didn't hurt anybody.
Look, so many jukes. So many Scuttle jukes.
Nobody saw that Master Gamer live.
No, you weren't on camera, don't worry.
Newbie Gamer, dead.
Dead. Foe the Fall needs to be cautious because Renegade Mac is scary on this Lissandra, and geez, so many resources. Like, Renegade Mac just presses buttons and it's no issue at all. I feel like Foe the Fall in this matchup is having a really rough time of it, and this is a lane that Marquette needed to at least go even, and they're doing pretty well on the bottom, or were doing pretty well on the bottom. They need to be consistently at least going even in these other lanes.
Yeah, and I think this is the good time to point out Feast or Famine Owen in the jungle role. He's had free reign to go get his ganks off, and unfortunately for him, he hasn't found success. If anything, he's found 2 deaths. First time I would blame Foe the Fall not helping out his jungler, but now this second time, that was just a misplay into a good play by Hoffinator. Yeah, you just gotta execute on these champs here. You're setting yourself up for success. You need to make sure it happens. Now Sable Shadow in a bit of trouble. Will be able to walk himself out of that one. Echo will shove in the mid lane and make him this a little bit of experience. Nope, Karthus will just walk on by and pick up that experience. Say thank you very much. That gank didn't cost too much for the side of Butler.
That was really nice, though. Just, again, playing around the Thresh, the utility that support is offering in the early game. Good rotation from the jungle coming in as well, making sure that they're not losing anything in lane, not wasting the Lissandra's time, forcing them back. Yeah, she didn't walk away with the kill, but the team as a whole didn't suffer for it either. Good job as well for Butler for denying the plant life here. All vegetarian on the side of Butler, just making sure those are getting eaten up in an instant, not wanting to stay annoying in that lane at all here. As Marquette in a lane matchup, they should have been winning pretty convincingly, now struggling with up against Alex Straza and Hoff.
Yeah, but I mean, this is so much better than being down multiple kills to a Draven and CS. Like,
that's true.
I will take this all day because you have one of your growing players in Sable Shadow and something that he's comfortable with and CSing relatively well against one of the best AD carries in the league. So therefore, you take that. You take that. Yes, mistakes were made around the map. However, it gives opportunity for the rest of the team to play the game. Owen blowing flash and ulti to blow support flash, not necessarily worth. Hoffinator, good play, gets his AD carry out of trouble. And with that knowledge, what will Karthus do? Just continue to farm up and get big. 55 CS to 46 CS is the jungle difference. Not much there for either team.
Two very clear win conditions, or at least, yeah, personal win conditions for the jungle of Butler and Marquette. You know, Owen, over on the side of Marquette, he wants to be getting these ganks. He wants to be finding these rotations resulting in kills. That's where Sejuani is thrives. That's what she's supposed to be doing. And that's not happening. Great plays from Butler, good ability to fall back, just negating that completely, making Owen feel like a complete non-factor. Over on the other side, Master Gamer Live wants to do the opposite. He wants to just sit in his jungle and putter away and arrive at the end of this an absolute beast. And that is what he's being allowed to do.
He's allowed to just continually be beastly, I would say, as we are approaching the 10-minute mark in the game. Starting to slow down a little bit. The bleeding starting to quell just a bit here for Marquette. Again, solid stuff here by Sable and the rest of the boys. But in the mid lane, you need a little bit more out of Foe the Fall, and on the top side of the map, Nova's Chosen is stuck onto a tank. Like, he's not going to be able to do a ton in terms of damage. He'll be a tanky frontliner, and he'll have some nice initiations, but keep your eyes on Sable Shadow and Foe the Fall.
You got to keep an eye on that for sure. But one of the things that it's the problem for Marquette right now is they're losing every lane. There should have been moments early on, again, from the rotations coming in from the Sejuani. You don't want to call anybody out, but those needed to help propel them further here. They, on a pure skill matchup, they maybe had a little bit of a disadvantage going into this, so they needed to find victory in those 3v2 situations. They needed to create their own points of success, and then they haven't been able to do that yet.
No.
And now also they're losing both individual 1v1 matchups as well as the bot lane, which on paper they had an advantage in. So they just need to start creating. Deegan, what do they need to do differently here?
They just need to continue to farm up and wait till they can get fights like that. Hey, Foe the Fall taking down Renegade Mac. That's a good kill there. 2-1. But now he needs to be able to get out safely. Master Gamer Live thinking about shutting down Foe the Fall. Foe the Fall needs to get himself out of trouble. Use the ultimate there. Will be able to find some safety. The boss using the ult. Fear beyond death. Foe the Fall still alive. And Master Gamer now getting the damage turned around on him.
Getting turned around indeed. And now it is the Urgot who is likely to fall. One more auto to make it work. Foe the Fall is actually going to drop. Trading out there. The ult from Ezreal flying all the way through the bottom, helping to give some pivotal damage in that fight. And that is now trading out. Not bad there for Marquette. Not the best situation of all time as they're getting pushed into their tower as well. But the Scion survives up top. He's going to continue to do some damage and force back the remaining members of Butler.
Yeah, and you were asking, what can you do differently? Hey, someone step up and make a play. Foe the Fall just going 1v1 in the mid lane against Renegade Mac. And I think that's a little bit too disrespectful here for Renegade Mac. Getting the ult down on Foe the Fall, but then what do you do after that? You just kind of sit around in the mid lane. No, he still has his ult. He dies with his ultimate up right there.
That shouldn't happen there.
And then Foe the Fall trying to get Vision down, make sure him and the rest of his team will be safe. Look at this, ulti keeps him alive. The ult, Fear Beyond Death, doesn't hit enough damage. The Tendril, not enough to pull him back in. Master Gamer Live realizes he's going to die, but pick up a kill with the Requiem. And Owen, throughout that fight, died. I didn't realize. So to turn this into a 3-for-3. But either way, shutdown gold on the Foe the Fall, and now your Echo getting online.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to have happen here. I mean, I asked you, what do you need to do? And you know, we saw the answer, and you called it out. Somebody needs to step up. Marquette needs a champion. Marquette needs a leader, and it's going to come from the mid-game right here. Master Gamer Live is stepping in, getting caught out. Nice little rotation coming from Marquette to trap that out. However, it is now Faux the Fall getting chucked down. Oh, so low. And the ult from Ezreal coming through once more. No kills, though, going over the way of Butler there. Nice little counter gank for Marquette. They're starting to find some life in this game.
Yeah, good play there to find a catch. Owen just hitting the go button and shutting down Master Gamer Live immediately, knowing that Requiem isn't up for quite some time. TP was burned, though, by Nova's Chosen. DeBoss holding on to it, so he will have the opportunity to use that later, so he'll start hacking away at the top lane turret. However, instead of just saying, hey, we're going to TP, take this one as a loss, they force down the Drake and get themselves the first Ocean Drake of the game.
I like that play there from them, converting a kill into a major map objective. That's exactly what you need to be doing here. Up top, DeBoss doing some pretty decent damage to the turret plating there while he still is able to do so. Nova's Chosen being very quiet so far this game. You called it out. He's playing a tank. He doesn't have the ability to get that 7 KDA like we saw in game number 1. However, when these big team fights do start to break out, he will be you know, boon for his team there. He will be something that the team can play around, assuming things like this don't happen right now, and he gets ganked. He needs to stay alive. Nice cancel there onto the stun. Bring it back in with the ult. Beautiful timing there from Butler. He's going to go into his passive, but it does not matter. The team's just going to walk away.
Yeah, you need a little bit more communication from Faux the Fall. And unfortunately, Nova's Chosen uses his ultimate to get himself up into the lane. That's usually an escape mechanism, and he wasn't able to escape the fear beyond death. And so there's your tanky lead there. Now your Urgot sitting at 3-1-1 already with a fully built Black Cleaver. Deals damage and starts chunking down into the armor that you already built with the Sunfire Cape and the Ninja Tabi. And he actually wasn't taking that much damage until Renegade Max showed up and started hitting him with AP damage. And it's like, hey, Sion, I know you're normally tanky, but you're not wearing any MR. And he kind of got shredded.
Yeah, wearing the you know, he didn't get the memo. He didn't realize it was a costume party. He showed up. He just didn't have the right, you know, didn't have anything on. He's like, oh, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not even wearing a shirt. What is this?
Yeah.
Just not the best situation. Oh, Matt. Oh, boy. Feels bad. Leashing is fun.
Reset.
Come on, one more.
Smite 2.
One more.
Oh, that was close.
Look, I feel bad. We've caught all of his worst moments so far in this game. He just wants to fight. He just wants to stack, okay? He just wants to sit in the jungle and play his game, guys. And we're unfortunately catching him with his cloak down.
Yeah, and he's going to go for an early Rift Herald here. No vision, and I think they were able to spot out Sejuani on the bottom side of the map, so they find it safe. But now Renegade Mac getting engaged upon by Faux the Fall. Faux the Fall wants to go in, decides against it. You saw the danger pings coming out from the rest of the team. And so pressure towards the mid lane will be all that Faux the Fall gets. They'll find out that the Rift Herald is heading over to the side of Butler. Owen almost gets there in time, and here comes the top laner. Nova's Chosen putting damage down.
Putting in the charge now, going in onto that Urgot, who's in a pretty rough spot. The mid is rotating in as well. DeBoss with the shotgun knees doing a lot of return damage all the while. The Karthus is chunking through them. That will be the shutdown there onto a key member. And now it's Master Gamer Live in a really rough spot. He's trying to get himself out of there, but not able to find it. The rotation coming in at the perfect time for Marquette. Not able to get the Rift Herald, but able to get a few quick kills.
Yeah, and Master Gamer Live didn't believe that he'd be able to pull up any kills with Requiem, so he's going to hold on to it for the next life. They did get the Rift Herald, so it is good. However, what can Marquette do with these kills? If it's take the top lane turret, I'll take that trade. 2 kills plus first turret blood. That's gold in the pockets of Marquette. And again, I want to keep harping on this. The bottom side of the map has not broken yet. Literally this and Sable Shadow sitting at 0-0-0. That's a victory, only down 15 CS to Alex Straza and Hoffenator. And I think I go back to the Ezreal pick. I think there are other 80 carries that Alex Straza has the skill set to use. Yes, I believe his Vayne was banned out, so yeah, you don't have to play the Vayne. Oh no, literally this. Cast a Curse. There goes the kill.
Yeah, there goes the first pickup down there. Again, it seems like Butler identified the exact same condition that you did, that this bottom lane they're not winning it as dominantly as they should have been, or as they wanted to. Fiercely rotation going back in. The Frozen Tomb is forced to be popped right now. So Renegade Mac is now running away. Faux the Fall might have committed a little bit too much here. Nice ult to try and get himself back out of the 3 seconds. It's going to give you all it needs to keep him alive. Nice counter turn right there. Finding the Ezreal, the damage lining up with the Caitlyn as well. Beautifully played as Sejuani. It's going to look to rotate in as well. There's the root. The follow-up is there.
Oh no, Master Gamer! Time Winder just sneaking on through. There were so many things to dodge. Foe the Fall just throws out a Time Winder after flashing away, and I think Alex Straza just accidentally walked into it. It did way more damage than what expected, but if you look at these items, it's a lot of damage as we take a look at this replay here. Hook going to land. Again, more communication needs to come out of Foe the Fall. Yes, you're the carry, you have kills, but damage isn't just everything. Tell your guys that, hey, there's a gank coming. Now here, watch, he gets rooted up, and then ult, and then immediately has to flash away. Look at this flash right here, but then throws out the Time Winder. The Q plus the Time Winder cuts down Alex Straza, and down he goes, shut down Gold, and then Master Gamer just not paying attention.
I think he was maybe trying to trigger it on purpose so that it was like he would deal with it. They wanted to worry about it later, not realizing the Sejuani was about. I think he walked right into it. There was no way he didn't see that.
I think he just didn't see it. And unfortunately for them, that's going to lead to the first gold lead of the series for Marquette here. 30,000 gold, it's just a bit, but they do have priority around Dragon. Here comes the TP.
Here comes the TP going in on both sides. This is going to be a brawl. The Ezreal are to start things off, but a nice stun onto the boss. Stealing the Drake, though, is going to be Butler. We are now seeing Master Gamer Live trying to get himself out. Aowen is doing a great job of keeping him pinned in the back. Hoffnader as well, going gold, trying to survive a little bit longer, and he is going to do so, trading out his life, but a Disable Shadow now, trying to flash, trying to get himself out, but not able to do so. Nova's chosen to surviving through all this, but Alex Straza, the last man alive, going to be committing everything to taking down this last kill, the Quadra kill for Alex Straza. 4 members down for Marquette. Nicely done.
And that's how this team composition functions if you're Butler, as we took a look at another replay around Dragon. Just stall out and give your AD carry time just to dive around and poke around. Owen, I think, gets a little bit too cheeky here. He should have gone in and just blown up the first member first. Unfortunately, he tries to stay alive. Hoffnader with a great hook into a flay. Alex Straza now just has place to work. Look at everyone focused down the Thresh. Why are you hitting the Thresh? Renegade Mag then re-engaging, and then Alex Straza just gets to free hit everybody. Poor target selection for Marquette in this team fight, and that leads to their downfall after finding a little bit of success.
To be fair, though, Alex Straza's positioning over the course of that fight was fantastic. He's sitting way in the back. He's just thrown out his damage at range, poking away. So that was a pretty solid, positioning from him. So we do see another scuffle breaking out here in the mid. We are going to see the chart. No, denied.
Owen, so that's nifty. I've never seen that before. It looked like Owen used a spell backwards to hit the eye while the dash was going out. That was really, really cheeky. So it saves the turret. And yeah, good play there to slow down the bleeding. I really like that play. I don't think people will understand how big that was, because if that turret goes down, now Butler's able to live on Marquette's side of the map and start placing down wards. With the mid lane turret up, you've got Sable Shadow putting down traps. It becomes very difficult to siege this mid lane turret without a big team fight. That's a big save there by Owen.
I just love how different this game is compared to game number 1. A different draft, a different mentality for both sides here. We see Marquette putting more of an emphasis on trying to win this early game.
Hey.
And we see a fight now breaking out in the mid. The nice ult going on in, and it is going to be Hoffnader, the target, walking away right now under the turret, but not nearly enough as Aogon and crew, Owen and crew, that pronunciation on that spelling is going to get me all day, just like they got that kill in the mid.
Yeah, awkward positioning there by Renegade Mac and Hoff. No one's there. Oh no! If you're Foe the Fall, you're a little sad because you had ult. Good snipe there by Alex, showing exactly why. Hey, look, Ezreal out of the meta. I don't care. I'm still a sniper, and I'll be picking off your lazy recalling enemies. But here goes Owen, goes in, stuns up Master Gamer Live, and another ulti, immediately deleting the Zyra. Where's the damage coming from Marquette? Very low Master Gamer Live, but Alex Straza trying to slow down the Caitlyn. And a little bit of an overstay for Marquette leads to Butler taking control of this game.
You cannot deny Alex Straza, formerly Gang Suwu, changing his name but not changing his attitude, which is I want to put on the pressure. Look at how much damage he's able to dish with impunity, as the rest of his team is going to look to start to set up vision and set up these picks off the back of the Thresh. 15-15, fairly even in terms of gold, but if you look at where the damage is coming from, it is from a very confident Ezreal. Novastrozen is tanky. He does have the ability to go in, but the rest of the team needs to be there. And finally, the turret they were looking to get earlier does fall. And as you mentioned, this opens things up for Butler. What was a scary matchup for Marquette just got a whole lot scarier, especially Nova Chosen gets picked up here in the mid. Nice route though coming in from Zyra. The charge is going to be there. Nice actual ult to keep Renegade back in just a little bit longer, but it is Ezreal shut down off the back of the amazing play there. The follow from the Echo was all they needed to instantly turn this. On a dime, Marquette is able to find an opening, create their chance at victory here, bringing this right back for the side of Marquette as they look towards this Baron.
Both teams throwing back and forth. This time, literally this getting a two-man snare into the ulti from Nova's Chosen. And now the fight on the backside. Foe the Fall stays alive with his ulti. Hoffenator trying to slow things down. He gets shut down, and now Master Gamer live. And Owen gets feared up. The boss from downtown. Ace in the hole, gonna land, but not do enough damage. Sable Shadow will walk himself out, and my goodness, boys, just focus on the Baron and everything would have been all right. Instead, two more kills thrown back around, and both these teams just trying to give the other team an opportunity to be in the lead. This time, couple kills heading on over to the side of Marquette, and they'll head down to the Dragon Pit. Oh, boy. Both teams going back and forth here.
In the game of throws, you get the objective or you die.
So going back to that whole initial fight, Renegade Mac and Alexstrasza got too aggressive on Nova's Chosen. Good snare landing by literally this. Renegade Mac going to use his Zonias to prevent himself getting knocked up by the unstoppable onslaught from Nova's Chosen. Ooh, Dragon is able to get locked up. And Nova's Chosen just going to flash over the wall.
Yeah,
let's take another look at this big team fight here. Holy moly, and let's see where we start from. Okay, this is the play. Cool. So Nova's Chosen baits out too much aggression. Look at this from literally this. Locks it up. Zonia's baits his own teammate. No! Renegade Mac, I'm the more important one. Take this ult for me. And then take the lantern. What are you doing? So there he goes. He dies, and it's like, okay, perfect, guys. We got these 2 kills. What do we do? Let's run into their team where we have no vision, where Karthus is there and we can all die. Sounds like a great plan instead of do Baron or take mid turret. Ah, Marquette, you just play with my heart. I want you guys to find a success, and you guys are doing a great job winning team fights, but play smart afterwards, right? Plan a couple steps ahead after you win that team fight. Right now, they're kind of just winning a team fight. Okay, what can we do? Let's fight some more. Oh no, we're dead. Okay. No, now Butler's fighting us. Okay, we fought the... Oh boy, and it's going back and forth here. The gold lead very close. Lots of kills for both teams.
He's on the flank. Also, Deegan, I love the passion here because I'm right there with you. These teams are very much playing. It's Valentine's Day this week. You know, they're playing with our hearts. It is what it is, I guess. Every single time we think one of them is going to get ahead, they just do something silly and throw it all away. But that means it is anyone's game at this point, truly. I mean, we're only looking at a few K gold difference. We are looking at some pretty decent late game scaling for both sides. The kills generally are on the right members here, but I'm looking towards this, 9 kills for Echo, 8 kills for Ezreal. Those are numbers that you cannot deny. One big team fight could make or break this set. And as you said, Marquette not starting the season the way they want to. Butler already so much happier with how things are going for them this time around. I feel like a lot more of this onus is on Marquette right here. They lost game number 1. This is their opportunity to turn things around.
For sure.
To stop, stem the bleeding that is this first half of the spring season.
Yeah, and they've been put in multiple opportunities. If you're up 18-17 in kills, you've been finding fights that you want, but if you're giving over 17 deaths, that means you're not being careful with these leads that you're having. And I think maybe it's Marquette not being used to that position, right? It's learning how to win, and I think right now they're having difficulty on how to do that exactly.
I would agree. I feel like they're having some trouble identifying their win conditions at this point. You mentioned it before. It was not lose the early game so much. They've done that. They've successfully not lost the early game, but now that we're in this mid heading into late game, now you have to put them in this position where like, wait, we actually can win. Now how do we win? I think a lot of this has to be on Owen. A lot of this has to be on the setup, the follow-up from the Scion. We saw it, the ability to get on Alexstrasza to just blow him up, the miscommunication from Butler. Capitalize on those mistakes, create those mistakes. Marquette can do it.
And that's what I worry about. It took like an accidental misplay. Renegade Mac popping Zonia's a little bit too early for them to get onto Alexstrasza. How many more opportunities are you going to have to do that if you're Marquette? Like, Ezreal is very safe. You also have Thresh to get you out of trouble, to use the Lantern. So when those opportunities come and you're Marquette, you need to capitalize. You need to know what you're going to do with that lead. As you see DeBoss now being able to like shut down Nova's Chosen. We've already identified Nova's Chosen as one of the best players on this roster. So things are starting to get a little scary here for Marquette. They're running out of opportunities to punish.
I think it's interesting that we're looking at, again, a game that's nearly even. We're looking at almost identical in terms of structures. We're looking at almost identical in terms of gold. We're looking, again, carry potential late game. So I guess we have to look towards objectives. We have to look towards what's next, how you can propel yourself to a state of victory. Look towards the Baron. Look towards these decisions the teams are making revolving around that right now. And I think a lot of it's going to start with a pick. We've identified members on both teams who can initiate that pick. And until then, it's the dance. It's the dance of chicken, but someone needs to start something.
Well, yeah, and I think this is the longest period we've gone without fighting, and I think both teams now realize, hey, look, we've got gold, we've got items, and on the bottom side of the map, the Dragon will be up very shortly. And so therefore, it gives credence to a neutral objective being started up. However, on the opposite side, look at the vision on the top side of the map for Butler. It's all on this Baron pit. As you can see, wards on wards on wards, and without having your tanky Sejuani there, it's very difficult for Marquette to walk in and try to clear them out.
Sejuani is going to be one of the ones that I'm looking for here. And Alex Strauss on this side is another one. We've seen the snipe damage that's been able to come through. Watch when it connects into someone like a Squishy, like a support in this case, how much it is going to chunk the HP. I also think it's interesting now that there's really not much of a concerted effort being made by Butler to push down this bottom lane turret, because at this stage in the game, yeah, Dragon's going to be something to play around, but really, all's up here towards this Baron that things are going to get saucy. As we're seeing a potential fight breaking out there as the Dragon is being picked up as well. Nice free Dragon going the way of Butler. And no response from Marquette.
Yeah, and again, you might ask, like, why Owen spend so much time on the bottom side of the map and not do anything with it as...
Again, Matt goes in, helps the ult, no.
Why would Owen spend so much time on the bottom side of the map putting down vision but then not being able to do anything with it? And that has to deal with the top lane matchup now on the bottom side of the map with Nova's Chosen and the boss. Like, Nova's Chosen can't get a push onto the lane as we see Master Gamer Live get absolutely deleted.
Oh yeah, Echo goes in, finds the kill to start things off, uses the ult to get himself back up. The nice ult from Ezreal going in on return. Renegade Max is going to be the target. Aegon, though, is going in. Foe the Fall does end up falling his dear life. On the back, the Scion is there, being such a great job as the tank, but his damage dealers have fallen. All the key members who need to be alive are not there. The Caitlyn is way late to this party, but they may be able to beat them in like they did last time, as the Urgot is still chasing on through this. Nova's Chosen still has enough HP to work with. The hook does actually not connect there. The Ezreal is also still alive on the flank. Oh, the boss needs to be careful because the Caitlyn is actually hitting quite hard now. Alex Straza as well is here, though. What a back and forth brawl. Both tanks have done such a fantastic job, but the chain is there, bringing them right on back in, finally finding the execution as a sloppy set of engages finally results in Butler pulling off ahead.
I think it's very easy to point out Sable Shadow and ask why he wasn't there during that team fight, but I don't think it's his fault at all. I think this is Owen and Foe the Fall getting way too aggressive. You know your AD carry is going back. Yes, you have an opportunity for a kill, but then what do you do afterwards? You're stuck in the pit. You're stuck behind enemy lines, and there's nothing you can do. As we take another look at this fight so you can see what I mean. Here, you look back, Caitlyn is in the mid lane. She's coming up very late. She's not going to be here in this fight. Like, why engage this at all?
Yeah, we're starting way back in this. We're getting some context into how this started here. Yeah, Caitlyn is actually backing right now.
Hey, I'm recalling. Foe the Fall, what are you doing there? What are you doing there? You know I'm backing. All right, sure, you get that kill there. You get locked up. So you either need to leave him or just not even die for that in the first place, right? Good play there by Hoff to slow down Foe the Fall. He tries to get something going, isn't able to get anything going, but you just opt into a very poor 4v2. And then your team shows up, but they're a little late. That's not their fault. That's miscommunication there. And as the main carry of this team right now, Foe the Fall trying too hard to make a play without the rest of his team.
We're seeing them paying for it here. He wanted to go in, get the kill, instantly ult out. That was the game plan. That was it, but just denied. The ult from Lissandra came in.
Yeah, you have a Lissandra. Lissandra can snare you, can ult you, can Zonia's herself. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong if you do that. You're not thinking all the way through how these team fights play out. Again, you're thinking, hey, I deal damage. Not, hey, what can kill me? What can stun me? How can I outplay it? Is this outplayable in the first place? And the answer is no, it's not. And I think if they took a little bit of time to think about it, it'd be okay.
The problem is it's not I can outplay, it's we, it's the team. We're at the point in the game now that the whole team needs to be on the same page. Good damage there onto Owen. This is a 4v4 situation around the Baron Pit, and once again, Butler's doing a great job of maintaining this vision.
Yeah, awkward lane setups right now. Lissandra's on the bottom side of the map, and Sion can hang with the Lissandra. The reason why that is because TP is down right now for DeBoss, so Renegade Mac has to be the one to match the TP for Novus Chosen. However, Novus Chosen can get a push against the Lissandra, interestingly enough. So now TP being used, and it will be behind enemy lines against Marquette.
Lissandra is going in the back line. Owen is going to be the target. Master Game Alive is staying alive, but all the while, Alex Straza is still here. Literally, this is going to get absolutely trunked. Team's trading out kills right now. So Sion is going to the midst of everybody, trying to jump on in. Following up is Owen, trying to get the kill onto the back, able to get Renegade Mac out of there just a little bit longer. Novus just now going to rage mode. That's not it. He's done. They're all done. Beautiful peel coming in from Butler, looking towards it. That is going to be all 5 members dead for Marquette, as Butler, with beautiful aggro juggle, able to walk away with it all.
Foe the Fall has to play safer. He dies yet again with his ultimate up. No chrono break for you. Great flank TP by Renegade Mac. And again, Novus Chosen teleporting reactively, not proactively. And again, we touched on it at the very beginning of the show. It's all about if you can initiate first, your team deals way more burst damage. Renegade Mac getting there first, dealing the damage to the AP carry of Foe the Fall. Down he goes as we take a look at this yet again. I don't mind this jousting back and forth between Owen and Foe the Fall. I don't like how they're a little bit split off from Zyra and Sable Shadow. But again, here comes the TP. It's behind them. They identify it. And Sable Shadow dealing nice damage, trying to get the trap down, but look how long Renegade Mac is able to stall out, and unfortunately, Foe the Fall dies immediately. That's most of your damage. Here comes the Requiem. You've been stacking up all game if you're Master Gamer Live. Easy kill on the back line, and easy ace for the side of Butler.
That looked like it could have gone so much better, but it's just that the TP on the flank, Lissandra able to go, it just creates space, yeah, falling, but creating like so much time between the ult, between the Zonias, everything was there.
And you couldn't tell for Owen, do I go forward and dive to the back line, or do I go back? And Sable Shadow and Foe the Fall were not on the same page.
Yep.
Like Foe the Fall dove with Owen, Sable Shadow had to back off, and Novus Chosen was just kind of stuck in between.
And I feel like, again, Novus Chosen hasn't been able to do his job as a tank. The few moments where we've actually seen the composition function how it's supposed to, it's been fantastic. Interesting usage there, but maybe getting a little bit overexcited. As once again, we see this 4-1 situation. This time, though, it is the Urgot and the Echo who are up on the opposite side of the map. We'll see how that affects things. Hoff not able to land that key hook there, as both of these players trading massive amounts of damage here. DeBoss feeling, I think, a little bit forcing out the ult as well.
Yeah, the boss very, very
Whoa!
Slinky there. There's a kill by Ezreal. Hook going to land, and here comes the rest of the team fight.
Box keeping him up there just a little bit longer. Renegade Mac making a huge misplay, diving in underneath the turret, taking a lot of damage, and that is going to be now Master Gamer Live on full retreat, trying to get himself out of there. No, he survives through it as well, baiting them back perfectly, and this is now the side of Butler pushing in on multiple sides. Urgot's up top, the rest of the team is down low, and 3 members of Marquette have fallen, forcing them back to the tier 3s. This is an opportunity to Butler to take an inhib, to take a lead in this game. It's going to make all the difference.
Yeah, Glacial Prison. I don't mind it that they shoot it early just because Baron empowered minions and fighting in that is very difficult. Cannons do so much damage once they're Baron empowered. So you're trying to catch out Butler sneaking through your jungle. Unfortunately, when you miss a skill like that, Owen doesn't have the same type of impact that he wishes he had. Now you see Foe the Fall trying to pick something up on the way out. Yeah, he's able to. He is pretty fed. Maybe you can't count them out quite yet. Ulti going to come in and DeBoss gets shut down. However, in the mid lane, the turret is still under siege and the rest of the team having trouble holding it off. Yeah, the turret goes down.
Not worth. Yeah, you shut down the Urgot. That's fantastic. You get a kill. But losing your tier 3 turret for it is probably not an ideal situation. I think he thought the team was going to have enough wave clear to keep it up, keep it standing. And yeah, good series of plays there from him. But now we are looking at about a 10K or 9K exactly gold lead here from Butler. They've taken some, some serious infrastructure damage in terms of these turrets. They've got an inhib down. It's something that Marquette's going to have to deal with for the rest of this game. What was a very even match towards the mid-game, Marquette just, moments of brilliance, moments, they're just not able to string them together.
Yeah, again, racking up 23 kills in this match. They've found holes that Butler have been opening for him, but unfortunately a little bit too sloppy with their execution. They're not out of it yet. Echo is still very fed, and now Caitlyn on that 2-item power spike that we were talking about earlier, that crit 80 carries are able to have. You just look on the opposite side though, Alex Straza has 1, 2, 3, 4, all 5 completed items along with boots. So it'll be very difficult for Sable Shadow to output the same type of damage, but he does have an opportunity, especially with Rapid Fire Cannon. Will be able to hit things from long range and deal decent amounts of damage, but will Nova's Chosen and Owen be able to set up the front line and live long enough for Marquette to deal damage?
That's really my big question mark here in this matchup. As you mentioned, that we haven't seen the comp function how it's supposed to.
Owen.
Sejuani, hello.
Owen behind enemy lines.
Saving Private Owen. See how this goes here. They're able to. He's actually able to walk away, no problem here. It's actually the Ezreal that's under threat, as the rest of Butler is going to collapse on this now. But again, tanks in the front line, damage dealers in the back, support able to get the CC, the lockdown with the flank from the Echo. That's what they're going to try and look for here. Go in, dish the damage, back out, reset, find the ult, look for the reinitiation. That is how Marquette wins fights. Butler has had a good response every single time as they're pushing in now. Onto the inhib, that is going to be the target. A couple more autos will secure it, and yes, they do. So that is 2 down. They got what they came for, backing up smartly, not overextending.
That's right. You can't really force anything right now if you're the side of Marquette. Super minions were streaming into the base, and I think Butler did a fantastic job identifying that. Hey, we don't have to engage here. We don't have to go hard. When you have that de facto 6th man pushing the bottom side of the map in the form of super minions, you're able to just play a little bit more patient now. Again, this is probably the second lull in the game that we've seen so far where teams are starting to play a little bit smarter, not only because super minions were streaming into the base if you're Marquette, but if you're Butler, you have the choice of Drake and Baron Baron coming up very shortly, both within 10 seconds.
They're going to have some options here on how they want to progress onto this. Looks like they are starting to set up around Baron. Establishing vision is going to be oh so crucial for this, as both teams are going to look to set themselves up. Alex Straza is over here in the back looking to try and solo out Zelda Dragon here. Can he do this? The rest of the team is actually looking towards Baron as well. Marquette needs to make a choice right now. They need to make a decision because Butler is getting everything. Looks like they are moving up towards this Baron right now, but they need to start making a call soon.
Very slow.
Moving very, it's the damage that's been done. Butler has done the critical damage, which means that they're now able to do both major objectives simultaneously. This should not be allowed to happen.
It's difficult when you lose both inhibs, but I do think that it's tough. It's tough, right? I think if you're Marquette, you just have to pull the trigger and say, hey, look, we seen on stream a couple teams get backdoored because they pulled the trigger on one of these fights. However, you're running out of opportunities to win these fights. The Karthus is dealing a ton of damage against a triple Drake. Oh, wow. Foe the Fall getting chucked down. Alex Straza ready to read that one. Foe the Fall. Ah, there it is. Foe the Fall does go down. Ulti not going to deal too much damage here. However, with Baron empowered and Drake, it's a lot of damage. Now Renegade Mac almost in a lot of trouble. Will be able to slide his way out. Nice ulti to slow things down and stays alive, buys time for the rest of the team. That's going to be all she wrote.
That's going to be the zone he's coming in, keeping Renegade Mac alive a little bit longer. Owen is able to secure the kill, but it is the Scion, and there's all the tanks just still surviving just a little bit longer. The Sejuani will finally go down, but it is going to be the damage from Butler coming on through, securing that last turret as they move towards the Nexus turrets. That is going to be super minions. That is going to be every buff known to man charging their way through here. That's the double kill, and that is the ace. Nicely done from Butler, pushing on in a 40-minute game. Marquette had so many opportunities, but not able to clutch it out. Butler taking the series 2-0, moving their way up in the middle of the pack, looking so much better here in week number 3.
Yeah, the team that did not find a victory all last season now find themselves at 4-2 and slotted into that final playoff spot halfway through the season, but this is great positioning for them. They're beating teams that they need to beat. They're beating teams that, including Villanova, that no one expected them to beat, and I think that win will be so valuable as we go into the final weeks of the season.
It is so crucial. They're now in 3rd place going into this. Again, the team that didn't win a single match in the first season, is now looking at a great spot here to advance onto the playoffs. As you said, let's take a look at the highlights, because there was a lot of action in that last game, a lot of sloppy plays, but also some great individual moments.
Yeah, and I think both teams will look back and say, wow, we could have done better here. There's areas of growth. Even Butler, who took the victory, but there were a lot of opportunities for this game for Marquette. Look at this team fight right here. They got a little too aggressive, and Butler was able to capitalize. Great hooks from Hoff to find their way back into the team fight for the fall. You know, I think he got huge, but then gets outscaled. You see why an Ezreal is so strong later on. He can play so safe, and then once he gets all those items, he's able to dish out the damage, and Nova's Chosen just had such a difficult time sticking onto him. This quadra kill accelerated the growth of the Ezreal, as now you see this Baron fight here. Great TP. Renegade Mac on the back line doing a great job buying time with the ultimate, then with the Zhonya's, allowing the rest of the team to clean up the fight, and the Karthus that spent all game farming up, able to just sit on top of everyone, deal damage, and kill everyone with the Requiem.
We saw a lot of amazing fights in that last set, and the man in the middle of a lot of it's Renegade Mac here on the line with us once again. Gotta be feeling great after that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it feels awesome.
I mean,
oh
no, go ahead. Tell us, how do you feel about this? You just won 2-0. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah, I feel really good, actually. And it wasn't even, like, off the back of me either. My top laner, my jungler, stepped up huge. My AD carry played great. Like, I basically just chain fed all that last game.
Yeah, you did.
And, yeah, no, I was basically first time, so I'm like, okay, guys, like, I knew the comp needed Alessandra, basically. So I was like, I'll play it. It'll probably be kind of sketch, but I'm super happy with mid and top, or I mean top and jungle, and how they pulled through. Like, they played great.
They definitely did. You know, someone else that played great was your consistent bot laner in Alex Straza. I thought that Ezreal was going to be something that was out of the meta. Now that we have crit 80 carries kind of back, what's it like to see him pull something out like an Ezreal and just continually shift around and play safe?
Oh, he's like the best mechanical player I've ever seen. Dude's insane. So putting him on anything that allows him to express his skill is basically just a like surefire like win, right? So looking for opportunities to get matchups and things like that for him is definitely super awesome. So watching him play it and basically just wreck the other team was super cool.
Well, it's got to feel super cool now that you're sitting in third place. Again, we talked about the fact that last season, not the most success, but again, made some roster changes, able to bring him back into the fold now. Here for this season, you're sitting in third place, looking towards playoffs here at the midpoint of the season. What is looking for, like, how do you look forward now? How do you continue on the same path of the things you want to shift and change, or is it just more of the same?
Well, I've had one goal this entire time, and that's to make the collegiate championship and go to LA. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing, improving every week, practicing, staying ahead of the meta or with the meta, and keep doing our thing. Like, I think playing to our team strengths is way better than trying to like force meta picks or whatever. So we're going to keep doing that, make the best version of us we can, and shoot for the top, you know?
I love it. I love the goals. I love the ambition. Congratulations once again on your win, sitting in third place. Awesome job.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it there. Not playing to what the opponents are doing, just playing our game, being the best version of ourselves. That's an inspirational speech right there.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he acknowledge that, hey, look, I was chain feeding and I was still able to make plays that allowed the rest of my team to carry. And I like the fact that, you know, we obviously are going to give a lot of shout outs to Alex Straza. He made a lot of flashy plays, but he's like, yo, Master Gamer continually was able to dish out damage, and DeBoss was able to boss the opposing top laner who was the carry and make plays over and over again for Marquette. And this side, he was able to hold his own, not only hold his own, but start bullying him around in what would be a rank deficit. So great stuff there from DeBoss and the rest of Butler moving forward this season.
Moving forward, absolutely. I mean, let's take a look at the standings, because we talked about them being in third now, but if somebody wins, somebody else has to lose. And we look now towards Marquette, sitting at 1-7 at the bottom of the standings here with Providence. Obviously, more games have been played by Marquette here. Providence is going to play another game off stream as well. We'll see if they can turn things around and look towards that win. Up towards the top of the standings now, Villanova 5-1, Butler now 4-2. And sitting at the top still, DePaul 6-0, still untouched despite not playing so far this week. So Nicely done for them, putting them in a good position. Let's take a look at next week's schedule and see what games we have in store for us. Seton Hall against Butler, Providence against Villanova, DePaul versus St. John's. That's going to be an interesting matchup now because we've heard that, apparently DePaul is a one-player, one-trick,
Yeah.
and now St. John's has that new middle. I mean, I'm excited for that match.
Yeah, I mean, me too as well. I think DePaul is really just a cut above everybody else. My eye is on that Seton Hall-Butler matchup. Seton Hall dropping 2-0 or 0-2 against Villanova earlier today. We thought that would be the test. Maybe Butler's the test for them, We thought that maybe they'd be fighting for that second, third spot. Maybe they're fighting for that final playoff spot. And who would have thunk it that Butler is the team that will be bumping off Seton Hall out of playoffs?
I mean, I wouldn't have expected that coming into this season, just given the track record from before. But again, that's what I love, the fact that we have this longer span of time to really see what these teams are made out of. We have 3 more amazing weeks of play. Week 3 is in the books for us here, but as I said, we have more amazing collegiate League of Legends action coming for you every single Sunday here in the Big East. For myself and Verum, Deegan on the desk, we are so happy to bring you these fantastic games. Looking forward to all the amazing action we're seeing here in the Big East. So we'll see you next time every Sunday. So be sure to give and like the follow on the channel as well. We'll see you next time.